I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you step like a bull, step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you step like a bull, step for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 157. This is a disaster. Welcome to the multipolar world. You guys asked for it. Now you're gonna get it. Then, yeah. So, a lot of crazy things happened in the past week. And last week I didn't manage to do DPA Open Mic because I was rushing some non-DPA work, and it was so insane. Luckily I didn't do because it was a horrible few days for me. But anyway, yeah, the latest breaking news I just published on the main channel. A quick update on that is that the Syrian government forces is now on a massive offensive. They basically blitzkrieg across Syria, and they have conquered like most of the settlements and cities along the Euphrates rivers, the Kurds, the SDF or the YPG, whatever you want to call them, they have lost like half their territory, almost like 1/3, half of the livable territory, to put it that way. So we're gonna have some massive consequential changes in Syria. And then of course we have the Greenland saga, which is now threatening to disintegrate NATO. Germany, the latest news is that Germany has redrawn all 12 soldiers, like immediately without explanation. They cancelled all their events, all the things they're going to do. The 12 soldiers are all now on the way back to Germany without saying anything. But Macron, being Macron, says that no, you're not going to intimidate us. He's planning to eat the tariff and want to counter economic measures against Trump. I'm not sure how that's going to work without Germany. Germany already running away. So yeah, and then of course we have a massive offensive beginning over in Ukraine war. Russia is now stepping up its offensive. We can see it from the frontline changes numbers. And what else? Oh, there's so many things happening. Yeah, and Canada has signed a massive deal with China. So they have now becoming strategic partners. That, for me, that shows the massive desperation of Canada, as there is no trading partner that can rival United States, and the biggest is China, so they went for it. They are asking for annexation, like for sure. I mean, they are not wrong, but it just shows that they have no options, and they went for the option that is going to ask for annexation. But anyway, let's do DPA Open Mic. And so I'm going to drop the link to join. This DPA Open Mic is multicast on many DPA platforms, from DPA YouTube on the main channel. Today we have the main channel streaming as well on the DPA Open Mic channel, Rumble, DPA Open Mic channel, DPA Twitch, DPA Telegram, DPA Kick, and X or Twitter. So gonna drop the link to join. Give me a second. So I do, for those that are watching on YouTube on the main channel, I highly recommend you to go to the pinned message and join the stream on the Open Mic channel. So that we can continue to build this DPA Open Mic. So the link to join is here. So the link to join, it will only be pinned on the Open Mic channel. So just want to say, if you want to come on screen to chit chat with me and the other guys, yeah, join the DPA Open Mic stream. Is now pinned on the DPA Open Mic channel's live chat. I have dropped it in Rumble as well, the link to join. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I tried to mute myself there. On Twitch and on Kick, and I have pinned it as well. So yeah, so let's chat, let's chit chat. I think it's really some insane week, and I've tried to do the summary, and wow, it's so difficult to keep up. Even I just do the American news only, just US centric US political news. It was an insanely long video. However, the viewership is very low, as expected, because most people around the world not interested, like in the US politics, and 85% of my audience on DPA aren't Americans. Americans constitute around 15%. But this is not sustainable though. The video is very hard to do. There's a lot of information I need to research and read up and pin. Yeah, not sure how to go forward about that. And we shall see how that goes, man. Yeah, so it's very it's unfortunate though. So far I do the content. The more effort I put in, the worse the result. So it's like I should just go for like effortless stuff. The US politics is I pause say US politics is interesting, it's entertaining, it's really true. It's quite bizarre, especially with Trump around. Everything is unpredictable. In US politics, there's also major news. the Trump administration is really going all in against the welfare fraud. And the thing is, welfare fraud is just one of the countless number of frauds that is currently happening in the United States. This is just one of them. And the welfare fraud alone is insane. Just the welfare fraud alone is insane. You know, and basically the Trump administration basically has went all out. And the first one, the first major kingpin, the king lord of the fraud, they are targeting one of the big boss is Tim Walz of Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, and they are going all in to take him down. Yeah, so that is already yeah, a story on its own. And yeah, how do you keep up on everything? I also do not know. So they are now also pushing the new healthcare plan. They're going to start to fix the Obamacare, and so this year we will start to see the Trump administration dealing with the Obamacare issue. But of course, not for non-Americans like me, you know, it's not super meaningful, other than knowing that the drug prices or the medical care in the United States is going to fall tremendously. Insurance is going to be more cheaper as well, I think, moving forward, as all these policies kick in. The money will go direct to the citizens rather than go through the insurance, which is all good. Now, the reason all this is good, because that will mean lesser and lesser corruption in the United States, which in turn, with lesser corruption and lesser means of doing corruption, means there will be lesser benefit to become a politician in the United States, which then leads to lesser crazy nonsense that the United States will do all around the world. Less people is going to suffer and die, and then the United States can then act as a force of good for the rest of the world. But if they are very corrupted, then they are the evil. They are the demon personified, which is what the United States is very well known for, being the demon. Hi there, Dad. Watching in Australia at 5:30. Anyway, is the link working? I'm quite sure you guys can hear me, right? This is a tremendously late time to check whether the mic is working or not. Yeah, people is replying to me, so it's good. Yeah, I agree with Dookie. Yeah, things gonna take time. But the thing is, a lot, even Trump have done a lot in his first year, right? And even things takes time. We are already seeing some results. So this year is going to be insane. The economy for United States this year, in my prediction, is going to be massively positive. It will be super good. And maybe this year, they are dealing with a lot of the cost of living, a lot of the inflationary stuff, a lot of the livelihood stuff for the Americans. I think this year they will start to see the change towards positive, but next year then will be massively good. But that will be past the midterms. So yeah, I think, and then another big news in the United States is they are now really actually finally able to investigate the election fraud situation. This is more than 10 years late. It's been so late. I thought Donald Trump will go after it in his first term, because when he first won the presidency, there was so much discrepancy already, and I was surprised when he was president he didn't do anything about it. And thank you, Joe Public, for the super sticker. And yeah, so now is, for those that don't watch my report, I know because the viewership is not high, so I know a lot of people didn't watch. Oregon actually have to redraw 20% of the votes. I think, if I didn't remember wrongly, around there, because they are all illegal. They took the names out of the voting roll. 20%. I was like, what the how do you have a country or state operating like this, where your election cannot even be trusted? So if there is also a Supreme Court ruling allowing one of the representative to challenge the election in their state, because they allow votes to come in through mail-in ballots, even up to 2 weeks after the voting day. So, and the Supreme Court has shoot down the blocking. So the lower courts actually try to block the case. The Supreme Court shoot it down, and now they can pursue the lawsuit against the state for not running the election properly. So which means the midterm is going to be interesting. But they need to really go after all this election thingy. Like Donald Trump also signed the executive order that bans machine voting. So it's all going to be paper ballot, at least for federal elections. So this federal related elections. So this is going to have massive implications. I'm not sure how the midterms is going to look, because if a lot of the claims of this fraud is all true, then we're going to see a massive red wave that is insane in the midterms. But who knows? No, Trump is very controversial, right? He do a lot of things now, and because he only have left 3 years, he only have one term, and he's dying. He's old already, so he's really going all out, and really try to fix whatever he thinks is broken. So he don't give a fuck anymore. So which is why the world is now in chaos. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, this is gonna be a monologue of me just talking. So let me see. Trump even said last year he feel more powerful this time. iPod 50 said he's more powerful this time round versus the first term. Mainly is because he actually select his own team. So a lot of people don't understand president is not that powerful. Like it's only powerful if hundreds of all the these directors and all these selected officials are all under you. Hi, Jure.
Hey, hi. Yeah, I don't want to let you talk for too long alone by yourself. Okay.
Thanks for coming in to join me.
Hi, everybody. Come join. Help us out talking, confronting each other, fighting each other, please. We can fight here. It's going to be effective, guys. No, it's what brings viewership, right? Conflict in open mic. Isn't that how it is? So that's why I'm calling for. What my experience is whenever there's about these welfare cheats and what was in Minnesota, and what happens is this is not for personal looting when they cheat on from the social security, from the welfare. This is allowed for the party finances. Yes, it's always someone sneaks in some percentage for themselves. It's a bribe to do it, right? But majority of money goes for the party finances, and both parties do it. There was I read an interview of the guy that was really against all the social security loot that was uh, Elon Musk involved in that Dodge was trying to uncover, which they didn't do much, right? uh, what happens is, like, the party activists, Republican Party activists, they were saying, yeah, we know it happens, and we don't want to stop it. Basically, that's what they were saying, because hi, because they don't want to stop it because they also have their own schemes. Okay, they don't want to, how to say, do this background fight between the parties. Parties agreed to scheme the government for the party finances. and they do it their own ways. So both parties do it. This is obviously Republicans' first time attacking openly the Democrats' financial schemes to loot the government for the party finances. This is a new step in a party's war. Um, Previously, it went right the gerrymandering is the first that was outrageously done by Republicans. Very strong gerrymandering, very successful and outrageous and crazy shape of the voting districts. Then the Democrats started doing it. Then what was the next involving the attorneys to persecute voters to prevent how say poorer communities to have enough voting booths, enough voting spots. That was very big way for the Republicans to fight voters, right? Then the Democrats responded with what was then the I forgot the timeline, but there was always a response, right? A reaction from Democrats with outrageous uh, election meddling by Republicans. But Republicans always have the intellectual, brazen foresight what to do next, right? To not to cheat openly, but to do it in a slow, sometimes effective way. Then all this uh, weaponizing of the judicial system by Republicans against Clinton, right? This was first. Now they cry that it's done to them by Democrats. Oh wow. They cry so badly that Democrats are doing the same to them, right? With Trump and everything. This is just heavy hypocrisy and just bullshit because ideology believes that they have the right to rule. It's their right. The parties have the right to rule, and that's where it stems. That drives this illegal, not so illegal, but really playing with procedural and uh, letter letter of elections. Let's say playing with it, like playing with the constitution, or is it should we stay with the letter of the constitution or with the meaning of the constitution, right? What should we apply, right? This is also the game, right? This is the same game that they apply to the how to do elections, how to manipulate elections to their own
Yeah.
business.
This is something I noticed on the Democratic side, right? They like to guilt trip you. They always use the guilt tripping. I was watching the part two of the video in Minnesota where the guy, I forgot his name, he went to check all the childcare centers, and then there's because he become famous now. So one of the Somali guy immediately come in. You're against Islam. Immediately he's trying to guilt trip him and change the topic away from the fraud. It's insane.
Oh, so for you, the
Nick Shelley, eh?
calling
Nick
out scams and cheats is guilt tripping. Wow, nice, nice.
I just wanted to add to that. I don't know if you can hear me, but the corruption is rampant, obviously, with government programs. But this latest, like viral Minnesota Somali corruption, that's not exactly the welfare program. It was people defrauding the COVID era programs from the CARES Act. So, and it's definitely not just the Somali daycares. Big corporations, people all over the country, they're finding more and more. But yeah, on both sides of the aisle. But isn't exactly like what we would normally consider welfare, as far as like Social Security, Medicaid, food stamps, stuff like that.
So there's more. Holy shit, there's more. Because even the childcare one, I was like, as I was mapping all these things, it's like this is everywhere, man. It's like is in different states. Like everyone is just looking at the
Ohio.
Minnesota one. The latest one was in New York, and that was I think not Somali related. It's like I think it's Americans or something. So I'm not sure. There's no one in New York. There's one
Yeah,
here,
and
one there.
just it's worth noting too that that Vice President Vance came out and made a big announcement that they're going to have a special attorney general appointed just for looking at fraud, which is great. I'm all for that. But then at the same time, there were these Congress people, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, who had put forward a proposal to have a special, not a special counsel, which is different, but a special attorney general, assistant attorney position for looking into the Epstein files. And the Department of Justice immediately squashed that and said it was unconstitutional and they didn't have any standing to even request it. So there's so
Makes
much
sense.
corruption, but it's telling like what corruption they decide to crack down on and which ones they try to ignore.
Just now when I was summarizing all the things that have happened, I forgot to say the Epstein files latest, the Epstein saga's latest is the Clintons, both the husband and the wife, Bill and Hillary, both refused to turn up. So now they're going to get sued. For
It's the money. It's the money. It's terrible to take advantage of young women. If some of the allegations are true, that's horrible. People should go to jail. But it's the secrecy is all about the money. That's just it. Money laundering, money for black ops programs, money getting funneled into the Clinton Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, every other, BS that names we haven't even heard of that are people who are in positions of power in industry and finance. Like it's the money. That's what they're hiding.
I know
but,
you
also,
is very
why
corrupted, but this scale is beyond my imagination. It's literally the whole chain from the top to the bottom is all corrupted. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, Julie.
Yeah, but my belief that Trump is protecting the Epstein files is
Yeah.
he doesn't want to get rid of the blackmail, source, right? He wants to use it to blackmail, and that's what we see with his proposals passing the Congress and Senate. He's using it widely to push to bully pulpit, right? Senators and congressmen with
I
those.
disagree. I don't think it's about blackmail. I think it's all about money. I think you get a bunch of powerful people together who are wheeling and dealing and doing these illegal financial transactions. Of course, you're going to find groups of those people who are into some sick shit and are just completely degenerate and deranged. And they do their degenerate and deranged stuff together. And that maybe it's what do you call it? Like implicit blackmail, like we know each other are doing terrible things, but we're not going to tell on each other because we're all doing it. Because there's so many people connected to Epstein who probably never hurt kids or did anything like that. The people who did should definitely be punished, but I don't know. I just think it's all about the money.
But I'm talking about, you mean Trump is blackmailing for the money, or what do you mean? I'm saying
No,
why
I think that
Trump
he's
is
covering
not
up for his
releasing the files.
friends. That he's in those circles. So whether he did any kind of financial crimes with his real estate or investments, golf courses, whatever, he hung out with all of those people. They were his friends. And I think that he wouldn't want them to get in trouble. I also think that it has to do with our 3-letter agencies. They probably went to him and said, hey, if all of this comes out, people are going to find out that we're doing all of these shady things to make money for these operations that we're not supposed to be doing. So that is why they said they couldn't release them for national security reasons. Like, why would they say that? So I think that's part of the reason, too, why President Trump's reluctant to let any of it out.
I'm not sure if it's also maybe related to investigations, right? You cannot reveal everything. Like if you're investigating, you cannot let other people know what you know, right?
Yeah, that's a great point, except that wasn't the point they were making. They repeatedly said they didn't have the information. They said they were going to release it, and then they weren't. And then it didn't exist. And then it was a hoax. And then, it's just crazy. There's no, the excuses they make aren't like, even though that is a good reason, it isn't, because they didn't do that.
But I do agree. The way how Trump administration deal with the Epstein thing is really weird, like super unusual. Not that means the secret inside of it must be insane to the point where even Trump they will say that nothing is inside the files. That
Why,
must be
why
some insane
he
shit
wouldn't
inside.
why he wouldn't use it to blackmail others to get his agenda in through Congress and Senate? Why not? I don't think he's above that.
I don't think
think that
that's how he operate though.
I think he understands what happened to JFK. Like if this would make certain 3-letter agencies look bad or get them shut down, I think that they would tell President Trump to mind his own business. And hey, there's some really terrible things of you in here, and you wouldn't want those to get out, would you? Like, yeah, it's the money.
So I think it's this. If you really think about it, if let's say Trump is really that kind of a good guy, is trying to fight the deep state and all this corruption, there must be a process where you have to deal with their money sources first. You have to kill off all their money and revenue first. Then then your enemies have more limited ability to counter back. But if you let's say just go all in first, immediately try to arrest all these people, and then you realize that all this corruption that is now getting revealed over the past 1 year is still all intact, then you're going to lose. You're just going to get killed like many, many times because they will have so much money to fund all the assassinations. So I think there is a certain process. Although I don't have much hope about the Epstein thing though, to be honest.
Well,
Because the way how they have reacted is just so
if Trump
weird.
has the protection from the very IT oligarchs, right? Tech oligarchs. He has, I believe, they support him. He support them. I believe so.
It's a money
They
thing,
can
right?
prevent
Because
CIA.
you need
They can
Trump
prevent
to back
CIA
you.
from doing it.
I think they're all in on JD Vance. They wouldn't care if President Trump got impeached or didn't make it to the end of his term. I think they're pretty happy
Yeah.
with JD Vance.
There's a really good chance that Trump might get assassinated again, like or attempted, or even succeed.
You mean
So,
other
no.
year? No, he's gonna get the other year.
His other ear.
Yeah.
So, Alan,
Yes, how's it going, guys?
Well, you're
Happy
driving.
Sunday. Yeah, I'm just rolling around. My big thing about this Trump question, I think, boils down to I might just be confused. Why is it not clear to everyone that it's all just a power play and the entire elite has blackmail on one another and that's it? Does that make any sense?
Everything.
It
A
doesn't
lot of
have to
things
be any.
could make.
It doesn't have to be any deeper than that. Now, that can be profound. I agree that it's profound. It's shocking. I think we're gonna see some mix up in the power base of the Republican Party.
Oh.
But I don't know why that would especially with JD Vance. I don't know why it would be noteworthy to keep an eye out on it. Like, is there something that I'm missing? Is there some big power player that I don't know about?
So anyway, super chat by Madeline Takam. I got in at 9-1 for 20,000 in December 2025 for Trump taking Greenland before the end of 2027. That's At Venetian Macau, I have faith in Trump's insanity. Poly market odds are showing 5-1 now. And welcome
Hey.
back, Madeline. Long time no see. Hi,
Madeline, dude,
Maka.
what you got to do,
I,
what needs to be done is instead of putting money in the poly market, they should give money to me, and then I can make bets for them. Everybody should give me your money.
So anyway, we have a new person on, History Anonymous. You would like to
Wyatt!
introduce yourself? Hi. Yeah, introduce
Could you
yourself.
introduce yourself?
You guys, nobody's read the Q post. If you read the Q posts, you know what the Epstein thing is about. It's not about, it's the government was doing it, not Donald Trump or Epstein. The government was doing it.
You want to introduce where you're from?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from way up in the mountains of Colorado, and I need headphones. I'm going to go get headphones and come back.
Yes, please. Because I can hear some echo, and I'm like I'm struggling to find out where the echo come from. Well, we have Waka and we have Voss. Waka, your side of the world is very very crazy right now. It's very messy right now. The Iran. I forgot about Iran. Oh my god, you see so many things happen. I didn't even talk about Iran just now. And the Iran revolution is failing right now. They managed to shoot the revolution into their homes. They just stay at home. Nobody can come out.
So, Wakar,
Waka,
what do you say about majority of those, foreign agents came from Pakistan? Can you say anything about that into Iran to promote killing and destruction of this Iran state? Can you
uh,
say anything about
yeah,
it?
I,
Do you dare to
yeah, I
say,
think this.
or it's
Yeah, I'm in Turkey. I'm doing my PhD from a university here, and but I'm following it up, and I feel that Pakistan cannot afford to meddle into Iran, and if Iran falls, actually Pakistan considers that they'll be next. So at policy level, I think there may be a perception being built by other people. I don't think that Pakistan had any role to play because they have very good relations with Iran. Even during the Israeli attack on Iran, Pakistan very strongly stood with Iran, and even the parliament, thanked Pakistan. So here in Turkey also, there's a feeling that in case, let's say, something happens to Iran, so next target will be two countries, it is Pakistan and Turkey. And that's why probably you will find that now Middle East will start getting somewhat united to, basically wave off this huge pressure that is coming on different states. So there's a common understanding that probably this should not be allowed, the chaos. We've done a paper maybe to publish tomorrow. What is the Trump's doctrine of, strategic chaos or the establishments, how Monroe Doctrine is being applied in the Western Hemisphere, starting from Greenland down to South America, and what are they thinking about Middle East. But I think things are changing very rapidly. Here in Turkey, Pakistan, even Saudi Arabia, there's a feeling that there's an effort to balkanize the region and reshape it. So there's a huge reaction coming from these 3-4 countries, which is quite, I think, a reverse to what was planned by, I would say, the Zionists. So I don't think so. Pakistan had any role to play in Iran because we feel that, there's a Balochistan problem in Iran also. And in case, somebody like Reza Shah's son comes, so we'll have a serious problem. So regional will, I think, make all effort that this destabilization of Iran doesn't take place, and everybody lives, happily and with peace. And I think these efforts will be defeated. And probably there is also now some force being prepared for Gaza, and Trump cannot afford to now destabilize the region anymore. But still, there are airing of forces. They have moved another strike carrier group from South China Sea to Middle East, which will be reaching after 1 week. They were busy in, I think, doing something funny on Venezuela. So the US power is also quite scattered. But I think the funniest part was putting sanctions on NATO allies. And so I posted it on a TikTok that how many starts affecting NATO itself. So I think huge things are happening in 2026 is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's like watching a Korean drama. Very dramatic. Everything is like just every week is just new dramas. I can't even keep up, man.
But I would say that Pakistan also has its own deep state, and SAIS would, what is called? Is it SAIS?
ISI.
Would do its own work. I noticed that they do many times they work against the Pakistani government benefits. I would say that. I noticed that throughout past they work their own thingy, probably waiting for the U.S. aid to help them in a military weaponry and systems. When that wasn't that going on for a while in Pakistan?
Yeah, actually, if you look at Pakistan's dilemma in last 40 years, so frankly speaking, we are two superpowers in the neighborhood, being our neighbors. Initially, the Russians and then the Americans. And for last 40 years, 30 years, we were neighboring two superpowers. So naturally, as per any IR theory, you adjust to the situation. So a lot of things are not doing of Pakistan, but you're right that there is definitely deep state working in every country. But current, I think, military leadership, because I do advise them also in some capacity, is quite focused on economy. We have now some good avenues of exporting some weapon systems, which is new development. Billions of dollars of let's say demand placed on one of the fighter jets, and we are in, I think, contact with a lot of countries. So maybe economy will slightly start breathing. I think deep state or military would definitely like peace around, and then develop economically, so that come out of this crisis. But we don't know exactly what is in their mind. But I was giving you an overall feeling in the security community of Pakistan that Iran falling will be very, very detrimental to security of Pakistan. So they probably cannot afford it, and that's why they would definitely give a shoulder to Iranian efforts and also play a diplomatic role. Pakistan has a very good relationship with China. We are now even in South Asia, other than India, good relationship with most of the SAARC countries, Middle East, Turkey, in Central Asia, even Russian Federation. Because I've been to Russia twice, and we enjoy a good, I think, workable relationship. There may be differences on, let's say, Russia supplying arms to India, but otherwise, I think it is much better than what was there in the Cold War. So basically, it's a middle-level power which has to adjust to different situation. Wherever there is a space, they would like to, get benefit out of it. But the general feeling in the region is that enough is enough of the destabilization, especially after Israelis struck Qatar, a so-called friendly country. So there was a Saudi journalist on TRT on Russian TV 3 days back, and he said that we know there's a plan for balkanization of the Middle East. What has happened to Libya or Syria or Iraq, now it's being tried in Iran. Because, destabilizing Iran is not very simple. Somehow people don't understand the internal security structure of Iran. So I've done a lot of work on that. And the power available in the military to act externally. Still, they have their allies in different countries. And mind you, in Pakistan also, 10 to 15% is Shiite population, which generally have affiliation with Iran. So Iranians have also now realized for the first time that Pakistan could be a fallback position for them. So this is the kind of strategic thinking that Middle East should not be shoved into more wars. We had enough of it, and somehow you cannot trust any, I would say, entity which is trying to play one country against the other. So I think Pakistan would like to have more stable region and would definitely not like Iran to fall. Iranian military capability is huge. Internally, when the protest started, so I was going on a lot of TV channels in Pakistan, and they were asking what could be the result. So my own assessment on the day two was that, there could be, let's couple of thousands of protesters, or let's say some of them were terrorists, and Iranian internal security
Is Wakar's
forces.
camera frozen
Yeah,
for anyone else?
there's an echo coming. Yeah.
Yes, he's frozen, but can you hear him? The echo is quite bad though.
Wakar, your camera has been frozen for a while.
Yeah.
Alan, when you're not talking, you need to mute because we can hear ourselves from your side. I just want to add on a bit on what Wakar said. For the people who don't understand, Pakistan have a massive rebellion problem from the Baloch people, which is basically at the border with Iran. So the same Baloch people, the terror group or whatever, is very excited about the situation in Iran. So if Iran regime collapse, that will allow this Baloch army or whatever to form up on the other side, which is then not the safest thing for Pakistan. So it's not. So there's no reason for Pakistan to support the fall of Iran government. That's what I think. Oh, he dropped off. Yeah. Jure, your one is don't have echo all the time. The worst is Alan's one. I'm not sure why his one is so very, very bad. But maybe because he's using the car audio, maybe. I'm not sure. maybe he listening the streams with the car.
No, there's a really how to say, it used to be everything automatic and good. The default setting of audio on Telegram, on Streamyard, it used to be very good. It did it by itself, but now you really have to play with it to find what works. You have few options on audio settings in Telegram, in Streamyard, and when you choose one of them, then you will lose or get the echo. That's what I believe is happening. It's not about the microphone or the speakers, unless you have speakers pointing towards your microphone on a computer, then that will do it. But it's settings, default settings on StreamYard. It's kind of messed up lately, I would say. It's not plug and play anymore like it used to be.
No, it was just me. This is new. So I watch every week. I'm Wyatt's biggest fan. Wyatt is the only one on the internet who is consistently right. He's correct about all the news, and nobody else gets it like Wyatt does. But the thing about Epstein, Wyatt, seriously, you got to read the Q posts. If you read the Q posts, then you know about Epstein Island, and everybody's wrong.
I actually report on the QAnon stuff, before the DPA YouTube channel.
Oh,
like no,
Wyatt, that's
when we go one, we go all. No, the thing is, there's too much misinformation within the Q stuff as well. That's the problem. I do fact check some of the things. It doesn't turn out.
No.
Like the most disappointing one, is which one? Is the one that they say that there's tunnels under the Central Park, and then the
posts.
Then the hospital ship came, and then they said that they're going to arrest all these people and they're going to save the children, and the hospital ship is for the children. I was like, okay, let's see, what is it? Then nothing happens.
Wyatt, that's not in the posts. Search the posts for the tunnels. It's not in the posts.
Yeah, because I was following it on Twitter, so I was reporting it, and because 4chan is not a comfortable place for me. It looks very insane.
Yeah, but Wyatt, just the post, the 4,000 posts, you search the posts. And if it's not in the posts, it's not true. and everything in the post is coming true now. We are so thrilled. Thanks,
Yeah.
Wyatt.
No, the thing about the Q stuff is that because there was so much misinformation, it was so messed up in the Twitter space, right? So end up people just give up. Like then of course the tech censorship basically shut it off. Like all my videos on that was all nuked by YouTube. So it's all only on Rumble. Like on the one on YouTube is all gone. So the problem is all these revelations about the child trafficking and all these things lately, the past 1 year, has all been coming out more and more and more and more. Which then I can understand the people who believe in the the QAnon stuff. Like it's going to get excited because now everything is coming true. And even some of the officials on Trump's side, they reporting that they caught all these people who are smuggling children. They caught these people for what? There is all these things but it's very low key. They didn't like blow it up, like not like the QAnon time. So
it's awful.
So I can understand the assignment though, but it's
oh Wyatt, it's awful. The child stuff is awful. But Kash Patel is a QB. All of them. The Q thing is working. It's glorious.
So can you
I'm a bit confused.
provide some explanation, Pamela, on that?
History Anonymous. What is your actual position on this? Because I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic about it or not.
Oh, you got to read the posts. There's several.
No, can you say it? You should be able to repeat what posts say.
Maybe share some overarching stuff, structures, because these people are never going to go to 4chan.
Okay, go to it's qalerts.app. qalerts.app.
No, hold on. I'm just confused as to what your position is. Are you being
posts? There's actual.
No, I'm not doubting that. No one's doubting that. I'm asking
you either read them or you don't.
Yeah, but I'm asking you to tell us what you think about this. It sounds like you're just
go to qalerts.app.
Can you present a personal statement, please?
Oh, well, the History Anonymous is about, I spent 30 years sitting in Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, and what the kids say, the kids on drugs talk history, what real people say about history. And then I researched and wrote a book with 200 books, and I quote these 200 books. That's my YouTube channel. But
so you wrote a book with 200 books.
Yeah, I quote books. I don't. It's not my opinion.
Okay,
I don't have an opinion.
Reference.
The qalerts.app is where the Q posts are.
Is this your app?
No, it's just one of the places where you can reach the Q posts. There's 4,000 posts that some agency of less than 10 people in the military, in the Department of Energy posted, and they did this operation starting in 2017 where they released information, and you either read, and I caught it on day 10. So I got to read it every day instead of having to read all 4,000 at once. So it's a little daunting to have to read 4,000 posts. But if you just read the posts, then you know all about Epstein Island and the government and the vote cheating and COVID virus and all of it. It's a military operation.
What if I don't want to read the posts and instead
then you
are you going to please let me please let me finish a point instead of interrupting.
Sorry, I apologize.
What if I don't want to read the posts and instead I would like to have a conversation with somebody who claims to be well read on this topic, and then I ask this person to summarize and explain this to me? Because it sounds like you don't want to explain it. It sounds like you're just pointing us in that direction.
Sorry, Alan. Okay, so it's a government operation, an intelligence operation that has released this information to the public in 4,000 Q posts that sign Q every day. And it tells us all about the government operation and about Epstein Island and the COVID virus and the election fraud and all of it. It's a sting operation. It's a sting operation to catch all the bad guys.
Right,
It's a
right.
huge
And
operation.
okay, and you find this data, this information to be legitimate or understandable and
Oh, check it out. qalerts.app. Check it out. That's it.
well, that's not what I asked. I asked, do you find this information convincing?
Oh, you will. You will. Just read it. Read a few of them and you'll go,
Why can't you answer my question? What do
What?
you find it convincing?
oh, I'm an Air Force brat. I grew up in the Air Force. My dad was a light colonel at the Air Force Academy.
Okay,
USAFA.
fourth time. Do you find this convincing?
Oh, you will too. I guarantee it.
Okay.
100%. Just check it out. qalerts.app. You'll love it. You'll love it.
We need to get you a sponsorship because this sounds like they could pay you some good money to be spreading the word.
Well, but see, I do the Alcoholics Anonymous thing, so I have to stay anonymous because none of us in AA are experts.
We'll get you a
we'll
get you a what is it called, a 403c nonprofit charity so that everyone can send you money that way.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun? No, we're not allowed to make money off of AA. It's all donations. We don't even take donations. AA is secret. That's what's so fun about all of this. That's how I caught the anonymous thing early, is that I'm really schooled in the legality of anonymity. Anonymity is very important. It means nobody's an expert.
So does the government possess the ability to kind of store all the data of us?
Oh, you betcha. They got everybody. They got your DNA,
and then
your fingerprints.
And then anonymity is very important, right? So we got to try to muddle that data as much as possible.
No, just if you want to be right with God, that what you say and do is going to determine your future, right?
Okay.
What job you get, where you go. See, Wyatt, works for the Chinese government in a way because he keep telling us this.
I'm curious.
Pulse.
I want to know.
Wyatt has his pulse on the truth. Wyatt is a very powerful person. That's why they suppress him.
I knew Wyatt was an asset. I freaking knew it. This whole time I knew Wyatt was an asset.
Wyatt's dangerous to intelligence operations because Wyatt is smart and he knows what's going on. So they have to suppress him. That's why he can't get a larger viewership on YouTube. And as much as he's Chinese and wants to make money, he's just stuck being a servant of God for a while.
Okay, so wait, using this logic though, because I like this, I agree with this. Using this logic, does that make Waqar dangerous to the Pakistani government?
You all are. You are too, Alan. Anybody who's interested in the truth rather than succumbing to the narrative like a sheep is a dangerous individual. And Wyatt, thank you for letting me. I love you guys because you're all truth seekers. Everybody who comes on this show is a golden age truth seeker, and the future, the best is yet to come, and it's on the way. Nothing can stop.
Right. I feel like you've really got your finger on the pulse here. So I've been thinking about this concept. I need you to tell me, or what your thoughts are at least on the concept of goy slop. What do you think about goy slop?
Okay, there's two kinds of Jews. There's globalists and patriots.
Let's talk about. Let's not use the word though because we don't want to get Wyatt, right.
Nationalists just want a little country where it's safe to haggle over politics. And the globalists think you need to have a worldwide government all ready for the Messiah to show up. See, they're trying to create a messianic age. So they're doing what they think God told them to do, which is to make a worldwide government starts with a J, ends with an H, has 1, 2, 3, 6 letters. A 6-letter government with a 6-pointed star, all ready for the Messiah so they can have a messianic age. And the nationalists just want a little country where it's safe to haggle over politics. And to them, the nations are evil. In the Old Testament, Google the nations, and the nations having a state is evil. So they think they have to get rid of the state of Israel and for God to give them the Messiah. They can't have Messiah until they get rid of the state of Israel, because the Messiah is the one who will set up the state of Israel. Make sense now?
I'm tracking. I'm definitely tracking.
Good.
There's multiple. It's a multifaceted idea, I'm sure.
No, just two sides. It's a war. They're at war with each other. The October 7 op was designed to get rid of Netanyahu. They were supposed to go inland and kill Netanyahu and get rid of the state.
Remember, try to watch what you say. Right.
Oh, sorry. They were supposed to get rid of the state.
Don't worry, it's okay. We just get demonetized for this stream. That's all. It's not that a big problem. Super chats will not get demonetized. I just cannot do ads. But anyway, I cannot do ads anyway. So it's on the open mic channel. So don't worry.
Wait, does that mean Wyatt? Hold on. Wyatt is an agent of the Middle Kingdom, then, right? That's the truth here.
No, they're doing good. They think they're doing good. They think they're doing what God wants them to do. The state of Israel is innocent.
Well, hold on. Doing what you think God wants you to do and doing what God wants you to do are two separate things, right?
Yeah, isn't that fun? Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I need to doing good. Everyone believes they're doing good for their own country. Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone, every side believes that. That's not important.
Nope. Not me.
That's not important. That's not significant. Okay, Wyatt, read the super chat.
I need to read the super chats first from Madeline. Madeline said, no profit in smuggling kiddies now these days, not even for medical experiments. I am sad because I have a signed copy of Understand Power by Noam Chomsky. And then he said, I'm not a truth seeker. I like lies. I never trust experts. I always like any major medical operations performed by street cleaners, not street cleaners.
Street cleaners. You see, that's code, right? Because he knows the code. If they're not street cleaners, they're called the street cleaners, right? It's because it's all part of the op. It's all part of the op, dude. It's all working together. Everything's connected. From the Rothschilds to the World Bank to the IMF to the freaking Paraguayan Special Military Detachment 7. Right? Like it's all one thing. They're all working together. Okay? You guys got to know this.
Trump is putting the EU out of business. He said that in 2016.
He needs to subvert them completely. Exactly.
He is. He said so in 2016 in the campaign. He said, I want to break up the EU into separate countries again.
I probably missed that, but I'm quite sure he's famously say that the EU is formed to fuck with the US. So that I actually have to agree.
Yeah.
Where is his wife from? Which country is it? Slovakia?
Slovenia.
You know what we need to make Slovenia a state of the United States.
She was raised under communism.
Me too.
Super chat by Vaughn. Allah's will be done.
Hi,
that grammar sounds weird. that is some weird grammar.
So it's working. The EU is going down, and so is NATO. NATO should have folded in 1991.
Actually, that's true.
Russia is America's natural ally. We've always been friends with Russia.
You see, now I'm on board. I'm in.
Hey, Nika.
You got where Ellen's no interest is now.
Hey, Nika. Do you know that the Quran was written by a couple of Jews wanting to get rid of all the Christians?
Yeah, I heard about all of them. Yeah, all of the theories. It's written by Satan, it's written by Jews, written by the aliens. I heard all about that, but you need to provide the proof.
Crazy right now.
But God uses everything for good. It's all going to work out just fine.
Yeah, but why couple of G's will make a book that attack them. That's the
Say
question.
it again.
Every knee
No,
shall
Dika,
bow.
I can explain. Dika, I can explain because I actually did watch about it. So the main reason is because imagine the world. Okay, so the world before Islam, there's only Judaism. Okay, let's say and Christianity.
No, there was
problem
no
with
Judaism.
Christianity-
That's a myth. There was no Judaism. It was only Christianity.
Yeah. So whatever it is. So the thing is, for the Jews, Jesus is a traitor. He actually subverted against the Jewish way of religion. So which is basically written in the Bible, right? Because he overthrew the thing. He was angry with the whoever the Jews in the temple and whatnot. And then Jesus created this new religion where accepts everybody. Then the Jews, of course, is not happy, right? Because now it's like you're subverting our religion into another religion, and then it's like confusing people. So that's why the story was that then there is this idea to demonize. But it's also weird because in the end the Jews that themselves got demonized. So
No,
yeah,
Wyatt.
karma.
Wyatt, there's two kinds of Jews. There was Pharisees and Sadducees. And the Sadducees were like the globalists, and the Pharisees were the nationalists. And all the Sadducees became Christians, and the Pharisees stayed as temple worshipers. They stayed in Jerusalem. There were two kinds of Jews, and Jesus was only mad at the Pharisees, not the Sadducees. He was with the Sadducees. They were the good guys.
They were not.
But in
They were
actuality, the Christians were going to temples in the beginning after Christ. They were not pushed out of the temples, so they were following Jesus' word, but they were together as a Jews nation.
Well, yeah.
Only in '64, when they didn't want to join the rebellion against
Can we read the
Rome,
super chat real quick?
that's when they were kicked out of temples.
Von have a vision. He said that Charlie Kirk told him in a dream that America will take Greenland by March.
I'm in.
I actually got a feeling that this could actually happen by March. That's a problem.
March
Wait,
is still
hold on,
too cold.
Wyatt, what's the over-under? I'm going to put money on this. What's the over-under on this?
Oh, I have no idea, man. But I got a feeling that they have to give up, right? So I'm not sure. I'm a very bad gambler, and I'm a sore loser. So I can't give you good advice.
Oh man. We'll bet. How about this? If by March 1st they get Greenland, I owe you all the super chats from this stream.
You're
Like
gonna lose,
equivalent.
Alan. Don't do it, Alan. You're gonna lose. So Jura, the first temple was the Ark of the Covenant that they carried around with them. It was God in a box. And then they built a house for God. They built a house for the Ark of the Covenant, and that was the temple. It was a house for the Spirit of God that lived in the box. And so the Virgin Mary was a box that the Spirit of God came in. So Jesus became the new temple. So Jesus was the new temple, and they left the old temple behind. There's not going to be a third temple.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good interpretation.
the third
But,
temple will
Jews
be,
were
right? Because according to the Mormons, the third temple will fall out of the sky into Indiana. That's the
Mormons.
reality.
That's why Elon Musk is building the rockets, right?
Exactly.
It must come from the sky.
What's with the Third Reich, Third Temple, what's with the
Because
third?
demons, look, it's because the demons are afraid of the number 3, bro. The Trinity, bro. 3 in 1.
Yeah.
Sorry, the tree have a very different meaning some years ago.
God,
why it's getting it, dude. Why it's a true American patriot.
Amen. God can't be human, so he became.
That's
human.
heresy. I will not stand for your blasphemies in my chat.
So Jesus is our
No.
intercessor because he
Jesus
was human.
Christ is human and man and God. Well, what human and man? Is
Yeah,
man
but he
and
can't.
God.
So what's the Holy Spirit? What's the Comforter? The Paraclete?
Upgrade coming to the stream. I was like, what the hell?
Hey,
Upgrade,
Upgrade!
dude, you're here. We're having a really deep theological
Hi,
conversation. So we
Upgrade.
need your take. We need your take.
He
on the
immediately got
Trinity.
confused. He immediately like, what the hell?
We're dragging him in. Upgrade, what's your take on the Trinity?
Wait, but I need to say
So
super chat first. There's a lot of super chat.
Yeah.
Wait. Madeline, I am helping you out today because you're definitely going to be demonetized, and I'm at the most boring dinner party. On the upside, I'm drinking a 78-year-old Macallan whiskey. Check it out. Yum yum.
You spelled Macallan
and
wrong.
also,
Drink one for me.
4 types God. Religion is a force multiplier currently for goons. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Base.
So what
Upgrade,
was
how do you
interesting
feel?
is that the Christians were kicked out of the temples in '64, right? Because they didn't want to join the rebellion against Rome. So
Mhm.
when the Rome banned Jews from entering Jerusalem after destroying the temple and everything, they banned Jews entering Jerusalem. But Christians could enter Jerusalem. And this is the effect of the Paul teaching, that actually they used it to, to make a Christianity enter Jerusalem after they were banned by
It's
Rome,
the prophecy.
What did-
It's the prophecy fulfilled, right?
Yeah.
What did
Exactly. You
Jesus
get
say?
it.
Jesus
Yeah.
said, "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. My kingdom
Well,
is
that's
not
what
of this."
Paul. That's probably what Paul wanted, not Jesus.
Paul.
I would say.
Paul was
Here's the
an
thing,
educated
Yuta.
Jew.
Before you make an accusation like that, you have to justify, because I know your position is that Paul made up a bunch of stuff, but you have no way to prove that.
Paul never met
Well,
Jesus. Paul only
yeah,
met
but
Jesus once in the spirit on the road to Damascus.
yeah, but what he did,
met
he
Jesus in the
came to
flesh and
he
the
came to
glorified form
he
of.
came to Jerusalem. Paul came to Jerusalem and threw away James as a leader that was positioned by Jesus.
Oh.
Jesus positioned James, his brother James, to be leader of Christians.
Oh,
Not
they
not
all.
Peter, not Peter.
Upgrade.
So he came
Upgrade.
in and
By the way,
rewrote
I'm not
out of
even
Christianity.
joining this
know?
chat. I'm
They
not even
all.
joining it.
Nika,
Imagine.
you'll like this, Nika. They all ran like rats. All of them. They ran like rats to the farthest corners of the earth. They were so confused. They denied him before he was even dead. They ran like rats. They didn't understand any of it. But Paul put it together and said, he was an educated Jew. And he put it together in a way they could start to understand. We still don't get it. We are still baffled. Isn't it great?
Well, one of the things Paul changed was the woman's function in religion, in society, right?
Jesus loved
He
women.
prevent-
Loved
Yes,
them.
and Paul didn't. Paul didn't because Jews didn't. So
Well, it was against the
he
law.
banned
That's
women.
too broad. That's too broad of a statement. It's not that Paul
Yeah.
didn't because Jews didn't. That's not accurate.
It was
There was a
against
place
the
for
law to
it.
talk
Doesn't
to a woman in public.
right, and that's rabbinic
Oh,
law. That's not reflective of the theological position of the Jews.
Jesus was a Jew
Yeah,
and he followed
and
all the law.
which
Yep.
kind of Jew was he? Was he a Talmudic Jew?
Sadducee. This Talmud wasn't
He
written
was
then.
not a Sadducee.
Well, he liked them. He hung out with them more than
He
the
hung out with the
Pharisees.
Sadducees who didn't believe in an afterlife. Are you
The
serious?
Pharisees killed him. The
Uh,
Pharisees
the
put him
Jewish
on trial.
leadership killed him.
The Pharisees, not the Sadducees.
You do
They
know
all-
the Pharisees couldn't make any action without the approval of the Sadducees, yes?
Without the approval
San-
of Rome.
The Sanhedrin was, although yes, it was hierarchical, it still operated off of favors and deals. So they absolutely needed the approval of the
They're
Sadducees,
Jewish.
at least the leaders of the Sadducees, at the very least.
They're Jewish. It's a deal.
I like
So
this.
wait, Felix in the backstage, please look at the private chat.
Felix, it's okay to be new. I'm new. Nika, keep up the good work, darling. You're so passionate. You're so determined. It's encouraging.
Yeah, he's so passionate to support ISIS.
Hey, you know, it's better than nothing. He don't sit home on his thumb and spin.
No, never. I don't support CIA. I mean ISIS.
Good.
Wait, Nika, I haven't spoken. Nika, I haven't spoken to you in a long time. Are you Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
You betcha.
I see. I remember. I'm trying to remember. I haven't been here.
He's
in a
a
long,
man
long
of
time.
faith. A man of
He
faith.
He needs to change, but we'll get him to come around.
Well,
A more practical one. Not. I need to be more Muslim than I am.
You need to be more faithful.
No, he does good. He's on here every week. Wyatt, thank you about the Q posts. You're so rare. Your reward will come. Hang in there.
I hope so.
Yeah. So did Felix get in?
I'm still doing verification with him.
Upgrade, you got to tell us your position on the theological importance of the Trinity, my guy. You got to hop in here. We're not letting you sit here. And there is a right answer. If you say the wrong thing, you're going to get dogpiled.
I don't know.
What's happening with Giovanni? He's over switching the tribes of the East, switching to on his side.
As a European Jew, you have to tell us what your position
he's
is.
fighting SDF now with new groups.
As a European, I'm shocked that we are losing against the United States. When I hear this conversation, I'm very shocked.
You guys were the original colonizers. What are you guys doing? Crank these numbers.
They got the power of God behind them. You guys have lost your God. That's the difference.
Power of God.
Donald Trump was saved by God. He's now the angel, right?
Is Felix
the Holy Trump?
Hey, Russians
Thank
are
you,
remembering
Stoner.
that Switzerland is joining NATO. Hey, Upgrade, what do you say? No? There's rumors in the Russian.
No. We actually have something different. We talk about to join an alliance with Austria because we are both neutral and non-NATO. So it's like we are, we are not dwarfs. We are
sure? Neutral? Are you sure?
That's in our constitution.
What's your take on a certain Austrian painter coming back from the dead?
He said neutral.
That would be a very bad thing. No, we didn't have problems with him when he was in power, so somehow.
Well, he was your homeboy.
Homeboy? I mean, like, we were happy to make money, but
I could totally see that guy and you meeting in real life and just like dapping up and be like, "Yo, what's up, man?" Like that would be you.
Getting drinks together.
No, man, I have too much French blood for that,
Yeah. Yeah,
hold on.
Yeah,
so this guy Felix over here. Is this a new guy?
Yes, Felix is new.
Yes.
Felix,
Hello.
you gotta introduce yourself.
Let him introduce himself.
Bush turned to painting too. You know that?
Jura, shut up. Let him introduce himself.
To have a drink.
Yura, stop talking.
He turned to painting. You should stop interrupting.
Alan. No, we're letting Felix talk. You interrupted Felix. You're interrupting Felix.
You interrupted me. No,
you're interrupting Felix.
Alan,
You're a
Yes, don't
like
worry. It's fine.
it's not funny. It's not funny. Alan,
you're a
Oh,
get a
oh,
light.
some
We can't
respect.
No, it's
see you.
fine.
Some respect. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot,
Okay.
Alan.
You're
I'll
a get a
interrupt
light.
you if you
We
do
can't see
interrupt
you when you
me,
talk.
Alan. Remember that.
Okay, we let Felix introduce himself first. He's new. Felix.
Okay, I'm Felix. I'm Italian. I mostly come here to listen to you and to understand other people's points of view when it comes to conflicts and such. Other than that, I've mostly come to talk about the stance that Italy has towards other countries in NATO and in the EU. As you might know, Italy is at the moment led by the Meloni government, and under Meloni, we've been quite quite
Played.
not neutral, as to say. We've aided Ukraine with weapons, and many Italians actually don't agree with sending weapons to Ukraine due to political problems that then come for us Italians and economical ones. We once enjoyed cheap Russian gas and a better economy, but are now relegated to a second-class economy, and even our GDP growth is becoming less and less, even among other European countries. For example, not even mentioning Germany, but just mentioning our main rivals, and when I say rivals, I mean our historic rivals like France or Spain, even though they are very much a brotherly nation to Italy, or even Greece. We have a very low GDP growth, and due to that, we're having various troubles to grow our nation and to resolve various issues that come with it. For example, we've had troubles with our immigration policy. Our immigration policy is basically rubbish. Imagine the American immigration policy, but without any actual government body that makes sure that the illegals are actually on paper, or for example, then sent back home. We have nothing of that kind. We are basically left alone to deal with it ourselves. So we don't have agencies that they'll. Okay, I see you have a question.
Buonasera, Felix. I wanted to ask you, because we have certain, views of Italy, that they're the wave, they're making the wave go up north, for all the immigrants. So you're saying there's no body of a government in the EU. That's obvious to everybody, right? But could Italy make maybe a little bit more to also, stop the immigrants?
That's certain. The problem is that if you look at EU politicians or EU deciding bodies of government, you'll see that they don't care about immigration, because for them it's just a free votes that they basically get. It's free workforce, it's free votes that they can get, and free
How can the immigrants
sustainment for them.
vote? How can immigrants vote? It's funny. This new
Vote, for
mythology,
example, if they become
mythology about this new mythology that's so prevalent on both sides of Atlantic, that
Why
immigrants can vote. It's
not
really strange.
immigrants, but they can basically vote if, for example, they well, no, they can vote, but because if they become citizens, thanks to various
No,
laws
it's
that are put in place in the
Yeah,
country.
but you need to give them citizenship. But you need to give them
Yeah,
citizenship
but
to vote.
things are so screwed that they get citizenship without trying. For example, they get citizenship without actually knowing much about Italy, and thus they become votes for the left-leaning
That's not
Italian
true.
party,
That's not
which is
true.
bad because of
Sorry.
various reasons. Because you have, sorry, what did you say?
That's not true that they get to become citizens without any effort. They just get citizenship. That's so funny.
Yeah, but they
Why
get
the new
citizenship quite
generations don't know
easily and
about
are
it?
then
That's
free
not so
votes for the
easily.
left.
I
If
don't
No,
know the
someone
Chat.
that's
law.
true. That doesn't happen.
I
That's
don't know the
that's
law,
like
Chat,
but
one
I
of
have
my four
for
been
tabs
there.
got.
example, it
And
happens in the United States, and it also happens in Italy. For example, in the United States,
no,
you
it
have ways
doesn't.
of.
Those are lies. It doesn't
In the
happen.
United
Voting.
States, you had, for
What
example,
actually why the
policies of
immigrants
having to
are
show
allowed and pushed? Why
IDs or
immigrants
such
are
things.
allowed and pushed into the countries is that they work hard, comparing to the natives. Natives don't work hard, always relax, and demand higher pay. This is the why
That's not
they're
true.
pushed in.
That's not true. That's not
I
true
have
at
a lot
all.
of things to discuss about this, but I'll take it down at various layers.
That's not true at all.
First layer, it's that natives work hard. You'll see that most of the workforce in Italy is made of Italians. Unless you go to jobs like farmers, for example, there you might see some workforce being utilized of immigrants. But when you look at normal workers like for example, builders or such, you'll see that they are mostly Italian and they work very hard. Other than that, citizenship is very much takeable in Italy without much effort because we have very lenient laws towards citizenship and how to gain it in Italy. And even though they are lenient or not lenient, when it comes to voting, you can have problems like they had in the United States, where there are various machine kinds of votings where you don't even have to show an ID to vote, and that's a trouble because then you have immigrants that are not part of the country, or even dead people that somehow vote.
They cannot vote. Those are the lies. Those are the lies. You cannot vote. You have to be registered. Okay. There's a videos. Everybody could see. They wouldn't let him vote unless his information matches what's in the computer. So you have to be registered first to vote, and then you don't have to show the ID. But your information have to match what's in the computer. So you cannot have immigrants voting because there's no ID, because there's a reason why they don't have to have ID. But you cannot vote if you're immigrant, if you're not registered to vote, and you cannot register to vote if you don't have right to vote. I can be that's how it works. Registering prevents, and your information have to match with what's registered.
Yes, that's
okay.
true.
So
if you
cannot come in with someone that doesn't speak English and provide right information that's registered already. And what happens if the double match? If someone shows up with the same match, same information, then what happens? Can they let you vote again? Because right? They don't let you vote if there's a match, right?
Yes, they don't let you vote if you don't have any
and then they claim they can sue you. That's what happens if there's a match. So that's fake stories.
Sorry,
Nobody can vote that's not registered, that doesn't have the right to vote. It's a totally fake story.
Which country are we talking about? Actually, I got lost in the beginning.
In the US,
Italy.
in the Europe, you cannot vote if you're not registered to vote.
Anyway, super chat. Four taps got say love to Felix. Oh my god, this $2 is very worth it. It's on screen for a long time. And one more thing. One more. Madeline said we bought an entire village, Lunigiana, in Tuscany last summer. A real steal. Don't worry, I will let Italians live there. Well, one or two. Sometimes I really do not know the things that Madeline say is real or not, because it's quite insane though. You bought the entire village.
She's drinking hard. Anyway, she's drinking hard.
You can see that there are problems in Italy of things like that. For example, our beaches, if you look at the Italian beaches, they are mostly privately owned. So you don't have public beaches or things like that. So they are privately owned mostly by foreigners. And thus that creates problems with the Italian economy and with working Italians. Other than that, there's a problem with immigration as a whole. For example, it's not regular immigration, it's legal immigration, where the immigrants risk their lives even coming into Italy. They do these crazy voyages across the Mediterranean that often ends in their deaths. And the traffickers that traffic them, because that's how I call them, they are traffickers, human traffickers, usually don't care about how they end up or if they die along the way. So it's not only a humane problem, it's an economic problem for the countries involved, both the host country and the country where the immigrant came from.
Is this still a problem now? Is there still migrants now to Italy? There is still.
Yes.
Oh my freaking god!
A lot.
It's not even
Actually,
reported
yes.
anymore. Like they're so
because
bored about
they-
this news. Like it's always the same copy and paste. Like they don't even want to talk about it.
I wanna just do some comments on what Felix say. First of all, I don't know about the laws in Italy, but I don't think they are so retarded to the point that any immigrant can come, they give them citizenship, and he can vote. Here in Canada, at least, you need to go to a whole process, vetting, to pass a period inside the country, to be legally inside the country, and then provide all the documentation and provide all the vetting and do certain exams, and then they can accept you. But you need to be coming legally. You don't need to, if you do any legal, like
No, the problem is
illegal thing.
after reading up on United States, right? No, I now believe anything.
No, United States.
because it's the retardation that you talk about is happening in United States.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm telling
that's
you,
my word.
I've been in the process. I'm telling you on a personal like experience. It's not like something I don't know. I'm passing with. Can I just? I didn't cut you. Please. Just let me finish my thoughts.
Sorry.
And you can respond. So those legal immigrants that come legally and have those the whole process, and then they can, when they give them citizenship, they can then vote. But illegal immigrants, they will be happy only to work there, not even like go into illegal status or given nation citizenship. It's not like as easy as. It's not they hand in them citizenship in the street. It's not like that. That's one thing. The second thing, if European really don't want immigrants, they shouldn't like fucked up the African continent and then cry about it.
Yes,
you see what's happening to Libya? Who did it?
Yes,
European did it, and then Libya is a gateway now. That's what happened.
Yes.
Libya is a gateway now to the immigrants, because when you destabilize a region, you will get the result is people will flee to a better place. That's normal thing. That's normal thing. If you live in a neighborhood, it's a fucked up neighborhood, and you see your next neighborhood is clean and good, you will want to move there. That's easy. If you fucked up it, especially the North African states, very important to Europe, because if you fuck those, all the immigration from Africa will go pass through Tunisia and Algeria and Libya. So that's what I want to say.
I agree.
Look how Nika and me say the same thing. We had the experience of getting the naturalization process. Natives believe this bullshit about immigration, immigrants voting. Natives believe this bullshit. Us immigrants, we don't believe this bullshit. We went through it. We know what are the requirements, what needs to be done to get naturalization.
Could I say something first? Okay. Before I continue, I see that Upgrade does his end race for quite a long time, so I'd like for him to talk before I continue speaking about this issue.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on something what Jules said, that the native population is very lazy, and that's why we need to import immigrants to the countries.
No.
I can just like, listen, I didn't interrupt you. Just let me get one sentence through, right?
But I didn't say that you have to. How you proposed it. You said that
No,
you
just
have
let
to
me,
because
just
it's
let
lazy.
me,
That's
just
not what I said.
Sure,
But
you
that's
are
what I
bitching about
Can you
cutting
hear
you
me?
and then you cut people. It's not fair. It's not fair, man. You are angry because people were cutting you, not cutting people. Be fair, man.
I'm just saying
exactly.
that's not what I said.
Jura, we just can't see you when you talk. If you get a light, we can see you talk, and then we'll shut up.
Anyways, when what I wanted to say is actually when you see, for example, I'll take Germany as example, right? They have Bürgergeld, it's basically welfare for the entire Germany. When in 2025 or 2026 now, the majority of Bürgergeld goes to foreign nationals, you know. So if we take in that foreigners come and they are a burden on our system, on our hospitals, infrastructure, and so on, then it's a clear negative. We need to have a regulated immigration. That's always been my take. It's not something you know, racist to or because of the past that we have a limited capacity for people to come over to our countries. I just take the example of Switzerland. You know how many people would like to live in Switzerland, even just EU members? There will be like 1 billion in our small, you know, in our small place. So it's all countries have rules, you know, immigration rules, and we should apply them. But the problem is the European Union is not applying their immigration rules. They just some of them countries bypass them, or even worse, they impose them on other EU members. Like, for example, for me, it's unacceptable that the EU is making fines for Hungary if they don't take, you know, immigrants because it's EU rule, because they some countries have too much. Then just regulate it better, and you know, then we will have not that problem anymore. But they refuse to, and that's why all the right-leaning parties in Europe start to skyrocket, and they start to become a threat to the people who are in power. And that's just the reality, you know. And if we continue like that, we're gonna have, you know, stricter, you know, people, and Europe gonna go more right-leaning on the whole, especially the big countries. Because if you see Germany and like Italy is still a big country, right? But let's take the big two, right? For the European Union, France and Germany, we are one election away, maybe, to have both this country turning right, you know. And not like the right conservative party, which we knew from the previous years, you know, but the more extreme parties. So if we just want to not acknowledge the problem, then it's fine, you know, but the population will go to the ballot box, because there is war with Ukraine and Russia. Now we have the problem with Greenland, where Europe is very weak on most of the front, right? Diplomatically, militarily, and economically. So we are pushed from both superpowers, you know, and China is also taking advantage of us. And we're in the middle, and we're just getting destroyed from all sides. And that's not acceptable for Europe, you know. It's just my case, you know. But after, it's going to be to the people to decide. I don't know who is first.
Super chat, Madeline said, price of slaves in Libya is going through the roof. I do not want to ask why she knows. So
Okay, now to continue what I was saying before, I think that illegal immigration is not only dangerous for the countries involved, it's dangerous for the immigrant, because they aren't brought into the country in an easy way. They are literally brought across the sea, and they usually starve to death, drown, or get sick along the way, which is completely horrible as a thing in any civilized country.
Just one thing. I need you to imagine what pushed a person to do that kind of dangerous thing.
But if we look
just the image of
Libya.
Why, Nika?
Libya.
Why? Nika, is it
Libya
just the
was-
money? Is it just the
Libya
money?
was-
Each case is different, but a lot of African countries, there is war, there is deplorable conditions of living conditions, and now with social media or TV, you see clean streets, you see people eat food, You see
Yes.
clean water. Just that is a different. Just having clean water in some areas, in some people, just have a running water, not even clean. Running water is a privilege. Having some electricity is a privilege. Some people cannot imagine the conditions of some people in the wars. The wealth still doesn't help those population. One of the richest countries are very poor. For example, I said Libya. For example, it's easy case to see the wealth they have and the conditions they live in is deplorable because of war, because of division, because of that each party is trying to gain as much as possible and trying to keep the country divided. So that's what make people wanna move.
I have a proposal. Italy should send a legion to Libya and just set up a city over there. Like you must embrace your Roman heritage. Like the Roman army is so fierce. Everybody's like, "Wow, it's so scary." Then you look at the Italians today. It doesn't feel the same. Like these different people. You need to embrace your inner Roman. Like send a legion or two. To Libya, set up a conservatory, that make sure that all the refugees can stay there. If not, the amount of money you guys spend on like protecting the border or saving all these people, feeding all these immigrants, you might as well just fund the whole freaking army and just go there and set up a city. I think it's cheaper. But of course, then that will be colonialism. Then people say it's no good, it's no good. But be like Romans don't give a fuck, man.
Didn't work. They've done that. That didn't work, man.
Back to Libya, I wanted to add one thing. For example, Libya was an ally of Italy after World War II. For example, we have a figure like Gaddafi that had various portions of the Italian market as an investor. He had various portions of Fiat, that is the main manufacturing body of cars in Italy. So Gaddafi was an important figure in Italy's economy. And afterwards, Gaddafi, who was an ally of Italy, was killed and murdered. And many Libyans celebrated that after he was murdered. But those Libyans weren't those Libyans that were allies with Italy, because they didn't know that Gaddafi was doing something to better their country, because they believed that he was a dictator. But
that's the brainwashing, right?
He was a dictator. I've been to Libya.
Yeah,
I worked there for a period of time. Listen. Let's be like, even it's the same as the situation in Iran. We cannot deny that they are dictators and they are fucking up their countries. The amount of oil that Libya had and the wealth that Libya had could be like UAE now, but it wasn't even before the war. I went there, I saw there. Even our Libyans went to Tunisia to get medical health, medical treatments, which is like they are way wealthier than us. So imagine that level. So if you have such a ruler, I can understand the people, but also I can understand that the situation now is very bad, and it's a gamble. Practically, it's a gamble. You can gamble with even the potential to improve or to potential to devastate even worse than we have. But I will always blame the leader who have the power, who can improve, but he want to have wealth. That's what I want to say.
But Nick, medical example that you provided, that Libya, that he's a dictator, is not right, because the Libya was under sanctions, and that's where the medical sector suffers the most, right? It's the weapons and the medicine that suffers the most under the sanctions. So it's to be expected. It's to be expected that Libyans will go to other countries for the medical care, right?
Yeah, but they can in that period they could deal with other countries
they have like they had like some solutions, but the corruption, the only person rule was the one who made it like this, because they had
But
the money to buy cars, to buy other things, you know.
you need a dictator to kill the corruption, right? You really need a dictator. In Arab countries, all militaries
that's a
are
bullshit.
very
That's a
corrupt. Are very corrupt. Use the power of their,
A human is a human.
you know.
A human is
Yes.
a human. A
Yes.
human is a human. If
So
you have a
yeah,
dictator,
when I say it, that's correct, right? You need
If
a dictator for such societies to keep them under order. Definitely do.
no,
But you need to provide example of where he's real dictator, where he was a dictator. What was he doing?
Super chat by Madeline. Fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. The problem is America keeps bombing our hospital and pharmaceutical plants. Dual use, you see, but eventually we will rise. I just want to add a point. Just now I was saying, when we talk about like Gaddafi, I was saying that that is the influence operation, or the the thing is that dictatorship or not, I feel that the more important thing is does the people have a good life? There's do you have the amenities and everything? I think that's more important than whether it's a dictatorship or not. So this is why I say it's a brainwash, because certain Western ideology is like, oh, it's a dictator, so it's bad, so you must pull him down. And then what you get is you get total anarchy in Libya, which is stupid, because they were used to be one of the richest country in Africa, the most well educated. They have free healthcare, free education. So it's insane that, oh, just because it's a dictator, so I got to give up everything good. It's not like Iran situation where people can't survive, and they have legitimate concerns. So it's kind of sad as well. That's why I always talk about the countries need to get their foreign policies right. Big countries will always screw with you. You have to play the game well. Like you see Erdogan, in Turkey, he know how to play the game. You see Hungary, he know how to play the game. Hungary, Viktor Orban, he know how to play. He know how to leverage his position in EU, but then he still continue to keep a relationship with Putin, and then he have a very good relationship with Trump. It is the foreign policies that matters. If you, like, I always criticize Iran for the moment you come out and say, oh, Israel is an enemy, United States is an enemy. Yeah, of course they're gonna screw with you. You already say that they are enemy. Then you cannot blame that they sanction you. That why the hell would they be nice to you if you already say that they are enemies? So that's my point. I'm not sure who is next.
You have to tell your population something after you being bombed, right? That's what they say. Israel is enemy because they were bombed, so they have to say something to their population, not to react with aggressive war.
No. What I mean is that the constitution. Yeah. No. What I mean is the constitution. It's just like the situation with Hamas. If your constitution is the elimination of Israel or whatever, something like related to that, then of course Israel is going to be your enemy. Because your constitution, your aim is already aggressive against specific side. So then, of course, they will not be nice to you because there's no reason to feed you or to support you. This is something that people don't seem to understand. I'm not sure why is it so difficult. Like sometimes I screw with certain viewers or commenters in the forum or in Discord. I scold them and then they piss off. Then they try to attack me. Then of course I ban them. Then it's like, dude, why you ban me? Then, of course you attack me. Why I want to be nice to you? It's like
Wyatt. Why Iran, for example, don't say death to Switzerland or death to Norwegish? Yeah. Why they choose because they are fucking messing with them in the first place, man. You cannot remove that part.
Nika, I don't understand it.
The revolution already the revolution
Turkey
happened.
shoot down a Russian plane. They literally just shoot down the freaking Russian plane, and Russia still be nice to them.
Listen, the Iranian revolution happened in the first place because they were messing with them in the first place, man.
That was the British. Nika, can I ask you, in Islam, you guys have judges, imams in every neighborhood, right? Like judges are more important than elected people. So in the globalist thing with the two kinds, They want judges, not elected people. They want to be ruled by judges. Like in Israel today, all the riots, they're doing the judicial reform. They want judges. They want judges instead of elected people. They want it not states, but judges. Does that make sense?
There's a religious state kind of thing, like religious state, rather than like a...
No. In Islam, there is no one who can claim they have the absolute truth. So it's only an interpretation. It's only his own. There's judges that are mandated by the state who can judge, but you cannot claim, oh, this is the religion in anyone. We don't have a pope. We don't have a clergy. Even in like big institutes like in Cairo or in Saudi Arabia, those are like just scholars who agree that's okay. This is the ruling of that subject or not. No one can claim they have the absolute interpretation or absolute truth on that subject. So this like thing is only. I'm talking about the Sunni, not the Shia, just the Sunni part of Muslim.
So what about the Shias?
Different thing. It's a very, very complex situation. They have a different approach. They say the Imam is the one who interpreted to have the connection to the correct interpretation of Islamic ruling, which we don't agree at all. We don't have those kind of things. So it's a different one.
How did Trump get them to not execute people?
Oh, the guy already got beaten to death, by the way. Just update, the guy that is supposed to be hanged, the first guy, supposed to be hanged by Iran, he got beaten to death in prison, so he's dead. So
the America thing is just a joke. It's just an excuse to blame somebody else. He's not going to put the blame on himself about what he's doing with his population. Oh, it's the fault of Trump. Oh, easy one. Come on.
Desi. Your mic has no sound.
Nunya.
Good. GG. Okay, then upgrade.
Desi played with settings. Play with the settings on Streamyard.
Go upgrade. I think upgrade.
Okay. Maybe try to raise your microphone.
I'm going to cut off upgrade as soon as. Can you hear me?
Okay. Now I hear you. Okay. Yeah. Go on.
And I apologize for the audio because even now I know my mic is shit. Now, first of all, I'm not going to touch religion at all, but I am going to school Nika because you insulted my boy, Gaddafi. He's my boy, man. Screw you. Like seriously though.
But truth is truth, man.
You comparing Libya to UAE, right? UAE has such good facilities, such good. That's because the 1 million Emiratis are served by an underclass, slave class of Indians, Filipinos, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis. Right?
I can redeem myself.
Where UAE's wealth comes from.
I hate UAE. I mean the amount. No. What I meant. I will correct my statement. I meant that the amount of wealth they had, they could achieve the wealth of UAE that we see now. That's what I mean. It's not. I'm not entering to
the way UAE's wealth is utilized. Yes, I'll give it credit. It is utilized well in city planning and whatnot. But UAE has no future, right? That is why they're going about doing their geopolitical bullshit in the Middle East, in the Horn of Africa, right?
Israel.
There is no industry. UAE has no industry apart from the airport and tourism. That's it, right? All they do is sell luxury products. It's a very big shopping mall. That's what UAE is. Libya had a future. Libya was a viable nation, a viable African nation. And under Gaddafi, they would have succeeded. Yeah, sure, they would have been dictatorship. And I said, good. They should have been a dictatorship.
No.
And just look at this. And Nika, you should look at like relative terms. Look at every other Arab nation, right? Algeria, authoritarian. Morocco, totalitarian. Saudi Arabia.
That's why we are second, man. That's why we're in a shitty place. That's why everyone is stepping on us.
because everyone is.
That's not
And
why.
DPA
So
The
Nika,
was
you need to
not.
be pro-West. You need to be pro-West. You need to know
The
yeah,
West.
you have to be
Trump.
pro-West.
No.
At the same
What I mean,
Gaddafi was
just
pro-West. Gaddafi
let-
was willing to work with the West. Gaddafi was talking to EU,
Everyone-
and that's what got him killed. That's what got him killed. He was
listen.
willing to house like flights and yeah.
why I'm against tyranny ruling, why I'm against dictatorship, because simply, it's very simple. I explained it very simple. Every human can do mistakes. Any human can do mistakes. If I do mistake, my only family will suffer. So I can be a dictator, no, nothing will change. But a president or a king or someone who rule an entire nation, if you do a mistake and no one can correct him, the fucking whole nation will go to rumbles.
But
they need
examples of no dictator.
Oh my God, sure. I
Only
will
examples.
not accept
No,
you to cut me. No, I will not accept
only
you cutting me.
examples
Especially you, I will not
not
accept you
having.
cutting me. I will not accept
You
you cutting
understand?
me. I will not accept you
That's
cutting me.
fine.
I will not
That's
accept
fine.
you cutting me.
You don't have to accept.
I will cut you then. I
Yeah.
will cut you then.
You know what?
No, because
Only
you especially
examples.
cannot
You have
accept
two
to be
examples
cut.
of countries
I will
in our world
continue
that are not
talking. I will continue
dictatorship.
talking. I will
You
continue
have only
talking.
two examples.
So when I
In
said
our
I will
world,
not
it's not
accept any
dictatorship.
dictatorship because
You understand?
there is no correction.
But you
I
do.
can accept
You
a king.
do.
I can
You do.
I can accept a king
Nika, you
that
do.
have I
You
can
do.
accept I can accept
You
I
do.
can accept
You
I
haven't.
can accept a king who have balances and checks. I can accept a president or a ruler who have balances checks. But someone who have
What's the balance
authoritarian,
and check? What's the balance
whatever
and
it
check
is,
on
whatever
Donald
it
Trump?
is,
What's the balance
whatever
and
it
check
is,
on Narendra Modi?
nothing,
What's the balance and check on Putin? These are all
nothing.
democratically
No.
elected leaders.
To think that Putin can do whatever he do, that's a very big mistake. Even Trump
I'm
cannot
so
do
in love
whatever he
with
do.
Vladimir Putin. Oh
No,
God.
he doesn't do whatever he wants.
So
He doesn't do
I have
whatever he
a
wants.
very quick question for
That's
Desi,
funny.
because Desi just now you talk about the UAE have no future because it's now just a big shopping mall. I just want to ask a quick question, because Saudi Arabia now, because they abandoned the crazy extremist Islam, right? Then now they are also becoming a shopping mall. Are they strategic rivals now in that sense? Are they enemies
Kind
and a direct threat to
Kind
UAE?
of.
They are.
They're competing. They're competing in the same sphere, right?
You see what happened
Now,
to Yemen?
they're trying. Both of these nations are trying to diversify, and Saudi Arabia is moving away from the oil business, right? And they're trying to diversify, and they have no clue on how to diversify well. UAE has, but they're competing in the same sphere essentially. And what the main goods, the main economy base that both these nations that that'll the only place it'll be viable is as middle grounds for trade routes, right? They are gonna earn most of their money through trade that passes through their region or even within their countries, right? That's gonna be their future. And in that regard, they're definitely competitors, right? And UAE currently they're doing well because they have a lot of experience. But Saudi Arabia has a larger population, is actually a nation state, and they have a lot of capital, way more capital than the UAE does. So yeah, I think Saudi will do better eventually.
Okay,
Anyway.
I think next is Upgrade. Upgrade's finger is broken now. Well,
Yeah.
I really wanted to talk, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on something or ask Nika about something, and then Nunia about something later after I asked Nika. In Iran, is the constitution based on Sharia law, or is it the foundation of it or not? Because I heard that it's that Iran state has the legal system around the Sharia law and the Islamic principle. Is that true or not?
They claim that, but it's the Shia kind of Islam. It's very, very different because the source of text, the whole philosophy of how to read the text, how interpret the text, how seek the legislation is very different from Sunni to Shia. So Shia, they can have the Imam. The Imam is only to the Shia. The Imam can say whatever he wants. He will be believed because he have a direct line to that legislation. But Sunni, there is no such thing. They're only the Sunni Islam is just an opinion of what you interpret it between like you have like 3 doctors who will like debate if these symptoms are that illness or the other one, and what we can do with it. But Shia is like one doctor who lead everyone and say, no, you have that problem, and this is the treatment. It's a different philosophy, different things. It was started politically, and then the history is very, very diverse and stuff.
Sure.
Okay, great. I just wanted to add something. Nunya, are you happy with Canada making this deal with China?
Oh, sure. Yeah, why not?
Jura.
Which deal?
I got a bad feeling about it though. Like no, it's like, but I have to say, no, Canada have no choice. Like there is no bigger trading partner after United States, which is China. So because of the desperate situation,
guys,
no choice.
let me buy the electric car then.
It's coming. Definitely, it's coming. But the problem is don't get stranded in the wilderness.
I just get a kick out of all of this Western hate on for the Chinese, right? Because, they sign contracts, they honor their contracts, they're reliable business partners. That's what you want. And, I read the right-wing media here, and they're all talking about how, oh, this is a step towards communism and all this horse shit, like these ancient tropes from the 1980s. Yeah. And it's like it's never going to work, because the last, like, if you could go to Toronto, I mean 40% of the population's from fucking China, right? Everybody married to, like, we're all integrated with Chinese people. They're all hardworking, honorable people, they do what they say. You don't, like, so you're never going to pull that shit here. You might up in some redneck town up in northern Ontario somewhere, but
or even here, or even in
welcome investment. It's a welcome trade deal. It's long overdue. We never should have slapped EV tariffs on them in the first place, and all it did was screw up our farmers. So it's a good deal for the farmers. It's a great deal for Canadians.
It can even decrease the prices, because car prices are like,
you can't afford a car here, right? You just can't. It's insane. So it's all good.
It's
all good.
I think.
Oh, totally. Good. Anybody who, like, all you have to do is point to Europe. Like, the moral of the story is don't be a vassal state. And all you have to do is look at the EU and see what happens. So, the goal here is to diversify our trade by at least 50% within the next 10 years. That's what the foreign minister said the other day. It's an ambitious goal, but at least for the first time in my lifetime, we're moving in that direction, and quickly too.
We have hope. No, but if you don't like Chinese, do better than them. That's it. Easy. It's an open market. You want an open market? You don't want a communism? Open the market, man.
I think also it's very good that what Nunya said, right? The diversification of be dependent on the USA so much, right? So have also leverage on talks, business talks especially, because right now you're getting, just crushed by the American president who don't like what you're doing. Is exactly what you said, Nunya, right? Look at Europe right now. We're getting crushed from everywhere, and we can do nothing because we have no leverage at all. So what Canada is doing is actually
punch the guy in the face and walk off. You got tons of leverage against a bully like that. All you got to do is use it.
Yeah. The problem is Europe have more choices, are more like they are in a strategic place that they can do better. In Canada, we have like a very, very like dependent situation. Not naturally, we can be very easily dependent to the US. We have a larger population, a big economy, no close neighbors that we can trade up. But Europe is like they're having everything, but they are screwing it, like intentionally. That's the issue.
Canada have no choice. It's just ice in the north. there's a scary monster in the west, and then in the south, one super long border with United States, and then to the east is just water, and Greenland, and then when Greenland become American, that's it, you're encircled.
But wasn't the same case with China for 40 years? They couldn't trade with their neighbors. They were poor or semi-enemy like India and Russia. So they were basically
that's why it was that's why it was a shithole.
So, but they succeeded. But they succeeded, right?
They succeeded because United States let them get wealth.
It doesn't matter why. They succeeded, so that's not problem for Canada.
No. The why is very important.
The separation. No. It's always same with Europe. Europe has an option to say no to United States and do its own
and
thing.
then what? And then what? And then what?
And then do it. And then do it. Like it's not hurt. No, and then do it.
Doing it.
No, what do you? No, let me just speak because like Canada's actually doing it. All you got to do is reach out. All you got to do is reach out to other countries and start signing deals. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So if you don't want our products, okay, fuck you. We'll sell them somewhere else, and that's what's happening. And that's what's happening in Australia. That's what's happening in South Korea. Like everybody's waking up.
Super chat.
You're gonna see lots of empty shelves in America very soon. And at much higher prices.
Super chat by Media. At this rate, T looks like Europe will be cut down the middle like in 365 AD. What happened in 365 AD? Fall of Rome?
Yeah, fall of Rome.
Oh, okay.
Really?
So Europe can do whatever it wants. It's just that it believes. Basically, the Americans blackmail Europeans through Fed. ECB is blackmailed through the Fed. The setup of ECB is how it is. It's provided from the previous time, and they believe, all the ECB leadership believes in Austrian economics, and they're convinced by British about that. British is taught economics in Europe. They follow in it, and they constrain in themselves, but because of believing that, not because they cannot do it. It's just a belief. What they do, what they need to do. They constrain each country by not being central bank, but believing that needs to be behaving to cut the deficit, to be on its own, to take its own responsibility, not to do the proper work. What needs to be done? They're doing it by force. They forcing it. They spending so much money on Ukraine, throwing away the money, and now when the maturity comes, their only exit will be to turn central ECB into central bank and start selling bonds. That's only option for the exit, for the saving Europe.
But no. I think to save Europe need to militarize and start colonizing the world again.
In 2008,
that's 20th century. That's 20th century logic, Wyatt. Jesus Christ. No, all you got to do is give Russia a call. Say, let's get that Nord Stream up and running again.
Oh, then I also agree. This
is not rocket science. We just need leaders with a bigger set of nuts than Maloney. That's all. We got a bunch of cowards.
2 brain cells at least.
In 2010, the ACB was saved by Fed. They provided in 2010, right, during the crisis. Fed saved up the ECB. They didn't, and they provided so many funds for so many banks in Europe. Right, you all know that. This is what they did in COVID too.
So the Americans are the good guys here.
Believe it. No.
Well, we're going to end the Fed.
In dependence. They put ECB independence on the Fed.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. And now the Fed's going down. Now the Fed's going down.
No, it's not going down.
Oh, watch.
No.
We'll have a gold digital dollar replacing the Federal Reserve note. We're going to retire the Federal Reserve notes and replace it with gold digital dollar. Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah. Actually, what History Anonymous say is it's very close to what is actually trending towards. I'm not sure if it's the truth, but it's the Trump administration is really going all in on crypto. Like, no joke. Like, it's quite shocking. Anyway, super chat. Sorry, Madeline dropped a lot of money.
It won't work though.
Madeline just spent the last half hour being shown the hostess's artwork. I try to be nice, but my husband says me stating it reminds me of the stuff my daughters brought home from school when they were 7 years old was a bit of forced pass. White ladies burst into tears so easily. So you tell her the truth? Is yeah, but no, yeah, Madeline is a very straightforward person, Yeah, it's fine.
Could I just
I went through art school, so I went through design school. Critique is very important. You need to critique so that you learn. If you give them certificates and say it's nice and it's good, despite it's shit, you're doing them a disservice. Just like we always tell the Europeans, your continent is going to hell. Do better. We have to be honest. This love, this tough love.
If I could add something.
Go ahead, Felix. Go, Felix.
Okay. In 395 AD, Anno Domini, there was basically the death of Theodosius, so the Roman Empire was split in half. So that's what they were talking about with the previous comment.
God.
395.
Yeah.
Yep. Why using always the past? Come on.
Okay,
as I recall, they took melted gold and they poured it down his throat, and that's how they killed him.
So the thing with the philosophy of globalism is that you want judges, because the philosophy began when God punished the Israelites for wanting a king instead of judges. Remember that? It's very important passage in the Old Testament that the Israelis said, we want a king like the nations. We don't want to be ruled by these judges anymore. And so God punished them. That's the key to the globalist philosophy, is judges, not kings. Got it?
Oh,
yes.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of
I also
sense.
wanted to add that Upgrade wanted to talk, so I saw that he had his finger raised for a long time, so I think he wants to talk.
That's normal, Upgrade, don't worry.
That's normal. That's normal. You will get used to it. You will get used to it, Felix. That's a totally normal thing here in the open mic. That's tradition almost. No, I agree with what was said before. Obviously, Europe has choices, right? And they need to make choice. But at the moment, we're getting crushed from every side because we don't do the decision. We're scared of doing a decision and we don't know where we should go. Should we go now and talk again to the Russians? But we've been fighting them for 4 years and killing their people, and sanctioning their country like oblivion, Will they be willing to talk with us? Then we have China, who's taking advantage of us because they know we're in a shitty position. And then we have Trump on the other side, who sees us very weak and is taking also advantage. So every side, anyway, we're gonna have a bad deal. And now it's to choose the lesser evil, right? And that's the problem with European Union. And because we have weak leaders, obviously, we have fucked up, European Union decisions who come from top down, and no country can decide by themselves, either just small rules. There's so many problems, internal problems, from economics to immigration problems. So there's so many issues, and we need to fix first the bigger ones, but we are not willing even to touch the bigger ones, less than on the smaller ones. So we are very in a crazy time now in Europe, right? Where we could lose land from Greenland and we could lose land in Ukraine on the other side. So we can lose land on both sides, right? And that would just be catastrophic for Europe. It would explode Europe, and
Ukraine is not European.
No, it will do nothing to Europe.
You always, everything will do nothing, so that's basically fine.
Yeah.
Nika, go on.
So, sorry, just 1 second. I agree with you, but I agree with you in a part, but European, I think the leadership is very ideological. I don't know the hatred toward Russia and the non like there's something unlogical with what they behave. The logic say this. Everyone here agree with it. Different religions, different places, but they choose the ideological path. It's destroying their country. It's that's the issue, man. That's the issue. I said when we have dictatorship. Here is a different kind of dictatorship because they are set their side against Russia, so they don't give a fuck about anyone else. They don't care about their people, about anything else. That's the dangers of the dictatorship because in their mind, they're doing the best thing, but they don't see there is no checks and balances, so they do whatever they see. This is why I hate dictatorships. Yeah, go.
Mika, in the philosophy, the aggressor and the oppressor are the evil that God has ordered them to expunge. So they have to get rid of the evil, which is the oppressor and the aggressor. And Russia is the king of the north that's going to have the final battle. And the final battle will usher in Messiah. But the word Rosh does not mean Russia. It means opium. It's strong 72:18 and 72:19 that Eve will crush the Rosh of the serpent. And Rosh is not Russia, but all these good Christians like Lindsey Graham think that Rosh means Russia, the king of the north, for the final battle. Is that bizarre? God's such a comedian.
I don't know.
I don't know about all of that, but
it was forced first by U.S. to go against Russia. It was forced. Basically, the symbol is the black eye on Merz, on Scholz. Scholz black eye is the symbol of being forced to go against Russia. This is how it looked to me. The first Nord Stream and then Black Eye. And then, of course, British took over because Biden at the time was ineffectual, right? But British took over. They convinced whole Europe while exiting Europe and now controlling it, right? British exited EU, yet it controls it. Because they knew ahead of time what was the plan for the EU, for the Europe. That's why they exited before it started happening. But this is what shows that they've had long-term planning of what's going to happen, what's going to be done, and now they still following. Majority of them, they still following American deep state instructions. Europeans still not doing anything independent. Greenland is just a joke and game, all of it. Even though for the Trump, it seems like it's a punishment, taking Greenland away. It's a punishment for the not following his peace plan with Ukraine and Russia. This is what for Trump is. He's punishing Europe. Not that he wants to do anything else, but it's punishing, blackmailing, threatening. We'll take at Greenland, but Greenland doesn't mean anything for Europe. What's the catastrophe if the Greenland is not in Europe? There's no catastrophe. Because there's no benefit. Much of the benefit is just a pride and international law, right? It's international order. It's a law, international law, rules of the international borders. That's the only thing. And it's not going to economically damage it. It's just going to be pride. But they need to really remove these ineffectual, really servile civilian leaders that completely gave in to the military leadership. Military rules Europe. This is what's the problem for the Europe, that they completely gave in to the military, exactly to NATO rule. I mean, so many presidents of the European countries, presidents or prime minister, had a role in NATO at some point in time. had a role that worked for NATO.
It's where the money
This
is.
is the key. No, not so
Yeah.
much, but they know what they want, while the other don't know. They don't know their purpose. They don't know their reason for being a prime minister or a minister. Or they don't know what they want to do, what they need to do. They don't have the vision, right? There's no vision for Europe. Nobody is presenting it for a long time, so the ministers don't have any visions what to do. They're ineffectual. But NATO officers, they do. They have their own vision, and that's why they're stronger. That's why they overcome, and they can bribe and take, guide these to do something because they don't know. Europe is fairly successful. They don't have to do anything because it's fairly successful, rich, prosperous, still prosperous. I mean, it's waning, but so they have nothing to do, nothing. That's why they don't know what they need to do. Now that really their job is crucial. They need to lead population with a vision, but they don't have it. They don't know. But NATO has a vision. NATO officers, they do have vision. This is the
Money.
problem.
Big
Yeah.
money.
Well, it's not just money. It's also, let's not forget the fact that Europe really should have died off after World War II, right? But then you had the French and the Brits. They hitched their wagon to the Americans. And stupidly, the Americans went along with it. I would have been like, you guys peace out. And for the last 80 years, they've been chasing American farts and living much beyond their means, right? There's a reason why they want to take Russia. It's the same reason they've wanted to take Russia for the last 1,000 years. You got this big mass with all these resources and this plane with no resources. It's no more difficult to think of than that. So really, Europe is 80 years past its sell-by date. And now the chickens have come home to roost. The Americans are fed up with it. And they're basically saying, you want us to stay in Europe? Greenland's the cost of doing business. That's it. That's it. So that's where Europe is.
They can still lease.
I wanted to add that Denmark, for example.
Come on.
Yes, there's Mr. Lambo who wants to speak first, I think.
Yeah,
Mr. Lambo.
Like for Greenland, there was like, the same tactic that Russia did in the past with Crimea. They leased it from Ukraine. Why don't they just do that with Greenland? I mean, but Europe is stupid. They need to change completely the government of European government that we didn't elect the persons. We only elected the parties, and then you have stupid people like Ursula von der Leyen destroying everything. And Mark Rutte, that was not even capable to run his country in Holland, there's now has a very big, important function in Europe. They need to all resign. I don't like if you speak about Ukraine that you speak about Europe. It's actually NATO. They all agreed together as NATO countries to protect Ukraine. And they did a very big mistake in that for themselves because they were thinking that Russia was weak. Not that weak. It's not Europe only, because you take, even if England is going to leave and still rule the shit about Ukraine, is why? Because you're still member of NATO. So it's had nothing to do with Europe. Only these puppets of Europe are now in big shit, and they see like only one solution, and it's just continue and hope for the best. Actually suicidal. Stupid. You need to stop. But we have a stupid government in Europe, and the European Parliament is stupid. We don't have any choices anymore. But it's not going to take for long, I think. So, but I don't know. Maybe, we can see Europe as a dictatorship. Yes, because you're deciding. They just signed the contracts for the farmers in South Africa. And the farmers has nothing to say, and they are not supported by the citizens. It needs to change, and it's fucking stupid. it shows how Europe is stupid. Same, sorry for the guys in Canada, but signing a deal with China, knowing that maybe in a few years we're going to have not China as friend anymore because you're going to invade Taiwan, and we're going to put a lot of restrictions to China, and you go there
Why
with your
not?
order of Chinese cars.
A question,
and all
Mr.
that
Rambo. A question. Why do we care why Canada should care if China reclaim Taiwan? Why should we care? Remind me again.
I don't think that NATO is going to be happy with that.
Zero fucks given.
Why should we care?
Yeah, you just give it just fuck given.
Zero fucks given.
To go and speak and not play the baby.
Tell me some more about how communist China is going to take over my country. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Lambo just talking about how all the communists are coming. Be afraid. Be afraid of the communists, guys.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You have a government, same like in Europe, that is not able to speak and find solutions.
Gentlemen,
that's fucking stupid. You're acting.
I don't know. I don't know. It seems my government is actually going out and doing something, so I'm pretty happy with what they're doing.
Buy things from Alibaba.
Garrett.
Busy dudes.
Alibaba's awesome. I love Alibaba. Everybody should go on Alibaba and Temu. They're great. They're really great. Go on them. Everything's so cheap. Everything's so cheap. Go on it.
That's an
You'll save
easy
a fortune.
solution. That's a fucking easy solution. Make communist country fucking rich again. Oh, good busy. China is taking everything.
The communists. You got to be afraid of the communists. Oh my goodness.
Playing that fucking game. He's playing that fucking game.
So why
Mr. Negotiations. It's not difficult. The
Why
neighbor is just next to you. Go fucking speak with your neighbors and find a solution together and not playing the crybaby.
My neighbors are all Chinese. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we got tons of Chinese people here. They're all good people. It's all good.
But I don't give a fuck where they are.
We'll figure it out.
Garrett.
It sucks to live in Belgium. Belgium has fuck all.
You have a country that's busy expanding military like no other country in the world.
Oh,
you mean like the United States?
It must suck to live in Belgium. No one needs their shit.
Mr. Lambo is afraid.
But I don't give a fuck about Canada anyway. What do I need with ice cubes? I mean, fuck you.
Yeah, you're right. That's all we see.
What the good brother.
Mr. Lambo, while you are afraid about China invading Taiwan, while everyone like
it's not only Taiwan. You're fucking look at their military power.
This is hilarious.
America keeps threatening them.
So what?
So of course they've got to have military power.
They should leave themselves open like the European, so America can invade whatever it wants. We are talking about American allies invading allies now. That's what we are talking about. And you're not afraid about China?
I don't know. But...
Oh, yeah. I will believe Trump, yeah. He never lied. I will believe him. He said it. I will go there whether...
Hey, at least he says what he's doing what he's saying. He say, Maduro...
Yeah, Chinese do that. The same. Chinese say...
Just be afraid of the communism. Just capitalism is working so well for everybody, right?
Chinese say Taiwan is...
It's working great. This capitalist system of ours works wonderful.
That is the solution of a country to just go to Alibaba to do their shopping because you're so lazy to do good conversations and good arguments with their neighbors. Wow!
The capitalist system works so well for everybody.
Easy.
Yeah.
Fucking easy. It's fucking be shame as a country to do that work like that.
The mentality of European leaders.
I'm not happy. I'm just going to buy my thing on
Mr. Lambo represent the mentality.
I'll make a bet with you, Lambo. Let's talk at the end of the year, see which of our countries is doing better off.
Well, Canada's not good busy, but don't care.
Well, that was fun. Let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it at the end of the year. I'm serious. Like we'll compare notes at the end of the year. We'll see how you're doing.
Yeah.
So Wyatt, can I ask a personal question? You never mention how many kids you have. Wyatt, It's a personal question, but you never ever say how many kids you have.
He's sterile.
Just one?
Me?
Yeah.
No Chinese can be sterile. Otherwise, we don't have 2 billion.
I bet he's a great dad.
I think so. Anyway, super chat. Comrade Nunya, welcome to the real world by Voz.
Thanks, bud. Boss, get the hell out of the UK, dude. They're crumbling. Come with me. Come over.
He's turning communist. Why would he leave?
He and Boss, we'll start a business.
Well, one country that he lived in that was communist fell apart. Now the second country was wherever you move, you turn communist, and you make country fall apart. Was
Go upgrade.
Come back.
Go upgrade. Speak.
Upgrade.
Speak.
Speak. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Lambo, we need to deal with China, and we need to make business deals. It's okay, they are not evil people. They just want to make money, and we also want to make money. And then it's about who is making the better product. I always said that.
It's
and
also
it's
by
not
our,
about they
our
want
government. Great.
It's called comparative advantage.
Government is cheap anyways.
No, it's called
Mr.
comparative
Lambo, I will
advantage.
explain
Figure
you. I
out
will
what your
explain you.
comparative advantage is, and then export that. I don't know what Belgium's comparative advantage is, but that's what you need to figure out. You need to figure out.
Our government, Ninja, is destroying our own economy by not investing in our own products.
Okay, so you've got no competitive advantage then. You're fucked. Okay, gotcha. You're fucked. Okay, well, where I am, we have tons of comparative advantages. We'll be okay.
Why would the government invest? Really, that's just driving private money out of the market.
Yeah, but do you have factories that's closing because they are not selling buses anymore?
Yeah, because
I know all the buts, but you have to explain it to the people who are running the world.
Yeah, sadly, I'm not in government. But
I don't think it's that bad.
just seen happening. You're not promoting products that you made, like for Europe. You are doing everything.
Luckily, you're not in
promote
government.
your own products and not promote the one of another country if you can make it yourself on a not going to say better way, but on the same level.
That's our problem. That's not the problem of the Chinese. That's our problem. If we are not able to produce by ourselves, that's our problem, and we need to change the laws and to do it by ourselves. It's not always pointing at the other guy and saying he's to blame.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that China is a too easy solution. It's too expensive. Let's go to China.
So we just do expensive shit like in the US, and then everything is more expensive, and we can buy shit anymore, and we're this competitive wise weaker on the market because we just want to be proud about our own things. If we can just buy it for cheap, that makes no sense. That's just a fucking that's just dumb. There's some things done by the Chinese.
Deciding as government to buy governmental buses. No, but
Mr. Lambo,
what do you understand about that?
Mr. Lambo, it's nothing to do with understand. If you're not able to do by yourself and you delocalize your entire industry to China, and then they produce the things which we want for cheaper, and then you come back to the Chinese are like, oh no, don't do that. Why we're this competitive? Why are you taking advantage of us? No, we make this world like this, and now we cannot cry wolf when it comes back to bite us in the ass, right? So either we have this system or we change the system, but then after everything gonna be more expensive, and then you're gonna have average people who can afford less because everything is going to be more expensive. It's just simple logic, and it has nothing to do with China bad or China good. It's just that, like he said, Nunya, right? It's cheaper to buy on Temu than to buy in a grocery store in Europe. That's it. It's simple, economics, and we have growth from like average growth of salaries are not keeping up with inflation. So what you're gonna say to the average, EU, consumer? Yeah, just buy locally. Okay, buy locally, but there's a budget, for each family. There's a reality. You cannot just tell everybody just to buy locally just because you want to. That's a good start, but obviously you're never gonna replace a market with 1.2 billion people produce for much cheaper things which we can't produce anymore here, and we don't want to produce them here. That's why we delocalize things.
Think of it this way. China is actually exporting deflation to the rest of the world. Think about how much more expensive your lives would be without all this Chinese stuff, right?
Exactly.
So, it's crazy.
Yeah, look at
TV.
Allowed all
The
this
question
is inflation. But there is a solution to buy local. Switzerland has a lot of solutions to buy locally upgrade. You should know. There's local money. Germany has a lot of local money that's designed exactly for the local purchases.
Yes.
So there's a lot of solutions for that. I don't get it.
Super chat.
Yeah,
Quite a few of them. I just saw it. Thomas said, Gareth cleaned up and got a job, opened a paperclip factory, and became part of the bourgeoisie. If you can't beat them, join them. I can't fact check that. Yes, I have to ask Gareth. 4-Tap God say China immigrant platinum tier. Then Dented Helmet say, what's next? Cuba or Greenland? I vote for Belgium. Who wants Belgium?
Nobody wants Belgium. Like the Greenland actually has shit.
Yes, because you don't know shit about Belgium.
Well, I've been there many times, but yeah.
I'm complaining less than you apparently about Canada. I mean,
no, I'm just saying that you guys put nothing in Belgium.
Saying also, I'm complaining less about being.
Okay, tell me, enlighten me, Lambo. What is in Belgium that any other country would want to take? Like, what is there?
Backdoor to France.
You at least.
It's a
what do you
backdoor to
mind?
France.
What do you like? What is it? What is it that you're exporting that's so important?
Geneva brandy. Geneva brandy.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll float an economy. What else?
Yeah.
What else?
Okay,
beer.
No, but what else? I'm legitimately asking a question since it came up. What is it about Belgium? What are you exporting that can't be made elsewhere? Like, what is it that makes Belgium so great to invest in? Please go.
Belgium
French visa.
When they stopped presenting people in a zoo.
I'd actually like to. Well, true. Like the zoo thing was pretty helpful. Please tell me, Lambo. I'd love to know.
Give me a product. I give you a product. You give me a product of Canada. Huh?
Okay, cool.
You can do that like that. So I give.
Okay, wait. This sounds like a long time. Wait, I need to read the super chat. Wait. This sounds like going to be a long challenge. Johari said, "May the Great British Empire make a comeback." And Madeline said, facts. China supplies 70% of all imported food to Taiwan. This can't be replaced. China will have parity with SMSC in lithography within 5 years. China is lovely. I have spent months there. Oh yeah, okay. You can fight out. You can fight now.
Okay, cool.
Come on.
I'm going to start with the best one, beer.
Okay. Yeah. Is that a big industry? Like I don't know.
InBev is the biggest in the world. Come on, dudes. InBev is the biggest beer company in the world. Oh.
Okay. They're based in Belgium? Like the tax revenue is all going out of there? No, it's not. No, it's not.
They are.
No, it's not. I'm telling you that. Oh, well, no, it's not, Lambo. They all have subsidiaries all over. So, for example, your North American, that takes place there. InBev itself
is in Belgium. The main office is in Belgium, so it's still a Belgian.
Okay, cool. So you've got a beer company. Great. Okay, what else?
Give me.
Oil, gas, wheat, shit that people really need to make your beer, for example. So,
Do you have tulips?
Like you realize that the wheat is coming from Canada for your fucking beer and your waffles, whatever the hell else.
Netherlands have tulips. Do you have something else?
Okay, so you export beer. Okay, cool. Anything else?
We make it ourselves also, and it's very good one.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Very
anything else besides beer that you need to import all the, the shit for? What else? Chocolate? Okay, I didn't know you were a big producer of coca, so you must have to bring that in too, eh?
Yeah,
holy fuck!
Not from China,
Jesus.
but it.
You must have lots of factories and big assembly lines for that, all that imported stuff that you had to bring in. There's actually nothing that is in Belgium that can't be made elsewhere, is what he's saying.
Farmers in Belgium, we don't.
No, you don't? Okay.
Canada, we can't do
I've never seen anyone.
No.
Okay.
Super chat by Beto Sida. He said Lumbo calls himself a patriot, but is happy to hand over Greenland to Trump. People like you are the reason people like Joseph Borrell, Kaja Kallas, and Ursula von der Leyen
give
get
a 4-year contract, and you're going to
in power.
Expanding it after 4 years. Just put your
Once the contract, it says himself he wants to own it.
Leasing is not selling.
Yeah, so the super chat was cut off. It's like get in power. And there's one more. By Madeline. Belgium has ASML, but they don't need anything else.
Belgium has Brussels. It's all they need.
Yeah, it's going bankrupt.
Hey, they're doing good for now.
Can I say something, guys?
Charge an entry fee when we start hanging all the American
something else, Ninja?
officers.
Yes, sir. Please go.
Get back a bit.
So if SpaceX need to build a new tower for their rockets, they're going to call to Belgium. They're going to call to the second biggest crane rental company in the world, like the Dome in Las Vegas. You know that thing there with the funny guy that's in Las Vegas. We have the second biggest crane industry, rental industry in the world. The Palms in Dubai, the islands in Dubai. Who made them? Belgium, little country. You have the biggest.
Probably Holland, actually.
In the world. Canada
it was probably Smith International. It wasn't. It was Smith.
If you are going to build,
it was Smith who built it. It wasn't Belgium. Smith are Dutch.
Over new oil refinery, all your fucking cranes are from Mammoth or Sirens.
Yeah, they're all from Smith, which is Dutch.
Belgium, because you don't.
Smith International, based out of Rotterdam. Based out of Rotterdam.
Over the world.
They're based out of Rotterdam, actually.
Yeah,
and
while
Lambo was clowning around, I checked out the export revenue from Belgian beer is €3 billion. €3 billion annually. Like that's like a drop in the bucket. But anyway, cool.
Johari says one thing Belgium have is very important: Euroclear.
Because we're going to build it for you.
Yeah, Smith International is based out of Rotterdam, Holland, not Belgium. But anyway,
Mammoth is from Schiedam, Rotterdam, and Sarens, the second biggest one in the world, is based in London.
Tell me more. Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah, I used to work at Smith, so yeah, I know all about your industry.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Mammoth is the biggest, Sarens the second biggest one, and they're working together, and they have the biggest cranes in the world.
Yeah.
So you can't do without Europe. Even to fucking build your big factories and oil refineries, you're going to call a Belgium or a Dutch company based in Europe, to build your fucking factories. Even SpaceX is to do it.
Probably with the Chinese machines, though.
No, all the building is oversized. They have bigger cranes, but it's oversized. You can't even drive.
Okay, so he's got some cranes and some beer. We get you.
It's cool.
Let's move on.
Can I say something?
Because your fucking factory is to produce everything like Dazzle, make it built lift all your shit by a Belgian or Dutch company. So you still need us to build your.
He finally admitted it was Dutch.
How is Dutch? Sarens is Belgium, still a family company.
Yeah, they're fuck all.
Mammoth is for sale, so maybe Sarens going to buy it. They already own together one rental branch. So yeah, you're not really competitors.
Y'all done?
Yeah, I mean you can.
I'm done. I was done 5 minutes ago.
America had so much fun during World War II. You guys are a riot.
Yeah.
So one thing
They had nightmares in the Battle of Jordan because they say thankfully for them. We are still thankfully for United States.
Euroclear.
I just want to repeat this one.
We love Europeans.
Oh yeah,
They are
we blocked
so
that shit. We blocked that shit.
Oh God,
we have a
the
good prime
French.
minister.
Oh, the
Yeah, so I need to repeat this super chat because just now you guys were talking. So Johari said one thing Belgium have is very important: Euroclear.
Yeah. They'll be bankrupt in a few years. All that business is moving to Hong Kong.
That's different.
Russia sold the Euroclear for the money.
Prime minister. By the way,
Russia sold Euroclear for the money. So now Lambo,
they
you
won't
start
have the
working
money
for
back
Russia.
because it's frozen. That's the reason why they sued Euroclear.
You'll
No,
start
but
working
what I
for
mean is
Russia, so-
nobody's going to put their money in Europe anymore, and China's setting up a similar
they're going to
clearinghouse
still
over
do
in Hong
it.
Kong.
China.
Like all that business is moving to Hong Kong now, guys. All of it. So
Can we agree that
start
Belgium
producing more beer? You're going to need to. You know.
Yeah, it was good for the morale. Being drunk sometimes is also fun.
Hey, you'll
Can
get
we
no
agree
argument.
on that?
Try and break me, my dude. Try and break me, my dude. Won't take long. I'm from Belgium. We are very, very difficult to break. That's the German.
The German did you guys
Second World
quickly.
War.
Such a hard
The
one.
German did you quickly.
You were very breakable.
I
Thank you very much. In Second World War, you were very breakable, guys. Thank
The
you.
German.
Because we are
Yeah, they roll over in every war. But what a hardy bunch. Get the fuck out of here. I laugh at people like that.
I'm Canada. I make maple syrup.
Returning to the
Nah,
Greenland situation.
I just actually work hard for a living. That's all.
Let Felix speak, please.
Okay. Basically, I don't know if you have heard, but Denmark, for example, had given all its F-16s to Ukraine in exchange of NATO support and benefits, and F-35s, I think, from the United States. So now they are basically screwed.
It was the minister of Denmark that was so stupid to give everything and then say we can buy it, we can still buy it. So she gave not directly all the F-16s, but like all their vehicles and all that shit. She gave all the stock, and then said, "Let's buy it." So we're going to have it, but like you said, she doesn't have it right now. F-16s they still have. They're just going to replace it while getting deliveries of the F-35s. Same like Belgium is doing. Belgium is going to get F-35s. We already have 3. One broke down.
Yeah, but Denmark is going to have American systems. Yeah, and they are going to be invaded by America.
It's NATO, you know. And don't forget that the United States had a contract with Denmark for Greenland, that they could do everything that they want to, like for military bases and military exercises. They had already a contract about it. Why are they?
Which is why they don't need to seize it.
Yeah.
Right, but we all know it's not about that. It's about taking the land and taking the resources. That's what it's all about. We all know that, right?
Keep coming back, Nunez.
I think it's actually much more about Trump being able to say that he's a president who expanded the US's borders.
Well, there's that too, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Can I speak? Because you guys cutting. Felix cannot talk. I cannot talk. No one can talk.
Oh, come on. We had a few fun minutes. Come on, stop blaming. Stop.
He went on for a long time. He had his hand up for a good while.
At least 15
all
minutes.
right, sorry.
Good. Love you,
As I was
Go,
saying
Felix.
before,
Go, Felix.
I think that basically Belgium is important as a geographical place because of various reasons. For example, in 1831 and 1830, there was the Belgian Revolution, where the Belgians, aided by the French, had a revolution against the Netherlands. So Belgium is very important geographically speaking as a region of Europe because of its placement between the Netherlands and France. Due to its coastal region, it's very important as a strategic port overseeing what is then the English Channel and the way to get to England itself. So it's very important for France to control and have a clear aid from Belgium itself, as to have various degrees of aid and power over the various coastlines that make Belgium. So Belgium is a very important geographical country.
Yeah.
There
you go.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying they're not, like, from a geographic perspective. I was just asking, what do they export? That's all.
Yeah, but I think
know.
they are very
Yeah,
important for that
France
reason.
was good already.
They are
also.
very good at, for example, power shifting, because you can shift your kind of power when talking about military power to Belgium, thanks to its geographical location, and have a clear view of the English Channel, and also have a way to have French-speaking populations inside of another country that is France. So it's very important for the French, and the French are very important themselves due to their placement in history as probably the second greatest empire after the English Empire and the Mongolian Empire and the Roman Empire. So due to that, I think Belgium is very important geographically speaking.
So what you're saying is Belgium is actually a product of British wanting to take away this land from French, so that they don't fully control
it wouldn't be the
English
British.
Channel.
It would be the French. It would be the French.
Yes, if it wasn't created by British, then it would be in a French.
No, it wasn't created by British.
possession.
It was created by the French. But Belgium already existed as an idea. It's like in Italy, for example. If you look at the Italian Revolution, and how, well, there wasn't really an Italian Revolution, but if you look at how Italy was formed.
You say too many good
I'm going
things,
to
so
check
no,
my
it's
name
really bad.
because I think it died.
They were Catholic, and Holland was Protestant, and the Protestants sided with Britain, and the Catholics sided with France.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
So I wanted just to point a few things, because guys went through like a whole 15-minute or 20-minute discussion about that. The European friend here, the Belgian friend here, is so upset because Canada was doing a deal with China, because China potentially will reunite it with Taiwan. But it's okay if America invade. But I think he will be like enraged and will stop dealing with America because they will invade Greenland, and because they toppled Venezuelan government, and because they invaded a lot of other countries like Iraq and like Afghanistan. You see the hypocrisy where it is? I just pointed the hypocrisy here. So that's one thing. And secondly, personally, I don't think the Greenland issue isn't like security or whatever. It's just Trump. Like he have that grandeur. He wants to be the amazing Trump. He have like 25 peace deals, and he saved like 3,000 civilizations and whatsoever. So he need another badge on his chest to be the biggest and amazing president of the whole universe. So it's just a thing that satisfies his ego, because we know how it is, how he speak, how he deal with people. It's just another thing that I added a large mass of territory, because the security excuse is nonsense, because they are already there. The American military already there. They are cooperating with the NATO and doing it just why? You want minerals, you can deal with the West easily. So it's nonsense. It's just a personality thing for Trump. It's just nonsense.
Here's the thing about ownership. You've got Greenland, which is this huge landmass with nobody living there, which means nobody there to complain about the fact that you're tearing the shit out of the place. That's what it's all about. Access to resources where up in some place where it doesn't matter. That's what I see.
Just the last thing I wanted to say. People like you thinking that America helped Europe and America helped Europe after World War II. It's like America is benevolent and wanted to help European because they are so good. No, they were afraid of the Russians. If they left Europe like this, the whole European continent will be they will be speaking Russian now. It's as simple as that. They buffed up the Europeans so they can resist the Russians. It's as simple as that. It's not like
it was the British.
Out of their
the British started NATO. NATO is a British operation. They started it.
And American didn't have anything to do with it. Come on.
We put Eisenhower in as the chairman after Montgomery wanted to be the chairman, and his headquarters was in Brussels.
We needed to rebuild.
Well, it's fair to say that doesn't actually alter the argument, because Britain also wanted to carry World War II into Russia, into the Soviet Union.
Yep.
So, I mean, they're backed away from that plan, but the thrust that NATO essentially exists against a mythical invasion by the Reds is why it is created. And ever since then, it has been just a mask for American imperialism.
British imperialism.
Well, we barely even have working ships anymore, so there's only so many people we can invade these days. We are auxiliaries to the American empire.
The British are the master of the airwaves.
Okay, super chat by Melkor. Trump will do what he wants and no one can stop him, mess with him, and he will sneak in and steal your president. That is factually true.
Gee, you promise?
I cannot trust anything that comes from a guy called Melkor. How can you trust him?
Melkor!
Yeah, how can
Lord of
you
the Ring.
trust him?
Yeah. And Madeline said, resources on Greenland are not economically viable and wouldn't be for hundreds of years. I have peer-reviewed melt data on profile. Greenland will just be a financial drain on United States.
Even on Venezuela, it's the same thing of the oil of the Venezuela. It's not financially viable. So whatever he did, Trump, is just to fulfill his ego and to be the man in the area and the boss. And it's just,
but that is if you believe in the narrative that he won the resources. So if his narrative right now is just security for the Golden Dome and whatnot.
They did already years ago in the United States.
What happened to the? You see, it's shifting each time. What happened to the narcotics and drugs? We forget about.
Well, guys,
That
keep
is
in
still
mind.
ongoing, right?
Keep in mind, guys. It's not like these people are actually thinking anything out. You know what I mean? Like all they see is this big land mass, and they see, oh, there's oil in them hills, and then they don't put any sort of strategic thought in any of this shit, and that's why they're in the spot that they're in. That's it. So they just figured Greenland's land grab. Let's go get the resources, and private industry will figure that out. Some horseshit like that. It's such nonsense. But this is the level of intelligence you have at various leadership levels of these Western countries, including Trump. Like, it's embarrassing, frankly. It's absolutely embarrassing.
So I'll push back a little bit regarding the why United States must own Greenland. The reality is that if you look at the deployment of those few little soldiers, like it's not even 20 soldiers into Greenland by the European countries, that's literally the reason. Because United States have no say regarding who can enter Greenland. Because if Denmark approve, people can go in. No, because it's owned by Denmark, right?
Oh,
so
no.
Denmark have it is. So no, I'm just saying from the American perspective, from a military and geopolitical perspective, they have no control over the land. They can deploy unlimited number of troops if they want, build whatever they want in Greenland. But you see, Denmark will be the one that approve anyone else who can go in. And to the Americans' mindset, that is a security risk. If anytime they can just deploy military from other countries into Greenland,
so they need to.
Then legally they have no rights to say no. Then it's a problem for the United States. But that is the mindset.
Well, the same could say the same of Britain.
Listen, they need to invade Mexico because they cannot control what Mexico. After Mexico, they can finish the whole continent because they cannot control whatever person will.
Because the argument is different. Because Greenland, Denmark's position is that United States can do whatever they want in Greenland, so you don't have to own Greenland. And United States already have a military presence in Greenland since the Cold War. That is not the case in Mexico.
But
so the thing is, it's not equivalent. You see.
Wyatt, the only reason that there is like few soldiers, like two or three from whichever country, is because USA is threatening them. They were there already. They were protecting Greenland. USA was there.
So that's what Trump says. No, that it doesn't matter what Denmark say or what Denmark wants.
It doesn't make any sense.
The sense is they want Greenland.
He was
because they're imperialists.
Trump is the master of entertainment. Trump is an entertainer, and he's embarrassing the EU to hasten their demise.
That's for sure, though.
It's like that.
How does that logic follow?
So Mel call super chat. Deaths from overdoses in the US has dropped over 70% over the last year. Mexico and Colombia are next.
What? From where he gets
the news that I saw.
I don't believe that at all. Melkor, give us your source for that, brother. I'd love to see that because I'm tripping over homeless people.
Yeah, the number I saw is 40%, not 70%, but I'm not sure. I mean, depending on what we are talking about, I guess. I think fentanyl poisoning is down 40%. So maybe overdoses is a different thing. Maybe. So it's not entirely over yet, the fentanyl crisis. So
Jackson Brown's son just died of fentanyl. Jackson Brown. I'm 68 years old. I'm 68. I remember when Jackson Brown was the best musician on the planet, and his son just died of fentanyl. It's a scourge.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good.
4 days ago. The news is 4 days ago. Yeah, I just checked.
By the way, fentanyl is good. for medical reason.
Yeah, it killed
no, but
King of
they are
Pop,
misusing
Michael
it.
Jackson.
They are
Michael
misusing
Jackson.
it. It's like a knife. You can cut a knife with the butter. You can kill someone with it.
It killed Michael Jackson.
We use it in the medical field often. It's normal.
Yeah, it was prescribed by his doctor.
It's like the human eye.
Oh, his doctor better prescribe him a new nose, I think.
Say again, Seiko?
No, nothing. I'm just shitting on Michael Jackson.
Speak up.
I heard overdose.
No, he have very low voice.
Overdose
He's
from
too manly.
fentanyl comes mostly because it's mixed with other drugs, because it's cheap, mixed with other drugs, and people are not aware that is mixed in, and they keep using the cocaine, let's say, and overdose on fentanyl because they didn't know there's fentanyl in it. That's what I heard where the overdose deaths from fentanyl comes from.
No.
Majority of it.
The problem with fentanyl is in opioid. If you take an overdose, if you take a non-supervised dose, sometimes even a normal dose can get you a respiratory issue. You can stop breathing and stuff. So, for example, if you introduce opioid to a patient, you need to always control their breathing, their rhythm is by the hour. If you change even the dose for the same patient, you need to keep watching closely their respiratory functions, because it can affect the respiratory. Even like fentanyl, medical fentanyl. Imagine if it's like the dose is not adequate, and even if the dose adequate, your body can sometimes react to it differently. Even if I have the same weight as, for example, Wyatt, and we get the same dose because the dose is proportional to the weight, Wyatt can have severe effects, and I can be satisfied with the effects. You understand? So it's the product itself is very it can affect the respiratory system, and it can stop you from breathing. So that's why it's very dangerous, and plus it enhances other drugs effects. So it enhances other drugs effects. It's like a very strong compound.
Sensitive drug.
Yeah, sensitive drug can be dealt with precautionally. In people like injecting it with whatever doses, that's why the issue.
So
Okay,
Melkor super
before we move
chatted. My
forward,
wife
though-
is a NICU nurse. They use fentanyl to stop the diaphragm when intubating sick newborns.
Yes,
So-
yes, that's what I'm saying. It affects the system, the respiratory system. Yeah, it's quick. It's quick. You have like a close monitoring of the patient for the few like hours that they take. We can pass like 6 hours of monitoring because of that.
So, guys, just as a
It's
public
especially
service
dangerous.
announcement, please do not use fentanyl. Use weed.
Yes, it's especially dangerous if you don't know that you're taking fentanyl.
Or
That's
drink
mixing
beer.
with other drugs.
That
Yeah.
I think that's the reason why
Drink
vaping
virgin
is
beer.
banned in a lot
Oh-ho.
of countries right now. Because Singapore, we ban vaping, like because all these drugs are put into the vape without them knowing. So the cartridges is all poisoned. So no. Oh, another super chat. Tech Derp said Serbia
not
siding
only- it's
with
not
Rus
only fentanyl.
energy and student protests kicking off. Coincidence or color rev? Student
Color
protests
rev.
where?
By the way,
in Serbia?
fentanyl is only one drug. There's a lot of opioid drugs that can be consumed. It can have the same effects.
Okay,
Fentanyl
I have a
is just
question.
one who is known to others.
Okay, kids don't do drugs, but here's the question. Why was Hunter Biden living in a hotel 1 mile away from the server, the Dominion server in Serbia?
Dominion
Why is
server.
Dominion
Couldn't
server
tell
in
you.
We have a
Serbia?
lot of drug users here, so
Kids
probably.
don't do
Gareth, you're
drugs.
muted.
Serbia. That's what the Serbia thing is about. Venezuela had a server.
Okay, who
Italy,
cares? He's not even a
Germany,
politician. What the fuck are you talking about?
in Serbia. Donald Trump is collecting all the people and the servers who were involved in the election in 2020. That's what this is. That's why Serbia is protesting, because they're protecting the people who helped cheat the 2020 election.
Because everything
I
is
heard
about
it's-
America, right? Nothing happens in the world
But-
except you or about you.
That's right.
But
We're it. Sorry.
But I heard the
Protests in Serbia
control
are
is in
completely
Venezuela
different
though.
thing.
So
They have nothing to do with Hunter Biden or any other junkie in the United States.
yeah, so I recently I saw is that the rumor, the conspiracy is that Venezuela is really is one of the key controller of this Dominion thingy, and during those days, during when the QAnon was a very very hot, it's Italy that did it. So hashtag
And it-
Italy did it.
And Germany and Serbia. You just hang in there, stay tuned.
Like Pokemon, gotta catch them all by Melkor.
Are you saying that the Dominion data center was hacked, or that it wasn't hacked? It's
We're the
where is
headquarters.
the headquarters? Yeah, where are the
Colorado.
headquarters of Dominion? Yeah,
Colorado,
so-
our airport has a huge
Yeah.
underground city in our Denver airport. It's huge.
yeah. So who
Dominion is
controls?
here. We have
Yeah, so
we have a
it's
J.
it's the headquarters that controls data centers, or Serbia that controls data centers? No. Well, let me ask the question: Is it Serbia that controls data center in Serbia, or Dominion headquarters control the data center? Who controls it, or was it hacked? This thing that Hunter was in a hotel next to the data center that doesn't have any control. What does matter? I mean, that's a simple
Hunter
question.
Biden
Who controls it?
was in Serbia. The Chinese were supposed to be the policemen of the world. Hillary gave all her passwords to China. And China was supposed to be the policeman of the world, and China was running all
How
the different
could Hillary have? How could Hillary have password for the headquarters?
Hillary Clinton
management
was the
is she
Secretary
a
of State.
manager?
Hillary
Was she-
Clinton was the Secretary of
She
State.
cannot
Hillary Clinton.
control. She cannot have the passwords of the private corporation. Can
She had it all. Hillary Clinton,
Wow.
Bill Clinton's wife, President Clinton's wife, who bombed Libya. Bombed Libya. Hillary Clinton bombed Libya.
as opposed
she was
to
running
that doesn't prove that she had access to password of
She
the
had
data
it all.
center.
She was the Secretary of
Yeah.
State. She was
No,
the number
he
2
can't
person
have. So you're saying that the Trump have the password of the
under
Dominion now?
Obama. Obama was president and Hillary was Secretary of State. She was the number 2 person.
So now, okay, so now because any Secretary of the State can have the password, Dominion passwords. Now
Marco
Trump's
Rubio
control.
speaks
No, not
Spanish.
Dominion password.
Marco Rubio
I think
have
password
the
to her
password?
email. I don't think it's
No, all the special access. All the special access passwords to all the information of the U.S. intelligence was in Hillary Clinton's purse. And Marco Rubio speaks
Wow,
Espanol.
I had no idea the US was so unprofessional.
Hey,
How on
we're an
earth did
elected.
you
We
set up
elect our
such a
leaders
single point
here.
of failure?
She was elected. People voted for her husband, and they voted for Obama overwhelmingly. Obama was supposed to stop the race
Wisely said.
wars.
So now Trump have the Dominion passwords, right?
She told
You remember
Dominion
when I
what
said
to
that
do.
the Americans are completely deluded?
She gave Dominion money.
Yeah.
She hired them. She was in China.
What has this got to fucking do with anything?
We're the melting pot. America, we're the best and the worst.
No,
Everything
no.
melted into
Dominion controls the
You were
voting
founded on
results.
genocide and
Dominion,
slavery. You can all go fuck yourselves.
yeah.
Oh yeah, genocidal slavery. Rock and
Dominion
roll.
controls the voting
There we go.
results in the
There we
United
go.
States. But it's funny. Why would the politician have the control of the Dominion
Because
password?
we elected
That's
them.
funny.
We
No,
elected
they
them.
don't have the right. They cannot get. That means if the elected people like Secretary of State have the password of Dominion of the private corporation, that means that Trump now have control
Damn right.
of the Dominion.
Damn right. And he has Space Force. Space Force is
Is that
his
why? Is that
Praetorian
why
Guard.
almost every midterm elections, the opposing party of the president wins? Because the
always a
president
razor-
controls it.
There's always a razor thin
Yes.
margin. The
So
razor thin
how
margin.
that? It's almost a rule that opposing party of the president wins midterms.
It's always a
How is that
razor
possible
thin.
then?
The
But
margin
it
is
still
always
wins.
what?
Yeah, but it's still the opposing wins.
They cheat.
Those that have control of the passwords.
They
If they
cheat.
have the password, yes, but if they have the password, president, then the opposing party wouldn't win midterm elections. You understand that?
It goes
No,
back
do you
and forth.
understand that?
It's a
No. Do you
uniparty.
understand? If the president controls the password, Dominion passwords, then his party would win midterms.
No,
But it's
Republicans.
actually opposite.
We want the people to vote.
Oh,
We don't want
bullshit.
cheating. So we
The
vote
Republicans are the most corrupt party in the Western world.
that they were. You betcha.
how do
John
you-
McCain, Wet Start
Still
McCain.
Do you remember the
sorry,
Brooks
you
Brothers
mean
riot? The
no
first
fly
time they
over
used
Saigon,
the Stop
McCain.
the Steal election when they stole it in 2000 at the Hanging Chads. A totally corrupt
The
party.
hanging chads.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
betcha. That was a cheat. They go back and forth. The uniparty to
Do you know
spread
who
the
organized
money
that?
around. To spread the money
What's
around.
that name? The guy with the tattoo of Nixon on his back.
Oh, Stone.
Yes, he organized the so-called Brooks Brothers riot under the slogan "Stop the Steal," the same one he used for Trump's fraudulent attempt to overturn the elections. That just confirms how deeply corrupt the Republican Party is.
Okay, Trump
Are you
started
serious?
Space Force, right? Space
Quite
Force
serious.
is his Praetorian Guard.
I don't give a
Eisenhower
fuck. What's this got to do with anything?
Eisenhower started the Air Force in 1948 to protect himself from the deep state, from the globalists.
Look, I know you Americans love talking about yourselves, but what is the fucking point?
Trump started Space Force to protect himself from the deep state. the Pentagon and the Navy, they're all infiltrated with
Hey,
Lady, you need
Pamela,
psychiatric help.
you
with
got
Brits.
long
They're all,
wave
they're all
since
infiltrated.
Eisenhower
So Trump
to.
started Space Force because they're in charge of cyber. Space Force, his
Plus Cyber
Praetorian
Command.
Guard, is in charge of cyber. Got it?
Can you
But
hear me, guys?
Air
Is
Force
it working?
Not the
controls
DSA,
UFO.
not the DIA.
No, no.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the
Air
CIA
Force.
and the
Air Force
NSA are at
controls.
war. The CIA and the NSA are at war. The Q posts came out of the NSA.
Oh,
They're
for
at
fuck's sake.
war with the CIA. So the NSA,
So
the
this
Energy
is full-blown
Department,
conspiracy nonsense. I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we wasting time on this gibberish?
1949, when the national security
Okay.
structure was set up, the CIA and the NSA went in different directions.
That's
NSA
it.
is in charge of nuclear, and the CIA is in
What is
charge
the
of
fucking point?
because Trump is winning so big. Trump, oh my
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh
That
yeah.
man
Of
blew
course,
the
he's
first.
winning when
You want to
Epstein's
criticize
list is
me?
still hidden.
I
Of
have a
course, he's
crush
winning.
on Vladimir Putin. I have never
My
married.
condolences.
I'm still single, and Vladimir Putin just trips my trigger. I can't get enough of Vladimir Putin because he's a man of God. His mama sent him
Oh my
to
God, this
church
is getting worse by the
when
minute.
it was a capital offense. Vladimir Putin went to church when he could have been killed for it. It used to be illegal to go to church, and his mama sent him to
It
church.
was never
And
illegal to go to
I
church
am
in
just,
Soviet Russia.
I mean, Trump is not a
That's just a
religious
lie.
man. Trump caters to the Christians, and we love him for it. He
Yeah, he caters
protects
to them by
Christians.
exhibiting every one of the
Hey,
7 deadly
Victor.
sins.
Hey, you know
Victor,
what?
nice to
Is
see you
Nika
again.
still here?
Thanks.
Nika, you're
Nice
allowed
to you
4
for
wives,
joining
right?
again, man. Haven't
Nika,
heard you in a long while,
Nika, you
Victor.
get 4 wives, right? 4 wives.
If the first one didn't kill me,
She's single, Nika. She's
Oh.
single. That's 2. I'm playing
I'm just
matchmaker
saying.
today.
I abide by the Canadian law.
It's going great. It's
Sadly.
under budget and ahead of schedule. And you either get on the Trump train and read the Q posts, or you're just going to be left in the dust. Sorry.
Yeah, you're hallucinating, I'm afraid. You are completely out of touch with reality.
Been sober
So-
too
Hey,
long.
So Tech Derp Super Chat, Serbia ignores sanctions in favor of Rus pipeline and student protests back in news. West backing anti-corruption protests to undermine Serb-Rus deal. Victor, what do you think?
Hey, first, is my mic working now?
Speak up.
Yes, it's working. I will adjust you higher, but I think you're yeah, can I adjust you
I'm
higher?
trying
Okay.
to. I tried to select different source, but this is best I could do. So, yeah, protests doesn't have anything to do with the United States. I'm sorry to tell you. We don't give a fuck about your drug addicts in United States, like Hunter Biden or anyone else. Like, why we protest in Serbia is because we are fed up with this ass on 2 chairs regime, and that's about it. We had too many of shit happening with corruptions and shit and things happening in Novi Sad where people died. So yeah, we have our own problems. United States doesn't affect everything in the world, you know.
Well
And
said.
yeah, people,
Yeah, but the same
government
thing can be
is
said.
let's make this clear. Government in Serbia is doing everything to suck up to Europe. They lent a lot of money through investors into projects like, I don't know, roads, schools, buildings, infrastructure, and all. So they're in debt, heaps of amount of debt to European Union, and now European Union has Vucic by his balls. That's the fact. People still support Russia, and people feel deep connections in terms of Orthodox religion throughout history, even though things are a bit blurry. But yeah, people here. First protests pro-Russian since war in Ukraine started was in Serbia. Well, let me rephrase that. They were in Montenegro, but made by Serbs who live in Montenegro. Second one was Serbia. And yeah, like Vučić now has to play as smart as he can not to piss off people who don't want to be separated from the world, and he needs to play with his overlords in European Union. So this is entirely without, I'm not saying without United States interference. Of course they had to interfere, but generally gravity is around corruption and our own problems rather than your elections and your problems.
So, Super Chat, Madeline said, Space Force, the Yanks have to hitch a ride on the Soyuz to get to the ISS. But I think that's previously, right? I think now they don't need to do that. One more thing.
Well, they can't anyway because the Russian launch gantry fell over the other day. And
yeah, that's gone as well.
Repair it. Don't worry about that one.
It's going to take years.
But no, they have spare parts. Don't worry about that one, dude. Don't believe the lefty anti-Russia media. They go, they destroy their thing.
Nobody more lefty than me. I don't think they know what you're talking about.
Since the start of it, they can, dude. There's nothing new for them. So, and don't you think it never broke down? Something like that. It's not the first
time.
Fell
over. That's a bit more than breaking down.
It's the most reliable missile in the world. Come on, dude. And the Space Force, sorry, because Trump made it, but it's not Trump that destroyed NASA. Just saying. I saw Obama before Clinton, they all destroyed NASA. Come on.
I want to add on what sector.
Cyber.
Yeah, but it's not only cyber, because Venezuela, when they went to Maduro, they use intelligence from Space Force. The satellites also are very important. It's not only I mean, it's the whole package of the cyber, like you're saying, but it's
cyber
much more than that.
Internet is cyber.
Yeah, I know, but also satellites to see everything.
Space Force is watching us now.
Yeah, I know.
I hope so. If you guys have sponsorship, you want to make me an agent, you make me a glowy, please, send money here.
and also, anyway, while you're at it, don't forget to press the like button. That goes for the rest of you watching as well.
Typically Chinese, always seeking business, man.
It's a Chinese blood. Our DNA is just always thinking about money. So. No, I want to add on to what Sikter say. The problem now, I feel like, because the anti-American or anti-West or because of the color revolution, these things, every single protest people say is American. Everyone says CIA. Everyone says then how can people protest ever again? Because you cannot protest without your protest being hijacked by all these anti-West propagandas that to say that it's CIA. Then it's like, then where is human rights? You have no more rights to protest, because every time you protest, you become agents of the Americans. Then you can't protest anymore.
Why
it's kind of good to underscore that those who call PSYOP all the time are part of the PSYOP.
There's 800,000 people on the
my
CIA
2 cents of
payroll.
this. My 2 cents of this is everyone who don't like that particular revolution or riots, he will say those are from the exterior. Even in America, they say it's they will find someone exterior to delegitimize those people. But we cannot negate the effect of the CIA and other agencies. For example, yes, the riots in Iran started legitimately, but we cannot say though that there wasn't any interference from the West. We
100% there is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's always it's gray. It's not like black or white.
No, but the problem is, as long as a country creates a window of opportunity, foreign powers will come in. It doesn't matter. Like even in United States, you think all this protest is not funded or backed by China or Russia? 100%, because the more messier.
How would you even do that?
Of course they can. What are you talking about?
Because they
the more. If the CIA can do it in other countries, why the Chinese cannot do it in the United States? The United States is so much more corrupted, so easy.
I don't think anybody can do that.
I mean, they already caught so many people.
If any organization that was raising a protest was so centralized that it was the central node for the money that went in and mobilized all these people, it would be extremely easy to detect. That's not how any of this works.
For example,
don't look down on the communists. The communists are not that lousy.
Popular protest.
Just one. I wanted like to prove that it's not like happened in a vacuum. For example, you see Netanyahu, he visit Trump, and suddenly after 2 days there is those protests. After few days we have like 4,000 I think Starlink device magically happening to enter the I think it's 4,000 or something, like it's a big number.
40,000.
40,000, yeah, entering the Iranian. We cannot like what happened even before. We see the people that were inside Iran who helped Israeli Air Force to sabotage the area. Those can disappear. No,
but
it's always
but,
there's
but clearly
always,
this is natural, right? It's natural thing to do, because if you are Israel, you put yourself in the Israel
it's
shoe.
natural.
It is advantageous that Iran have a revolution. So
Yeah,
no,
but
but the
how?
thing is, if you don't
How do
enter,
you do? So
the
you
thing is,
cannot
if
say
Israel don't support, then the revolution will fail. Then
no, but
then
you cannot say there is no
The
interference.
revolution.
That's what I'm
There's a
saying.
thing. It's easily distinguished. The demonstration, peaceful demonstration, like in Serbia, right? There is no killing. There's no looting by anyone. There's not much. There is some, but not much. Those are root based. Basically, people are demonstrating, right? They are unhappy. The color revolution come in and hijack it by start to kill, to destroy the properties around. This is the only thing that you can distinguish color revolution. It's easy. It's well known
How do you know it's not anarchist, for example?
in state structures. It's well known. I read multiple descriptions of how it's been done in Belarus, in Maidan. Everything, all the analysis was done by Russians so many times to prevent it in Russia. So they know how to go about to look for the organizers when they take over the demonstrations, not to go against demonstrations that are peaceful and normal. This is just a game of the politicians that they start blaming demonstrators, peaceful, normal demonstrators, based ones, and they start calling them, oh, this is color revolution. This is just against those normal ones. It's easy to distinguish between color revolution.
No, but that is not the issue that I'm talking about. The issue I'm talking about is that every single protest that happens around the world get hijacked by this anti-US, anti-West narrative. And what it does is that it destroys people's ability to voice out. Because like you have legitimate concern. The moment you march, suddenly you have like all the different YouTube channels or Telegram accounts or X accounts saying that, oh, this is actually CIA. Then immediately people who are more anti-West immediately discounts the protest, and then your rights, your livelihood, your well-being no longer matters. They don't care, and that's what happened in Iran. You can see that this, because of the anti-US, anti-Israel people, they dismiss, because clearly Israel have their own interest to intervene, to help, to make sure that the revolution succeeds. But the thing is, because of this anti-Israel or anti-US thing, people no longer talks about the Iranian people's problems, and then people get killed and nobody gives a damn anymore. Then you can see that this bubble, right? But I'm from my observation on Twitter, it becomes a small little bubble of the pro-Shah or anti-Iran governments. People, this become a small bubble, and everyone else no longer really talk much about it anymore. It's like, because of the people already believe that, okay, it's Israelis that's screwing up the things, and Iran jump on that and they propagate that, oh no, they put footages out and say that, you see, it's all foreign actors. And I agree, those are likely foreign actors as well. That's the problem, it got hijacked, and now nobody is able to intervene in a way that can support the people anymore. Like, it's now all shattered. Like, And the thing is, if Israel did not intervene, the revolution will also go in the same direction. It will still fail, because without ground elements, no revolution is going to work out as well. I think it's Nika.
Sorry, it's Coping then me. It's Coping. He was lifting his finger.
Oh, sorry, coping was too dark. Sorry,
I cannot
see.
Was hiding.
Thank you, Nika. Where was I? Yeah, if I got what Nika was saying, I would agree a little bit more with him, and to a lesser extent with Euro, though I would say both of them are more like accurate when it comes to the, like, I think a more useful way to view like how to distinguish, is it a psyop or is it not? Because I think if you have the possibility, it's like Wyatt said, if you have the possibility of foreign intervention of any sort, you would do it. And like what Nika was pointing out, disabling air defenses, but showing out where military locations are, targeting internal security, especially the high-ranking ones, so that their ability is disrupted. But also when you combined it with the mafia-like tactics that Israel employed during the 12-day war, where they were striking, not only commanders, but they were literally mafia. I don't want using this hyperbole. They're saying like, you have 12 hours to surrender if you know what's good for you and your family, right? And this has caused, like, for everything from the Ayatollah and many of the new rank that came in are, they're the less experienced one, and they're also a lot more disjointed because they've had so much espionage going on that have been ruptured even more with all the military. And so now when the protests are coming on, right, the riots, here I think it's important to keep in mind the scale, right? Yes, of course, there's going to be foreign intervention there. There's going to be operatives on the ground, but they cannot be everywhere. Now, one thing that you can tell that this is a psyop to some extent, or it may be a psyop, is the coordination of it. Because if you look at them previously, they were usually around Tehran and the biggest cities, which correlates a lot with that's just the population density. But what you found out this time was that they more or less popped up more or less at the same time, which is telling. However, it is also worth noting the Iranians this is not the first time they've been through this. The last mass uprising a few years ago was several thousand got gunned down. And we can see here thousands more getting gunned down. Now, it's going to take a lot of mental acrobatics to convince me that these people are going to be, doing it for a cookie, right? Like, there are, of course, going to be some people who are maybe involved in manipulating the media sphere or sabotaging or disseminating also confusing information. But the notion that this is something that people could just, like any nation, like Gareth said, like that anyone can do that. I mean, if you want to do that, then anyone who is saying it is kind of already admitting then that the pro-Palestine protests are definitely a psyop, because there they had no stake, right? You're not getting shot down. You're just walking around the street and cosplaying and identity politics, right? And you're not. Notice most of these people there, they didn't know anything about the conflict, anything about, like, they had nothing conducive to get except protest. That's purely disruptive and not at all helpful for the people of Gaza or anything like that. So and also you get the mass coordination, right? And you can trail the money on that one. So you can probably trail the money. I'm pretty sure maybe not now, but we'll be able to trail the money probably later, that there wasn't where the US and the Israel was involved in Iran and to what extent. But we can, for example, indicate clearly on what was influenced on the protests in the United States. Like Qatar has like $5 to $6 billion in US universities, which is actually more than what the US aid goes to Israel, right? And interesting note there is that, like, this has been noted on US education. I'm not going to go on the tangent, but like, as for the psyop part, right? The US universities, on hard sciences are increasingly by foreigners. The Americans, they occupy where? In the social sciences. Where were the university funding from Qatar and Saudi Arabia and other countries mostly focused? Social sciences. That's why they had already been prepped prior, because you cannot just say like, oh, here, I got some bad pictures of someone doing something bad. No, you have to condition them over time, that this is the thing that you're now you're going to be jumping into it, right? You got to prime the populace. And so this, of course, you can say can be done in Iran, but that's hardly surprising, because that pertains to the people and the regime themselves. And as for like what Euro was saying regarding violence, yes, I kind of understand where you're coming from with that, but that wouldn't, the scale of violence, because it's the scale and proportion, right? A few bad actors here and there would not be triggering the Basij with the IRGC and full-on military shutdown and whatever. There's genuine grievances. Like, we have all our grievances in the Western world, right? How they utilize political parties for control, opposition. The Islamic Republic did exactly the same. Pezeshkian, who took over the Raisi, right? So for those who don't know, the so-called parliament, or whatever you want to call it in Iran, there half of the cabinet of the prime minister has to be elected by the Ayatollah, which is to say, Trump, if he were to be president, he could not select half of his administration. But what did Pezeshkian do? the dude is supposed to be a reformer, the opposition of the republic. Well, he called for the Ayatollah to elect his entire cabinet. And the Ayatollah then has complete control because they anyway have to adhere to it, right? That's controlled opposition. And when I just saying all that in just one sentence, we all know that something like that is occurring in the West as well, but there's a lot more layers to it. The farce is, the illusion is a lot more effective. That illusion is totally shattered in Iran. And especially with the previous uprisings, like again, this time they're shooting, it's maybe bigger, but consider this, it's happened before, gradually bigger, and once you start having to utilize force to maintain the monopoly on violence, the gig is up. Propaganda is not going to work anymore. There's no turning back. It's just going to go one way. So even if the uprising fails now, it's probably going to resume. So yeah, I'm sorry if I spent a lot of time, but I thought
this is exactly the same reason why I say no. They will shoot all the way until the revolution is dead, and then no one would even think about doing a revolution for the next at least 10 years, because you cannot afford the cost of it.
Yes. Well, I wanted to say
who will shoot?
I'm just.
What are you guys talking about? Who will shoot?
Government.
It started with shooting the policeman driving the car. That's who was shooting. Who was killing? What are you guys
on your
talking
sources.
about? You too. No, but it depends on your sources.
No, it doesn't matter who shoot first. You
want control or destruction of Iranian state to be completely subdued and looted by West. It's funny. It's crazy what you guys talking.
Jure. By Western standards.
No, you said your shit. You said your bullshit. Wyatt.
What bullshit?
I was holding my finger for 1 hour. Please let me speak.
It doesn't matter. You always have your finger up, Nika.
Yes.
You always have your finger up.
So I will speak and I will cut you then, and we will not listen to anyone else.
But you said
because you don't respect anyone here. I will
Wyatt,
speak. So
who started shooting and killing was demonstrators.
Euro.
This was hijacking.
Euro.
By those agents that started shooting, killing.
Euro.
So this is what happened. Okay. This is who provoked the foreign agents hijacked peaceful demonstrations that wanted economic improvement.
If you
this is the kind of revolution.
Just a second.
If you want my answer.
And looting. No, I don't want before I finish.
No, we got it, Jerry.
Before I finish, because you said your bullshit. Let me say my bullshit. Okay.
We got it.
Okay. No,
you're good.
It's clear who started the violence. It's clear. Yeah. Right?
I have a point.
In Libya, everywhere. It's clear who started the violence. Those that hijacked demonstrations.
Come on, guys.
Before I let Nika speak or read I just have one pertinent point and I'll leave before that. Online, right? In online discourse, what I am seeing is people, Iranians who are native to Iran, are supporting the government more. And NRIs, non-resident Iranians, are supporting the protests more. That's all I'm going to say. Right?
Okay, go white, read it, and I will respond. Yeah.
Super chat by Bilia.
So many people.
Super chat by Bilia. There are no foreign agents. There is only power. I just want to answer quickly about the jury thing. In my coverage, it's not protesters that shoot at the Iran government first. In my reporting from my coverage, what I first report on anything of the protesters having guns was in the western part, the Kurds, the terror group, one of the terror group or the rebel group first rise up, and they are the one that first have rifles. That was during the protest alone, there was no shooting until later, until when they lost control. Then the shooting come. Who shoot first? I don't know. The reality is that there is no actually clear reporting. If you're so certain that no, there is someone in the protesters that shoot at the government, I actually didn't see that kind of information. There is no clear idea who actually shoot first, but there is 100% the terror group or whatever group, the rebel group, the Kurds over on the Kurdistan Freedom Party was the one that started some actions on the western part of Iran. They are now in battle with the IRGC and whatnot. I think they will lose. I don't think they will win. Either Nika or Gareth. I don't.
Yes.
I think Nika was saying halfway.
Yeah. So what? Just to make everything clear, I'm not here to defend any like authoritarian regime. I'm against that, especially Iranian. I'm ideologically against them and politically against them in whatever every sense. But I'm here just saying. I'm just here saying the reality as I see it from a neutral perspective. I try to have a neutral perspective. You cannot like. There is always, of course, a side of the origins of the problem, because I see it. It's a Western problem. It's a Western problem who created it. But I see the legitimate grievance of the Iranian people. If the problem is with such regimes, the truth can be blurred easily. I was living in such a regime, and we had a revolution. It was organic. Of course, later it was mixed up, because you will have always the people who support the regime who will. It's like the USA. People will support the regime. Will be against it, and the truth can be meddling even inside the same area. Even if you are inside the same protest, you can see it in a different ways, because you should be like you have to have the view of the person who did it. Even he can be infiltrated. He can be so. The reason why it's very very different, but we cannot like eliminate the reality here. You should be able to protest as in Serbia, for example. But if this regime is so much in conflict with the exterior, and it's not stable because of what's happening, because of the exterior too, you will have people who will take advantage of it. But we should say there is people who are trying to interfere in the protests. It's a reality. You cannot like try to cover it to legitimize the people. You see, it's both ways. We cannot like. We should have like have a realistic view of the situation. Maybe it's always like a middle of the white and black. So maybe in Serbia, it's the people can protest easier because there is like less pressure on the government. Also, there's people cannot like be afraid of getting killed. It's the situation. We should take it case by case, because even in Arab country, when the revolution happens, people said, "Oh, it's the CIA." Everyone say, "Oh, it's the CIA." And when the Iranian happened, no, it's organic. All of the sudden, no, it's mix of both. But you need to focus on it case by case. And we cannot like blame the Iranian government because they want to stay in the government. They want to stay in power. They will use whatever excuse to legitimize their ruling and their violence. And for me, it's the cause. The original cause is the Western.
Oh, you say too much.
Sanctions, they can.
No, just now for you see the real cause is then after you just disappear. You know, like you're about to say that word that they don't allow you to say. They like they mute you.
No, but if there is no sanctions, in the first place, the situation wouldn't be that pathetic. Of course, there is a part of the leadership is chaotic and they mismanage the resources and stuff. I don't like negate that. It's a mixed bag. It's a difficult one. And you say, oh, it's because of the regime. It's so hostile to the European. Yeah, because they controlled the country before with the Shah and abused the country. That's why it happened. The revolution.
That was the British. That was the British.
That's the American before, even before that.
No, it was just the British.
Iran is with the British, and then the Americans want to.
American take, and then but
the Americans are supporting the Shah because so they off-seated the British, so the Americans able to get in.
And when the Shah took over, he was tyrannical. He was doing the Western like bidding, and he was selling practically like European now. So that's why one of the reasons what the revolution happened. Anyway,
Gareth.
Gareth.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to disagree with the idea that violence or otherwise is diagnostic in a protest. I mean, I'm actually against peaceful protest on principle. I think it's a bad idea. There certainly are good arguments for violent protests for property damage, and there are people and bodies who seek to implement them. So to just say that, oh, there was some violence, therefore that proves foreign interference, I think that is complete nonsense. I also want to point out that, and that's not even accounting for the fact that people can just be boisterous or angry or just, acting out.
I didn't say that. I didn't say because
I wasn't responding to you at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I agree with Yarov though.
Yeah, I didn't say because there is violence, it's outside meddling. I said because other
I
reasons.
agree with Garrett too, because that's not what I was saying. So I agree with Garrett, and I agree with Wyatt, because your response to me was what I was saying. You know, Wyatt, that your response to you just repeated what I said. Basically, it was hijacked. I said demonstrators had the right, they want, but it's not because of sanctions. Usually people don't demonstrate because of the sanctions. They demonstrate because of the corruption within the system, within the economic system. In Iran, it was the corruption of the military, which is standard for the Arab countries. Military is corrupt and they use it to enrich themselves. They are the levers of power. They have in Iran, they have the businesses. Every general, every large officer, just like in Iraq used to be, the generals have their businesses, right? They do the contracting. They use the army to build the houses and everything. They pocket the money and so on. Nothing can be done without military. And economic problems are big in Iran, mostly because of they expend so much resources into the building the rockets and all of that, right?
It's because they're siding with the Brits.
It's a military. It's a military. They spend too much for the military, just like Soviet Union did. Spend too much for the military instead of for the people's consumption, for the people's needs.
Yeah,
this
okay,
is the
we got it.
This is the reason for the demonstrations in Iran. But those were hijacked. Okay, hijacked, which is what you said too, Wyatt, in response to me.
But I have a part two.
This was quick when it was hijacked, and how it's prevented in Serbia to be hijacked by the foreign influence, by the foreign agents, is not to allow the new guys that just come in and claim the leadership of the demonstrators. They reject them. Students in Serbia rejected every outside those that wanted to step in and start leading them. That they started demonstrations, but then some small crooks, small politicians come in and start talking and take over the leadership. This is what Occupy Wall Street also did. They didn't want to allow outside influence to come in and take over the demonstrations. This is the recognition. This is how they, and this is not prevented in Iran, most likely by demonstrators. I've seen few videos where someone comes in and starts, reading Sharia, reading Quran, the reciting Quran, and takes over the leading role. Okay, this is how it's easily manipulated in Arabic world to take over, to hijack them by someone just comes in, takes the microphone and or a megaphone and starts reading Quran.
But have you considered that the Kurdistan Freedom Party?
Wait. CIA does it.
The thing is, the Kurdistan Freedom Party could be Iranian.
This is how it happened in Kazakhstan too. Same thing. Demonstrators, right? Normal few people, small time people were demonstrating because of they suffering from inflation because of they were pumping the oil. The region in that had
Dre,
the oil.
don't drift so far. Just now we were talking about.
I'm not drifting. Don't interrupt me. I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
because you are talking about you are talking about the interference from outside powers. So I'm going to tell you. No, I tell you the thing is the Kurdistan Freedom Party. These Kurds people, these Kurds, they could be Iranian themselves. So to say that this is external intervention is not true. Not necessarily true. Like the Bolok Party, the Bolok Revolution Army. No, I'm telling you about the shooting. So because you are saying the shooting now, it relates it to maybe it's a foreign interference. I'm saying that this could be internal because there is always rebel groups already in Iran. So that's a problem. So no, the second part of my answer to you, I never said, because the second part is actually it doesn't matter if the protesters shoot. You cannot be, then your response is overwhelming firepower on all protesters. Once you do that, you're illegitimate as a government. In any other country, this revolution would have succeeded.
Iran did. Is that what the government did?
No, you have to let me talk because now you're interrupting me. Now it's my turn to talk.
No, you started claiming that started shooting in demonstrators. That's what you claim now. You claimed that government started shooting indiscriminately against protesters.
It doesn't matter the government started or not started. The fact is the government have shoot mass shooting. It doesn't matter if they started or not. The real result is normal civilian protesters are getting killed. That is it. It doesn't matter who started. The moment a government is willing to open fire on its citizens, the government lost legitimacy. It doesn't matter which country it is.
Can I give like a simple example?
So wait. So the thing is, in any other country, wait. I haven't finished. Don't interrupt me. No, you cannot like this. No, like, tell me I don't interrupt you now. You interrupt me. The thing is. Any other country, this
same thing over
no, you are still interrupting me. I need to finish my point. If you let me finish my point, I already finished by now. You have to let me talk first. No, you cannot. No, I was talking. You interrupted me. I was responding to you.
I was talking about Kazakhstan.
Have you been drinking?
No.
I'm finishing my point. Just let me finish my point first. A little bit more. If not, I'm not listening to you as well. I cannot hear you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. You interrupted me first when I was talking about Kazakhstan.
No, you finish your point and entered.
No. Don't go too far.
You're indeed moving too far. That's why everybody is telling you to stop because we are.
You admit now that you interrupted me first, right? Now you admit that you interrupted me first, right? So now, Wyatt, you admit that you interrupted me first, right?
Don't matter.
I'm calm. I'm calm.
And
we enter when everyone is you interrupted me first, right?
Nobody wants to. No, you interrupted everyone, Euro. That's why nobody cares to listen to you. Everyone holds the finger and you keep interrupting, and that's why nobody holds the hold. So calm down, re-enter. We are going to get into the discussion.
You're interrupting. You're not going to solve anything.
Yeah, of course we're going to interrupt you because you interrupt everyone else. And of course, then Euro, what comes around,
I'm asking you something.
So if you keep interrupting others, and when you keep interjecting, when they are holding fingers and you're breaking the rule, and everyone else is saying, please stop, let the commander, the one who is hosting us, the one who actually enables us to be here, you shouldn't, it's kind of untruth of you to come on here and tell him to shut up and not interrupt you, when he's the one who gives you the opportunity to speak in the first place. So you see, you can argue with me right now because Wyatt is very benevolent, and everyone knows the rules. Absolutely, everyone knows the rules. But you see, you need to understand that you are going to be treated the same way you treat others, and it's going to continue until you either relent or Wyatt mutes you.
No, you're not going to get it. Wyatt, now you admitted. Wyatt, now you admitted that you interrupted me first, right?
Since when? I never interrupt you. I told you that you're going too far. You don't
That's
allow
not
people to answer
interruption.
to
That's
respond to your
interruption.
point. Then after you move very far, then nobody can talk to you because then we will just listen.
That's
Then what will happen is
interruption.
that we will
Come
ignore
on.
what you say, and then we just go and talk about something else.
Wyatt,
That
that's
is not
interruption.
conversation.
Then you said, don't go too far. I was just explaining the processes of hijacking.
Yes, but the thing is, you gave 3 different examples. You gave one example, we'll get it, and then we can respond. But the thing is, you don't. Then you start moving country to country, going further and further away.
don't get it.
You hijacked the discussion. You already hijacked the discussion, man.
We got
No,
it,
the point
Jared.
is not what you're talking about. I'm saying the legitimacy of the government immediately fails when you start to shoot protesters. The protesters, yes,
They
maybe
didn't do
someone
it.
fired at the police, yes. Then the job of the police is to investigate who is the one that fired the shot. Because most protesters are not armed. But the
what they
moment you
did.
start to shoot back, then Israel have a chance to start to distribute weapons because now the protesters need to defend themselves. Then you allow this color revolution or whatever revolution to become weaponized. So the thing is, whatever happened in Iran, let's say until the point of the government start to shoot and turn off the internet, any other country, the revolution would have succeeded. The reality is that we have succeeded. If it happened in Thailand, then that's exactly what happened in Thailand. Then the revolution and then it changed. But in authoritarian regimes where the security forces are willing to fire and shoot at the protesters, revolution like this will never succeed because they can always shoot until you give up. And that's the reality of the case.
Hey, Wyatt, I got a question about Iran. That in 1945, the Russians were in the north of Iran and the Americans were in the south. The Americans were running supplies into Russia up through Iran through the railroads.
What about it?
American lend-lease to Russia was going through Iran up the railroad. And so the Russians were all in the north at the south of the Caspian Sea because they were helping the Americans ship stuff into Russia for World War II. And then the first UN vote was about whether Russia was allowed to stay in Iran. And the UN said, Russia has to leave Iran, but so do the Brits. And the Brits refused to leave. And the Brits are the ones that were running the oil with British Petroleum. It used to be called Anglo-Iranian, and Anglo-Iranian became British Petroleum. So the Brits in Iran is the problem. Got it?
And then the Americans tried to eject the British out, right? No, because they were still battling, the British and the Americans. I just want to read the super chat. I'm so sorry. Madeline, I missed your super chat. If Iran was run as well, Cuba, even with sanctions, there will be no import and export problems because of the Caspian Sea. This is actually something that just now I wanted to say. Because even with sanctions, there are countries that survive sanctions. So Iran's case is it's not an excuse per se. And one more super chat. Just one more. Why is everyone interrupting Jure by Billy?
Because it's fun.
Yeah, you cannot copy paste. It's not a copy paste. Cuba have different challenges. It's an island after all. You want it or not. There is a lot of ethnic diversity in Iran than Cuba. It's a different case. It's, as I said before, it's a case by case scenario. I'm not here exonerating the Iranian. When I say it can be, there is external power that affecting the protests. I'm not saying the Iranian government is cool and whatever it did is going. No, there is mismanagement, there is corruption and stuff, and the Iranian have the right to choose their leaders in a way that serve them well. But it is what it is. There is manifestation, there is corruption, and there is external manipulation. That's what I'm saying. I'm not making them the devil or the angels that people choose two sides. No, Gareth.
Thank you. I wanted to come back again on the topic of hijacking, because again, this is an age-old topic, and I just don't believe it is that easy. Trying to control a mass movement is like trying to control a river. I mean, pissing into it doesn't make much difference. It's going to go where it's going to go. It's got its own authority. So the way that historically you hijack movements is by inserting some kind of agent into an organizing body or something along those lines. And you get infiltration like that at all times. I mean, even the Bolsheviks had a Russian imperial infiltrator in their central committee. Okay, but those things are independent of the popular movement. They can set some of the strategy, but what you cannot do is have control of every little tiny local group that's gathering together to hire a bus to take into the city to take part in the protest. You simply cannot. There is no way any external actor or even any internal actor can control them. In fact, the only way they can be controlled is democratically by themselves. Now, as I say, through the subversion of organizing bodies or something, it's not impossible to interfere with these movements. But I think that you have to have some evidence of something like that if you're going to claim that a movement has been suborned, because I think you should otherwise default to assuming that a mass movement is authentic, because I think that 99% of the time, that's the only way that they can happen. Done.
I want to agree on that, and that's the difference between this Iran one and the Euromaidan. Because Euromaidan is very concentrated on Kiev, right? It's mainly very Kiev-centric. It's not like across the whole country, which is so much more easier to control and manipulate. Which is why they have one sniper and then they just cause whole chaos in the square, and then they use that as an excuse to remove the elected president. So I think that I can agree, is a Western, maybe Western or whoever that coordinated and create this overthrowing of the president. But in Iran, like I said during my reporting, the first time I reported on the Iran thing was like 3 or 4 days in, because I ignored it. In the beginning, I was like, it's just another Iranian protest. It's like, no, they always have protests. But no, by 3 days in, then I started to realize something is abnormal about this, which is why I started reporting about it. And it really indeed turned into something very serious. But I think it's dying now. I think Grey Fox, or is it Coping? I'm not sure who.
No, it's Grey Fox and then me.
Grey Fox.
Hi everyone. So I agree with Yat. You touched an important topic there. The difference between Euromaidan and Iran. In Euromaidan, like you said, it just takes one sniper, and you don't really know where this sniper came from. Some are saying this was government troops, the Berkuts. Some are saying no, it was among the protesters themselves. And there are videos circulating online where you could see protesters hiding snipers, or they were given these snipers from the car boots and all. And it just created that chaotic environment there. And immediately you see Victoria Nuland and McCain come in, and they were both bragging how, okay, you see, this is how people take over their country. And all of a sudden, everything just digressed. And Yanukovych, of course, he was corrupt, had to run away from Kiev. But in Iran, like you said, it could be something entirely different. I know I have many friends here, Iranian friends, and everyone I speak with, they don't like the current government. Every Iranians here, they don't seem to like the government. So they were pro revolution or against the government. And so what I wanted to say is that there's always, like someone mentioned, it's a case by case. Sometimes there is elements of foreign involvement, and sometimes it's just people coming up, and then you have this psychological warfare of this maybe ruling party saying, oh yeah, this is CIA, this is Mossad doing it, so that they have the reason to crush the protesters. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so if I'm
Coping, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. There was just the because could it be external? Yes, of course, but does it necessarily mean a foreign actor? Now, I'm not saying that there's not a foreign actor. Like, I'm going to be, just so nobody misunderstands me, I am absolutely saying foreign actors are involved, but to what capacity, that is what I think is debatable, not really if they are involved or not. I don't think that's any sensible at all to actually even discuss. But it's there's like a few things, like, for example, what mentioned about being in the capital. And it's also not something that's very common in Ukraine to have, like, maybe they have demonstrations and stuff like that, but the escalatory patterns that we saw in Kyiv, for example, that's not something they've handled before. Whereas in Iran, for example, the security forces resorting to overt violence, the threshold is fairly low, right? So and it has happened several times before. Now, one thing that I didn't got to say, which I found very telling, because I mentioned that like it seems like a psyop when you have like these uprisings going all across Iran. Like that would be my impression from it at first. But I had talked to Iranians several months ago, where they were. I don't think it was necessarily the Shah, but it was someone very important in his side of the things, where they had kind of made it clear and tried to disseminate the information that, you know, if you are coming to an uprising because the time is for you to decide when it happens, you know, whatever, you know, that's how they laid it out anyways. But more importantly, they made it explicit that do not do as you've done before, where you march on to the capital and gather there, because when you are all gathered there, it's easier for the security forces to clamp down on you right there. But if you all start up at the same time, you know, even if it's smaller, it's going to be much more strenuous for the security forces, and it's going to be harder for them to clamp down on it violently. That's what. Then that I thought that was interesting to point out, because that means that the diaspora have kind of been like Ray Fox was saying as well. Generally, the sentiment, and I get the impression it depends a bit. So the diaspora, for example, in the Americas, there will be overwhelmingly proportionally favored towards the Shah and explicitly the Shah. So not just necessarily against the government, but they're also pro-Shah. Whereas in Europe, you will have the Iranians are still, majority of them are going to be against the Islamic Republic, but they're not necessarily pro-Shah or anything like that. However, it's noteworthy that the last 1 year or two or so, like even though the Shah was kind of known, he wasn't kind of considered like a very serious actor. Like it was known that he was always a potential actor, but it's the last 2 years or so he started really becoming more notable. And even those who are then not pro-Shah. So this is the interesting part here. This is where I think the momentum for the uprising distinguishes itself. Why you see the Javid Shah being shouted out and stuff like that, unlike before, it's because there's so many more that just simply, like, even though we rather not have the Shah, or at the very least not a dictatorial Shah, we would prefer, if anything, the constitutional monarchy, which is what he has projected. And they have just come to the point that, okay, even if he's lying, even if he will try to wriggle himself to an authoritarian position, he cannot possibly be worse than the Islamic Republic. Like, we have more wriggle room with this. Is the ultimate rationale to, like, because they pretty much all of the Iranian diaspora, they have family back in Iran, right? So like I have friends in one side of my family who just recently got to hear from his aunt, right? And she said she's fine, but a lot of people have been killed, right? That after being in the shutdown. So for them, you know, it's like, okay, you know, they are telling us back home, they are telling us it's untenable. It just keeps getting more and more oppressive. The economic situation is unbearable. We're having whole fucking buildings sink right into the ground. Like it's just the comprehensive ineptitude and mismanagement by the Islamic Republic makes them even as illegitimate actors. Like even if you were to be obsessed about like, oh, they came to power by a coup or they're dictatorial, that's kind of like, okay, fine. That's one thing you can debate, but you cannot debate that they are unfit geopolitical actors when they run their own country so thoroughly into the ground that they don't even need external actors actually to bring it down. This is a natural regional hegemon from thousands of years ago and destined to be so for a long time, except when you have something as incompetent as the Islamic Republic that makes what is supposed to be the big brother of the region looks like a joke. Right? It's like if you are Iranian, the tremendous, like you're getting beaten, you're getting shot, you're getting just your life wrecked over, and on top of it all, it's just a complete, it's just disgrace. Which is why they shout "be shut off," which means disgrace, like the disgrace. You are without honor. So like, yeah, they're not even as illegitimate. Are they competent enough? Like they're not. But that's my opinion. I'm sorry, Gareth. I think it was, or maybe it was your. No, I think it was Gareth.
I think Joe was up before me.
So it was at least 9 snipers in Kiev, and when Saakashvili brought them in, right? He was leading them, and there was a video after this guy was shot in Odessa. There was the Russians released the video where he was standing by the door when the snipers with the guns in the pouches are coming out. Right? They were saying that he was one of the controllers of the snipers. I mean, controllers. He was deciding where to position them, right? And 2 years ago, the Ukrainian court released the guilt of the Berkut from sniper, right? The Ukrainian court no matter how it is, they decided that Berkut did not shoot as snipers at Maidan. You should know that this is very important information for anyone who is interested in Ukrainian-Russian war. Another thing, I was reading today one of those analyses of the hijacking or color by making it in color revolution. They pretty much always loot museums. They always loot museums. Okay, and what's the outcome of color revolution? It's always worse than few shooting by of the innocents, of the proper demonstrators by the government. It's much smaller number of victims than if, because in this analysis today, it was the questioning one of the Berkut officers who was actually controlling the Berkut action, and they had so somewhere in February of 2014 they started clearing the Maidan, the square, right? And they said they cleared most of it. It was only the main square or around the post that was still occupied. Majority of demonstrators left because they were successful in clearing it without too much victims, too many casualties. And this guy, this reporter asked him, so why are you not finishing it off? Why you're almost done? Why you don't finish it off? Says, well, we're waiting for orders. So this reporter is asking, is this Berkut officer, if he's still alive, questioning himself, if I finish the cleaning of the Maidan, would I stop what is happening now? Million deaths. Because he didn't finish this. This is Machiavellian question. How many innocent victims have to be produced in order to prevent total chaos, like in Libya, like in Ukraine? What's the price that government has to do in order to prevent way more casualties in the future? This is the real question. This is Machiavellian question, right? You have to ask yourself. You guys support, two of you support the overthrow of Iran, like it's gonna be better for the people? No, it's not. It's gonna be like Libya. Like in Libya, Iran is gonna be gone through the civil war, split up in a multiple, maybe even worse than in Syria. This is the result if it's not prevented. Total collapse of the government, which is what foreign agents did. But it's really funny when you Kopin says, you say, is it external? I don't know, but there's a foreign agents for sure. I mean, what? Do you know the language, or do you really hope that everyone is so stupid that you can say such a thing?
No, no, that's not what I said. I said it is silly to be assuming there is not foreign agents. Of course, there's going to be foreign agents there. You are just not listening. But can you please finish? Because actually, like Gareth is going to lose his finger, and I think he's going to lose his brother.
But this is what you said. But it's a question if it's external. That's what you said. But it's definitely
there's no debate. What I said, there's no debate if it is external, and now I'm reaffirming it. There's no debate. Of course,
I'm sorry.
External problem, okay, you got it.
My bad.
Okay, please finish. So Gareth can get the word, please.
Nika. Oh, Gareth.
I just wanted to say thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Is that Gabriel?
Hearing background noise, I think.
Okay. Gareth.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the state of mind of the people of Iran. I inquired with some Iranian exiles I knew last year as to whether they thought that the Iranian government had sort of won itself some legitimacy as a result of its missile exchange with Israel, nominally in support of the Palestinians. And they basically said no. They didn't think that that would change the hostility of the populace to the regime. Secondly, though, just another comment on the point about organization in demonstrations. It should also be remembered that the modern protest movement has developed a lot of internal mechanisms of its own organizing. I mean, the starting protests, columns moving at different times from different places. I mean, that's actually something that you do just to make it easier for people to gather at their various rallying points and then move in an organized fashion that the authorities can deal with, controlling traffic and all of that. None of that implies that some foreign agency has to come in and pull strings. People are smart, people are organized. We do ordinary jobs, we organize things that are more complicated than that kind of thing all the time. It's easily within the wit of man. So just because a protest is organized doesn't mean it's being orchestrated. Thank you. That's all.
Well,
No, it was Nika's turn. We are 10 people. We got to follow the finger here.
We're having a bad day, Gabriel. We're having a really bad day here.
I want to just comment and move forward because we all agree there is a good reason for the protesters. I think everyone agree there is a good reasons for the protesters to protest. We agree there is corruption. We agree that there is problem from the West because of what they did to the economy, and we agree that there is a foreign interference. The thing is, I'm thinking of the outcome. The problem is, if I'm sure the revolution would be natural and there'd be it would be organic and
peaceful.
The people, not peaceful, not necessarily, but the people who will care about the Iranian population will rise to power. Yes, I will be positive 100%. But the issue is not. The issue, because of the interference, you can have just a puppet regime. And a puppet regime isn't necessarily a good regime. I want to give a small example because I know that example. For example, in Tunisia, we had the puppet regime, Western puppet regime. He was totally obedient, totally cooperating with them, and he was totally, practically secular. The thing is, the same problems happened. The corruption's there, the gangs are there, the insecurity are there, but they were masked and they were hidden, and people revolted. And you know what the Western did? They sent riot equipment to the regime. That's
Are
why
you
the
talking about Iran?
Tunisian, 2010, I think.
Yeah, we missed that.
What happened is they sent riot gear because it was beneficial for them. They don't give a fuck about the Iranian. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. That's the issue. Is you can have another puppet regime that will screw the Iranians too. I'm not saying that it's a dilemma. I'm torn apart between both sides. That's the issue. It's not an easy answer. It's not okay. Let the writers broke the regime. Yeah, and you forget the Israelis that are waiting on the backstage. Americans, Europeans, they want to tear up the country and break it into pieces to benefit it more. So those are questions that I personally struggle because I know the suffering of the Iranian. I don't think a lot of people here, maybe few of you, live in a corrupt regime, in an oppressive regime. You cannot understand how it is. You can never understand how it is. Even you, Nonia. This is a child level corruption. When you are afraid to speak the truth inside your own house with your brother and sister, like your own family, this is you're afraid just to say the truth inside your own home.
Lol, Britain.
So
like
that's
being
why
a QB.
This is why I wanted to advance. It's not even in the public space or in the internet. Or forget about it. I said it. You cannot even trust sometimes your own family, because of the amount of corruption of the. Sometimes I'm walking in the streets and I'm praying to God that the policeman is not in the bad mood, so he can corrupt my whole entire life because he's in the bad.
No, South America.
No, but with all anyway, I see.
Can I? Because I was after. Yeah, excellent sequence here. Because what Gareth was saying there is like that's one of the reasons I said the thing what I said. It was not that there's no foreigners. I said they are doing that, but also internally they're quite well organized. I speak indirectly to them, and like Gareth is saying, like people can organize themselves. They can make up their own mind, especially if you're in an environment like Nika, right, where you have to be careful where you are, what you're saying in your own house. So when you have had several rounds with the regime, you do get by default more organized, because the incentive for you to fight the regime and the government has not been removed, right? So but two things can be true at once. I think what a lot of people here keep, like, I see that in the chat, like you keep thinking that it is a black and white thing. It's not. It's like two things can be true at once, and there's more factors to it, right? And like Nika is saying, it's like, yes, it will probably be better if you can remove the Islamic Republic and you get something better. But are you actually going to keep it together, right? Like Wyatt has been reporting, for example, about the Kurdish Freedom Party being operating in Western Iran. Now, there was some, I think we didn't actually get to it, but I think Wyatt was touching on it. And I've spoken to Iranians who are, again, like, they make it very clear. The Kurds of Iran are not the same. The secessionist proportion of them is much, much lower than, say, for example, Syria. Like they are Kurds, but not all Kurds are the same. Okay, so for those of you who don't understand that, you cannot just put everyone in a box.
Even in Syria, just about this, even in Syria, the Kurds just happen to be in the right place in the right time, because they were there, they are cooperative, and they get the injection of the money, because population was, they are not like that.
The support they have is incredibly small in Iran as well. So, like, of course, the uprising appreciated that because they were already prepared for, and they were armed, they could fight the IRGC and the Basij and so forth. Of course, they appreciate that rather than being gunned down. But they're like they're definitely viewing that with hostility. But it's not like the most, like, when I asked them, they were not too concerned about the Kurds, because as far as they were concerned, the Kurds of Iran were more loyal to the nation of Iran, because that's a kind of also a thing to note. Like, while the Kurds are nationalistic, it's the degree of nationalism varies quite a bit. And in Iran, my impression was that it was very low by so. But I was
it's good to know
about it in a tangent anyway. So Desi, I think you're the next one.
It's good to know that not all the Kurds are retarded like in Syria.
Well, they're getting rolled over in Syria, and I'm glad that they're getting rolled over, because that whole thing in Syria is complete goddamn manufacture. I mean, anyway, Kurds don't even live that much in Syria. But my point is, you guys made a good point, but I do want to ensure, violence in protest is very subjective, right? Like a lot of the people who are pointing out to the violence, whether to like shut down the protest or the government, I do want to point out to them, especially the ones who are criticizing the government about it, that if ICE or the American police shoots an Antifa agent, you wouldn't be complaining, right?
You wouldn't become what?
You wouldn't be complaining that much.
Oh, complaining.
Right? Neither would I. I mean, Gareth would be, but we wouldn't be. So it's all subjective. So and at the end of the day, I kind of agree with Nika. It's all about what's the result, and the result is clear. These protests have failed completely. It failed as soon as they burned down the mosque. It failed as soon as they burned down the hospitals, right? And whether or not it was organic or not, it doesn't really matter. And also, in terms of what Coping was saying, this is something I completely disagree. The Shah is not going to be, categorically, is not going to be better. It's going to be way worse. The Shah is not going to last. It's going to be an unstable regime.
I never made that assertion.
Iran is gonna collapse and shatter, And why will it shatter? Is because a stable, cohesive Iran, whether it has the Shah or the Ayatollah, regardless of who is leading it, is not in Israel's interests. So if there is an Israeli puppet, that puppet will be used to disintegrate the Iranian state.
Quick correction. I didn't assert that it would be better. I have added on to what Nika was saying, that you don't know if the outcome is better. Of course, you want the bad that is the Islamic Republic gone, but if the next one is better, you don't know.
You said before, no, you did say
that's
before.
That's what the Iranians perceive, because that's what the Iranians who are against the regime, that's what they say. If it's going to get better, I cannot say. Who the fuck am I? Do I have a crystal ball?
And
No.
also the Iranians who say this, usually
could be wrong. Yes, they could be wrong.
Usually live in the United States or in the UK or in some Western nation. They don't live in Iran itself. But at the same time, I also give credit to what Nika said, because critics of the Iranian regime who are living within Iran, it's very difficult to criticize the regime itself. I have, of course, never went to Iran, but I have been throughout the Middle East, and it's completely different world. Believe me, it's a completely different world. Fear is completely invasive in life. It's invasive in Saudi Arabia. It's invasive in Oman. It's invasive in Yemen even. Before
there's certain degrees, but
just wanted the quick information to give you about Kurdish groups that were infiltrating northern Iran. Actually, Iraq provided info to Irani government about these Kurdish groups that were being sent by, of course, whom from Iraq into Iran to organize and keep spreading the weapons, because they were bringing in the weapons. And
who are you talking about?
So
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Keep coming back, Gareth.
It's Kurdish group.
Yeah, Gareth is holding the
in
finger.
northern Iran.
I agree with Pamela.
So it's a quick one.
No, let Gabriel.
It's against the
As
rules.
you see, quickly finished with those groups. They didn't last quickly because this information from Iraq. Just wanted to let you know this.
Oh, okay. No, that's a good point. Gareth.
Gareth, you're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. I think it might be useful to think of a protest movement as gaining veterancy over time, because even if you suppress a particular uprising at the moment, most of the people involved are going to live, and they're going to pass the lessons that they learned on to a future generation of activists. So again, it's possible to destroy a movement completely if you're very thorough, but you have to be quite fascist to do it. But without that kind of intervention, then it's normal to expect to see a protest movement sort of sharpen its methods and develop new techniques and so on. Again,
as long as it's allowed. As long as it's allowed, because you see, this is the thing, that you always need an organized minority. Every protest, it can be like a student council, or it can be the Gestapo or the brown shirts, but you always need an organized minority that actually motivates, it spreads the information, it proselytizes on behalf of the protest, and so it rallies people to the protest.
Conversation too late.
The majority of people in a protest, they're absolutely indifferent. Okay, they're there because of peer pressure or because of mass psychology, and they don't give a fuck about what happened. And if you shut the fuck up, dude, you spoke for a while.
Language.
Anyways,
gentlemen.
Anyways,
I love how Pamela is acting as her mom, man.
The protesters,
Pamela, you are
like
so
the
sweet.
professional
You are
protesters,
so sweet.
they can actually, learn lessons and be motivated and have determination. The mass majority, the great majority of people that are marching in any rally, they'll run away at the first bullet shot, they'll hide at the first tear gas, and they'll disperse in the wind whenever fear is instilled in them. But at the same time, they'll be rallied, they'll be filled with courage and valor if they see that they're winning. Okay, so like if you have 10 people in a protest, you have thousands of people. Okay, and then the police come and tries to disperse them, and you have 10 people who can push back the police, then that police force is going to be overrun by the thousands of people that are protesting. But if you don't have those 10 people that can hold the line, those people are going to disperse in the wind like smoke. Okay, people don't spontaneously organize. People don't have intelligent collective action. You need some form of organization. And all the students groups that are in the protest, it can even be high school students, it can be NGOs, it can be like professors or syndicates. There's always someone who organizes it. And according to the results you see is what happens in the aftermath. Like is who is actually organizing it. And in many cases, this is very common actually in South America, that you actually get infiltrators from the police in a protest that are going to do all forms of vandalism and disturbance as so to justify the violent crackdown on the protest.
And then film it and then produce it as an evidence to the public.
Yeah, that's extremely common. So not only do the protests need organization to exist per se, it also is extremely easy to infiltrate them and to maneuver them to whatever end you have. Anyone who has a minimal of organization, like say 10, 20 people, can actually stir the protest to a whole panoply of directions that are like completely against the will of the people that were actually protesting originally. And that
I got
is
a
extremely.
question.
I want to come back on that.
Gareth, yeah, but this is a question. Did you know that the Iranian police were trained by Germany, and Schwarzkopf, remember him from the Gulf War? Schwarzkopf spoke German. His dad spoke German, and Schwarzkopf was sent to Iraq.
I did German in school. What the fuck does that mean?
Because he got along with the Iranians because a lot of them speak German.
Yeah.
Iran sounds like.
Do you know that a whole bunch of the Middle Eastern countries were allied with Nazi Germany during the war in order to fight against Britain? This is not news.
Yes.
I'm just saying, that's their root to their military.
Okay.
So we got to replace the military. That's what Trump's going to do. He's going to replace the Iranian military.
There is not the slightest chance in hell of that. Okay, if I could actually get back to the topic, or at least what we were most recently discussing, I thoroughly disagree with Gabriel. He makes one point that is correct and four that are wrong in a spiel. Okay, it is the one thing that he is correct about is that you can actually like stiffen a protest by having a band of young hellions who are willing to fight with the police. Yes, that definitely does buy you the weight of the crowd, right? And that is sort of like pretty advanced demonstrating tactics. That's the kind of thing that the Black Bloc do, and anarchists and so forth. But the idea that 20 people could manipulate an even nominally an even mid-sized demonstration is sheer fantasy. I mean, you can't stop them organizing themselves. There are multitudes of groups with 20 people in those organizations. I specifically in those movements, I specifically addressed the topic of external infiltration earlier before you were here. And in where there are organizing bodies, they can be infiltrated, but even that is not a very reliable process. And so, as I mentioned, the Bolsheviks had an infiltrator in their central committee that didn't prevent the revolution from going forward. It's not an unsolvable problem. Neither are the Asian provocateurs and so forth. And in fact, in a properly organized demonstration, there will be legal observers and others who will expel Asian provocateurs or any other person who's getting out of hand and so forth. That's easily organized, okay? Again, people can, in fact, organize themselves. We do so every day. We do that in our jobs. It's definitely not beyond the wit of man. And as I also said earlier, a demonstration or a mass movement of that kind is like a river, and pissing into it doesn't change its flow. you have to have a very important or capable power to influence that body, which either means that you have a large number of sympathizers that you've already won over by political argument, or it means something like you've managed to manipulate control of an organizing body. But these movements can easily overthrow their own organizing bodies. And in fact, the way that the protest movement in the West developed between the 2000s and 2010s, 2015 or so, is toward a kind of mass organization that was done immediately and didn't use any kind of organizing bodies that could be infiltrated at all. It's a real innovation in practical democracy.
You're talking about the Western protests that have never achieved something in their entire history, like how you stopped the war in Iraq, or how you stopped globalization, or how you stopped.
I started off by saying that a protest movement gains veterancy.
How you started your revolution?
Gabriel, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. What Gareth is saying is basically that when, like, think about it like this: if you have ancient provocateurs, you can, as an internal security force, you can actually easily detect them and take them out. They are actually not insolvable to take, and that is also for the same for eternal protests. So when they organize, when they start taking out, like if you do internal suppression, you go after the ones who are agitating, the leaders. And that's how they learn then. That's what Gareth is referring to, veteranizing. They learn then that, okay, they are going to be targeting the one who is actually rallying and helping us organize and whatever. So we need to be doing this and this and this to maneuver. And like and I agree with Gareth, like the notion that people cannot organize by themselves. Like if they fail in the Western world, it's because there are more mechanisms that work to diffuse the protest. It's not that important, right? It's not that their own lives being at stake, right? But if you look at protests where they're actually dealing with the government, right, when they're getting shot at in the streets, it's kind of hard to say like, oh, they're just doing it for like, a can of soda or something, right?
Okay. So, look, all you guys are missing one key point, right? First of all, you are talking about conjuring protests movement out of nowhere, right? First of all, you have to realize what differentiates successful protests from failed protests is that whether the thing that you're protesting, does the majority of the people support it or not, or a vast group of people support it or not. I'll give you an example of two examples in India, one for a failed and both are recent, a failed protest and a successful protest. The failed protest was a Delhi University student protests. No one gave a fuck about what the Delhi University students were protesting about. No one even knows now what they're protesting
very
about.
Stupid.
Right? And the thing is, they did the protest for months. They harassed the people of Delhi, and it just broke down. It was infiltrated. They even had celebrities, Bollywood actors, actresses going and supporting them, and it still failed, right? And they had every necessary organizing body. They had a very, driven student cadre who were leading it, and we beat the shit out of them, and we busted the students, and they went home. All they got from it was busted heads, and they achieved nothing. The other example is the peasants movement, the farmers' protest in India, right? Went on from 8 months, and India is a democracy, but we still have colonial laws. We are technically a very authoritarian nation, so it kind of applies. I don't know if it applies to the same degree to the Middle Eastern nations or not, but it kind of applies. And the farmers' protest succeeded. One, because yes, there were organizing bodies, farming syndicates, Kisan Sabhas, various from multiple states. It was prepared, right? Those organizations existed. It was prepared from the beginning, but it received mass support from nearly every single farmer in North India. And because India is, has a national tradition of respecting both farmers and soldiers, it received mass support from every section of society as well. Yes, they tried to infiltrate into the farmers' protest as well, right? There was tear gas used, lathi charges, everything short of live rounds being fired was done to the farmers' protests. but the farmers won after 8 months. And the farmers harassed the people of Delhi way more than the students did. But at the end of the day, the people of Delhi thanked the farmers, right? So, the defining factor of what if a protest is going to succeed or not is do the majority of the people and the conditions present, tolerate it and support it. It's also the difference between why the Bolshevik Revolution succeeded, Gareth, and why the Spartacus, movement completely got crushed, because no one in Germany supported the Spartacus, right?
It's ridiculous to say that nobody in Germany.
No, I'm not saying no one, but the vast majority of people were either indifferent or were against it, right? People were sympathetic to the soldiers of Germany who just fought World War I and were now facing the Spartacus. And people forgot that
many
a lot of the people. Yeah, I'm getting to it. A lot of the Spartacus were soldiers in World War I. But the propaganda victory, why Rosa Luxemburg got shot, is because the vast majority of people didn't stop her from getting shot.
Yeah, well, right? Okay, no, Sherlock.
But but then look at the difference in the farmers' protest, right? There was a BJP politician, and BJP, how popular they are, right? And a BJP politician went and hit one of the farmers with his car, and the right wing started like abusing him, right? And started giving death threats to a BJP politician. I was pissed off, right? So it's all about the moment. It's all about what the people are thinking in that moment, right? You have to find the right time to protest, first of all. And secondly, your protest, as Gabriel has said, and both Gareth, you both kind of agree, even though you disagree on the specifics of it, you have to be prepared for the protests. What is happening in Iran now is neither the time nor the way to do it, right?
I'm not joking. I'm not joking, but there is a gradient of luck in it. I'm not joking about it. I'm serious. There is a luck. For example, before
Nika, luck only arrives if you fail in these two things. Right?
No, but sometimes
because
you
the
have
farmers'
all
protest
the
was never going to
ingredients,
fail. The
and
farmers'
it cannot
protest was never going to fail. The Indian independence movement was never going to fail, right? Yeah, maybe in the American independence, war, that had luck, definitely. Washington escaping, that was based on luck. The Bolshevik Revolution, regardless of what kind of luck played in, regardless of which way the battle turned, the Bolsheviks were always gonna win. Because they had
it's not a matter of luck. It's a matter of
it's an ingredient.
The right
it's
moment.
An ingredient.
It's a matter of reading the historical process that's happening at a particular time. Now, if you're constantly on a struggle and constantly agitating the flames of dissent and whatever, then it's more likely that you'll hit the right spot, But that's why I'm talking, like, I think that our disagreement with Gareth on the issue of organization is that he probably considers that when a group emerges from within a group and organizes, then it's like people are spontaneously organizing. But what I'm saying is that, if there's not a group inside the group, like let's say the proletariats, for example, or the students, if there's not a student council that, makes the placards and spreads the pamphlets and things like that, then you'll never get a convocation for a rally. Like you need someone inside a group or outside the group to actually do the hard work, and it's not everyone, and organize. And according to the efficiency, the quality of that organization is how successful it is or not. Like people can organize, sure, yeah. Your football gang, after their team lost, they all sort of agree that they have to bash the heads of the other fan club, right? But that's not organization. That's just mob psychology. So organization is when a small group plans, makes charts a direction, and they work to spread that plan amongst a group, and then the group can actually do something. Like what you say, Gareth, is magical thinking. It's magical thinking, and it's never happened in
I've
history.
actually lived through.
Yeah. I can see the communist revolution thriving, bro.
No, at the same time, Gabriel, I kind of disagree in that regard. Like you're giving primary emphasis on the student protests or like whatever the organization of whoever it is. You have to realize like these pressure groups at the end of the day, they are adopting the movement. They are adopting the people's what the people demands. They are not manifesting what the people demands, right? So they have to yes, one is the moment for sure, but another thing is they must realize what the people want, right? If these student groups or whoever is trying to organize the protest, if the organizers do not get the mood of the people, right? If the people want, say like reform rather than a revolution, and they go for a revolution instead of a reform, then they'll get crushed because the people won't support them, right?
Okay, that's an extremely naive way of looking at any of this. Okay, I just want to come back to this model of the student council. Okay, the argument that I was making before is that the student councils are things that are normal. It is not necessary to assume that some kind of intelligence agency came and created the student council. Okay, and secondly, it is also not reasonable to think that you can insert one CIA agency into the student council and completely redirect it. You can't like turn it from being a pro-Palestinian organization into a pro-Israeli one. Okay, you're not going to be able to make that radical a change. You can do some things with, you can send an infiltrator to influence the argument, but you can't completely take over the organization. It's too big. You would have to actually arrest all of the people who are in the student council and shut down the student paper if you really wanted to do that.
You can make it more radical. You can make it more radical.
Yeah, no one's talking about that. It's when you shift the conversation from like an actual political plan of action and let's assassinate people or let's burn down this or that. And it's history is littered with all sorts of reports. Actual FBI, actual CIA reports of like this member of the Black Panthers, he was a CIA asset and he did incite assassinations or looting it's full of those examples, and they actually
but hold on. There's a difference between, first of all, saying that none of this would have happened were it not for that agent. Although sometimes that is the case, there can be cases of entrapment, and we've seen some of that in the UK as well. I mean, I've seen agent provocateurs, as I've mentioned before. But again, the topic, the way we were originally posting this question is, should we regard, or at least I was anyway, should we regard popular movements as being authentic, or should we assume that they're all just color revolutions that are organized by external powers? And my argument is that the presumption should be that they're organic. And if you're going to make the case that there is external intervention, then I think you need to show evidence of that. So, one second.
Yeah.
What bothers me is that a lot of people don't have any experience of mass movements and don't have any experience of how they're organized. I mean, like for one thing, if you're actually in a big demonstration, you must understand that you can't actually see anything because everybody around you is basically as tall as you are. So your field of vision is only about like 20, 30 feet. So even if somebody got up, on a step ladder or something with a microphone, with a loud hailer, there's also an immense amount of noise. Everybody's talking, everybody's shouting. You can't direct a crowd. You can't just have one person get up and direct a crowd. That's just literally physically impossible. The crowd is its own thing. So again, I'm essentially skeptical of all claims that crowds and mass movements can be easily manipulated and directed. And I think if you're going to make that claim, I'm going to want to see some substantial evidence that they did do like a big propaganda campaign and they produced leaflets and they issued them and that kind of thing.
Okay,
I'll give you.
there's
Just
800,000. Hang on, Desi. There's 800,000 CIA agents on the payroll, and their job is to find every single little group of people in every neighborhood and hire them. Remember the thing with in Michigan, they were going to assassinate the governor? Well,
No.
there were 6
yeah,
people,
that
and
thing.
5 of them were FBI agents, paid agents. So the CIA just spreads money around and hires people to influence the smallest group. So, good luck with
No,
the organic thing.
I think that's more a case of agents padding their hours and finding somebody that they could throw up to show that they'd been doing their job.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Super chat by Madeline. Been listening traders and bankers talking about Jerome Powell and the Fed for an hour. This is a big deal regarding USA finances. About to run off the rails apparently. Any thoughts? So yeah, this some massive developments in the United States, regarding the lawsuit, the suit to force to basically criminalize Jerome Powell because of the renovation project. Like he renovate a building for $2.3 billion. Freaking hell, I can build a skyscraper with that money. So, and then also they are pressuring the Fed to reduce the interest rate. So,
well, why don't we let Desi finish this, because he's been holding the finger. Then we change the topic, because we've been on this with demonstrations for a while. I think we've kind of covered a lot of ground. So.
Did actually the ICE demonstrations because before I was coming on, or was
Mr. Lambo, Desi was the one having the finger. You can
just asking a fucking question, Coping. Fucking listen.
Your finger, then you can ask your question.
Oh, dudes, come on. Just asking very fast. Did you spoke before I came in about ICE or something like that happening in the United States? No, nothing. Only Iran bullshit. So I'd like to come on these topics, or maybe Keshnik.
Yeah. Like after we finish, we can start with the ICE protest, right? Because it's kind of related also. But in terms of what I wanted to respond to Mr. Garrett. Well, firstly, I don't have much experience in protesting, but I have some experience in cracking down protests. And I'll give you an example of you make a good point, and yes, I agree. For one, it's very especially if you are getting you're a crowd of 1,000, 2,000 people, and then you're getting water cannoned. It's not easy organizing, and that happened with the farming protests. But it can still be infiltrated. And I give you an example. The example is when during the farmers' protests, agent provocateurs. Provocateurs.
Yeah.
They led the farmers to storm the Red Fort, right? And the Red Fort is like it's a government security building, and storming it is basically treason. And the effort was to essentially discredit the farmers and call them traitors, and a lot of the media did, but no one bought it. But they did storm the Red Fort, which is like one of the most guarded places in India, right? No one can storm the Red Fort. You'll get shot down immediately. There are always security present, everything. But the security
but you're making the mistake of thinking that the law would be applied to conservatives.
And at the same time, a lot of those protests were conservatives, man. I mean, they were leftists, and it was a farmers' protest. It was most political left.
Which a farmers' protest is necessarily a protest to property owners.
Not just property owners, because it was also both like property owners as well as labor.
The people that they employ.
Labor. Yes.
Right.
Because India is a agrarian society, man.
So if your boss asks you to get on a bus and go to a protest, you of course are free to say no, right?
Well, that's a good point. But you have to realize I'm not for the protests, specifically for the organizers.
I only want to point out that is why I think.
But at the same time, I'm just saying, like, even in a crowd of 20,000 were able to be manipulated, not by the CIA, but by Indians. I'm not going to say who, but it was Indians who did it, right? And they stormed the Red Fort. These are like random farmers who, like, most of them can't even speak English, and they were driving around in tractors, and they stormed the Red Fort. And the security in the Red Fort magically vanished on that particular day, right? So it's not impossible. That's what I'm saying. You are speaking from the other side of the, barrier. I'm speaking from this side of the barrier, from what I know. That's what I'm telling you, Gareth, right? It can be done. Even large crowds can be provoked into doing something that they, is not good for a particular protest. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not saying that cannot happen. As I've said, Asian provocateurs are real, and I've seen them operating myself, trying to incite crowds. And in fact, the last time I was on here, I made the specific point that it's the police who decide whether a protest is peaceful. It's not up to the demonstrators. Because if the police go in with batons, the demonstrators will fight back, and then the media will say violent protest. Okay, and the police
You
will.
mean like on J6?
Fuck off. The police and and the media will also believe what the police say and not the protesters. Okay, so the police are always free to lie.
Like on J6.
Well, I think
Pamela made a good point.
If I can give a relatable example to what we've been talking about, like we're talking about, is it legit? Like Wyatt has been talking about when you start shooting, right? Because that is an extreme measure for something that is like a counter protest. It's not like an armed uprising, right? And that's where it's sort of like if you have been handcuffed, right? Why should the police have hold its weight with his knee on the back of your head into the asphalt, for example? There's absolutely no reason to do that. But when you see that, right, then you're just like, wait, hold on. Okay, maybe I don't agree with these folks who are blocking the street, but that's not exactly a way I want to be treated if I am disagreeing on something either, right? That's an illegitimate, like right, it's just an illegitimate use of force because you simply don't have to. If you have to use excessive force, like shooting, for example, into the protest, that is because your legitimacy is now reliant entirely on fear. Right, anyone who is violent in any protest, what Gareth is saying here is not that protests cannot be violent. I get what people are saying, that yeah, you have violent people, and that's a bad thing. That does escalate, but the onus is on the authorities because they have the means to select and take out, and just let the whole protest die out. In the West, when they don't have to use excessive force, it's not because we're necessarily all that nicer. It's because they have more means to use it. The stakes are not as high, and they also have more means to kind of like, look, if we get this guy out of it, right, this thing is gradually going to die because he's one of the main motivators. But people have their lives; they're going to do other stuff, right? There are many more means. But when you have something like Iran, like you don't, it's a completely different world. Okay, like this is. I think I understand that people cannot get it. It's on the other side of the world, but it's a very different society. So I'm sorry for holding up, but okay, if we're going to move topic. I just remind Lambo, actually the super chat wanted to address a Fed cuts and stuff like that as well with Jerome Powell, and that this is like a pretty big thing. It's not a local thing like ICE, even though ICE is more relevant. So I'm not sure which should we go straight for the Fed since it's economical, or should we finish it off with the ICE?
No, dude, come on, we're going to do something that other people knows also.
Yeah, Lambo, go Lambo.
Go ahead, Lambo.
Do you want Orishnik or ICE first?
No, Orishnik behind you already. No, just talk Orishnik. There's not much to talk about, so it's very fast. Let's talk about Orishnik.
Yeah, it's very fast. We just want to say that that Putin about it just showed again that he has a weapon that nobody can touch for the air defense. But the big question was, what did they hit the second time that they used the Orishnik? First, they said it was a gas installation, but that's bullshit. Apparently, in Lviv, they have an air base where they did repairs for MiG-29s, for example. They've been hit in the past, and now, if I need to believe people like AMK mapping, it's that place been completely destroyed. Apparently, I think Russia knew about thing there. And but it's fantastic to say from point of view of the cameras. It's an amazing image, amazing footage to see. You
don't look real, right?
It's fucking yeah. It's crazy. The thing is, the damage we're never going to really see because Ukraine is going to do everything to hide it. They did it for the first one also. But yeah, it's a scary weapon, and Russia is going to still using it. And it's not like to show or to do. It's just to say, like, we have a special target and we're going to destroy it and we're going to use it. And it's also to show power, of course. But it was again a very a point of view, a very beautiful one to see. But I'm afraid we never go. We maybe just only after the war going to see what's going to really to happen. So we will see.
There's a couple Canadians here that know about freezing pipes, right? So in Kiev, they can drain them buildings for the heating systems, but all the water doesn't come out. There's still water in loops and traps and stuff. And now those pipes are starting to freeze as it's like day, 4 of no heat. And so they can't turn back on.
It will be a catastrophe. Talk, Nuni, talk.
Super chat by Uncle Coping. I vote ICE as transition to super chat.
Yeah, to be clear, you guys can finish your rationing because it was supposed to be short, but like Madeline has been very generous to the open mics. I think we give due respect by addressing that topic. And since we've been taking on protesting and demonstration, like ICE is a very good transition because we get to the United States and then we can take on the economics that there's the feds, because that's going to address the whole fucking world. What she's addressing there is an important thing. So I think it's
So about the Fed is that in 2016,
No. You super chat your own vote if you want something else than the ICE to be.
This is to the super chat. She's asking about the Fed. And
I super chatted in that we're going to have transitions because
I want to reply on Oreshny.
And in 2016, Trump offered them 60 cents on the dollar for every Federal Reserve note. In 2020, he offered them 40 cents on the dollar for every Federal Reserve note. And now it's 20 cents on the dollar, which is what Zelensky got 2 years ago. Or was it last summer? He settled for 20 cents on the dollar for his currency. That's the new standard. So they'll exchange the notes. They'll still accept them, but they're only going to be worth 20 cents on the dollar. But it's going to work out. It's all going to be good. Nothing's going to crash or burn. It's not going to be scary. It's going to be a gradual, nice transition.
I wanted to talk about. I want to reply about the rationing from Lambo thing. No, I think one of the reasons you cannot see the damage is because I think the rationing is used exclusively to hit deep underground targets. I think that's the reason, because that's why we didn't see big explosions. We didn't see fire. It just went all the straight down into the underground and explode things underneath. I got a feeling that's the reason why they use it.
I don't know how that air base is built. But from what we have in Belgium, because we have 2 air bases, for F-16s and F-35s in the future. But we are possessing nuclear weapons from the United States. This is also the reason why we were choosing back for the F-35. There was an election about which plane we're going to replace for the F-16. The answer was already F-35. Why? Because we are possessing bombs that can be dropped by F-16s, nuclear bombs. If the United States is going to ask us to do it, we're going to do it. But where are they stored? These bombs are stored underneath the bunkers of the F-16s. So the hangars, the bunker hangars where the F-16s are stored, they have also a lower level, and apparently they are stored there. And that makes sense because you have a few layers of protection. You have already your upper protection for your F-16. Then you have, I think, a very heavy floor, and then you have the space where you have these bombs. So it makes sense. If you're looking a little bit of history about how U-boat bunkers by the Germans were built in the Second World War, they use also multi-layer roofings. So possibly, I don't know, they hit something because it's burnt, like by night it burned. Like the sky was pink.
Because what was reported was that they hit the gas storage.
That is impossible, and Ted confirmed that also on the thing. But if the AMK mapping geolocations, like for the point of view of the cameras, are accurate, The only possible place is that air base where they repaired the MiG-29s. It can be also that they stored, like you said, something underground because you already attacked it. So I don't know if the Ukrainians repaired that base. I think so. Or they were hiding some stuff, or they were still maybe repairing F-16s also. And the Orishnik, you can make, I think, if you're going to target the buildings, you're going to destroy the ground so heavy, you're not going to use these building spaces anymore. And you can also drop a few of them on the airfield. Imagine the hole you're going to create on your landing strip. You're not going to put a truck of dirt over it and a little bit of concrete to repair it. So you can have a lot of possibilities. But what you're saying, something about underground, can make sense because these air bases were built in the Soviet era. Like a lot of factories, they have underground spaces also.
And they cannot repair it because underground takes a lot of construction work. So I think once it's destroyed, it's gone. And just to follow up on that, on this news, is that Macron was asking the Europeans that they need to find a solution on their own regarding the Oreshnik. So this announcement, I never managed to report it. I didn't manage to slot it in anywhere. So, but Macron was calling for a solution, a European solution to Oreshnik. Yeah, it was reported on Ukrainian media. But
just to say, Wyatt, in the comments, you have Rosomak that's saying there was a command center under the airport that got hit.
Yeah, maybe NATO. So maybe NATO.
Yeah, it
commanders
can be
or
something
whatnot,
like that. But it was legitimate. They're going to use a missile to hit really something that need to be bye-bye. Otherwise, you're going to use cruise missiles or drones. But there, Putin said, we found something. We use Oreshnik because that thing need to be bye-bye now. That is the thing. That is my point of view of why using Oreshnik is to have something bye-bye directly. We found it, trace it, we prove it. We're going to launch it, destroy it.
And we go to the Federal Reserve.
No. Let me the ICE thing as a transition, but the Federal Reserve is important because that's huge. But I haven't been able to pay attention to the ICE thing. So may I just get a summary? Like what should I get from this?
So the ICE thing. So the ICE is now concentrating in Minnesota. They have almost 3,000 officers. They outnumber the local police by five times. And I think they're going to send in the soldiers. According to the last rumor I saw is that Trump has ordered troops to be raided. I think they are the airborne troops to go in. So maybe the Insurrection Act might be caught. So the ICE agents are now catching people all around Minnesota. And they have been loading them up on buses, send them to the airport and fly them out. So I think they are instantly getting deported. And the governor of Minnesota is Tim Walz, the former vice president candidate. And he is now he got indicted, and then he also got now summoned for investigation because of all the not indicted, impeachment. And then after that he got caught for criminal investigation is now opened against him.
The guy is smoked.
But it's not for the corruption, but for calling for the people to go against ICE. So it's like a separate thing. So the impeachment is regarding the corruption, and then the investigation is regarding him.
Sedition. It's not sedition.
Yeah. So they haven't charged him yet.
That's sedition.
So they haven't charged him yet.
About it, and the thing is, I'm going to read it. It's not long. ICE is removing some of the most violent criminals in the world from our country and bring them back home where they belong. Why is Minnesota fighting this? Do they really want to murderers and drug dealers to be ensconced in their community? The thugs that are protesting include many highly paid professionals, agitators, and anarchists. Is this really what Minnesota wants? The crooked governor and Congresswoman Omar, who married her brother, don't mind because it keeps the focus of attention of the $18 billion plus frauds that has taken place in the state. Don't worry, we are on it. And it's a good message. The way you're speaking, but it's a good way of fine. Hey,
Super chat by Madeline. Nunya, the conversation I have been listening to from people with real money, recon ad is going to be cataclysmic in the next few months.
So
yeah,
Madeline,
you don't have to tell me twice. I've been saying that for a while. So
there's three
I don't
things.
disagree.
There's three things the federal government does. They regulate the currency, they run the courts, and they protect the borders. Those are the three things that the United States government does. And regulating the currency means there will not be any kind of crisis at all that's going to interfere with international trade. It's under control. It's going to be okay. You can worry all you want, but it's going to be okay. I promise you, Sugar. Thanks, Wyatt.
You really insist on flicking your American bean, don't you?
Well,
hey, we're the great melting pot.
Hold on. Okay,
we're
keep
all
it civil,
here,
please.
all mixed up.
Let's enter the topic. Look. If I can give I want to give a more like concrete here.
Depravity.
So okay, good. Now,
Rock and
I
roll.
hope you're all
Ice.
feeling better.
Now it's
I'm sure
ice.
you're feeling
Ice
better.
cubes. I'm
Ice,
cold.
ice, baby.
Ice,
Yeah.
ice.
So the fascist state is in
I
full
think
flow.
here's the thing that is important to note, in my opinion, when it comes to the Fed cuts, is that Trump has been wanting those cuts for quite a while. And the thing is that it's meant to deal with inflation, but they're also having a problem with it, like they're kind of in a debt spiral, right? And so the gambit seems to be that because the only way you're eventually going to get out of it, you're going to have to reduce the interest so you can gain more debt to pay the debt. That's the spiral that they've gotten in, right? So when they're cutting the debts now, that's of course one of the problems. But this is compounded with an increased military spending at the same time, a very sizable one. And so the gambit seems to be, because the only way you can get out of it, and that seems to be like what Trump has been trying to insist against Powell, is that, yeah, but then we have to break out of it. We have to get that exponential growth that we need to kind of break out of this debt chain, which is like very, very, very ambitious, to put it mildly. But nonetheless, if the thing is that with this happening now, the interest going down, which is meant to cut inflation, and then you have increased military spending, among other stuff, which is increasing of course, the inflation pressure. And so that's why we're going to be having a double whammy coming pretty soon down the line. There's more things to it also, like, for example, the thing about corruption and just as an aside, right, it's worth noting that the way Trump operates is by double downing on speed to the point that you forget what's going on. So now, for example, he's trying to tackle corruption, right? And who remembers this plane given by Qatar? I mean, that's 400 million. That's something a billionaire doesn't even have. He just get it straight out in the open. I have never seen such unabashed corruption by any U.S. administration. Yet here, of course, because of the anti-corruption campaign, and again, here's the thing I want to remind people who think it's like that two things can be true at once, right? Like it can actually be true that, I'm going to give it to Gareth.
Shit,
I don't want to be
all
talking
of it.
too much. I feel like I'm going on a monologue, so I'm just going to.
Gareth.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that, of course, the reason that the US has this massive debt deficit is because Republicans get into power and cut taxes, and then they pass all the costs of the state onto ordinary taxpayers. And they've been trying to detach the rich for having to pay their fair share. That's basically what they exist for. They have no other agenda. And
Dude,
Trump,
that's the most
Trump doesn't want
I've ever heard in
anything.
my life.
He's just
It's not
a
an
he's
issue of
just a
Republicans.
sharp
They're
for
all
a moment.
doing that. They're all
He's
doing
just
that. And
a
on top
leaf
of
on
that,
tree.
it's an
And he'll
advantage
do whatever he's
for
told
their
to do.
own,
That's what his handlers tell
for
him
their own
is the
economy.
wise thing. He respects everybody who is rich and prestigious and has a title. So he is the most conventional thinker that there has ever been, because he's
tax on the
completely
world.
incapable of questioning any of his of the people he admires as experts. And so he has driven the United States into a huge financial and political crisis at the same time. I mean,
Yeah, you know how he called them capital.
if you could just wait a minute. As
in
I
his
said
truth
before, last year,
It's 'cause he's
I
a
pointed out that a deportation of a program of this scale would provoke resistance, and here we are seeing that resistance. And now, of course, we have an outright police state killing people on the streets and smashing people's windows and going house to house and demanding papers. I mean, we are seeing fascism fully implemented in the United States, which is, of course, quite in tune for its demand for Lebensraum in Greenland.
It's all fake news.
Staggering.
Fake news.
Staggering. It's only the
Hey,
Republicans.
you know how You know how Trump puts capital letters in his language in the posts he does? That there's all these weird capitals. It's because he's a capitalist.
No, it's because he's thick. Capitalists don't do that. He's just stupid, I'm afraid.
For those that are not capitalists or don't believe in capitalism, stop using capital letters. No, don't be a hypocrite.
It's still very funny that non-Republicans like Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, like that they like to call him, like during debates, he was saying like embassies vesting and daycare centers and all that stuff, and then apparently all run by Somalians are fucking empty. You're at least 18 billion only for that fucking state, and it's I watching that YouTuber, I forgot his name, but it's staggering. Like transport companies to bring people from place A to B, where the trucks are sitting on, if they have trucks or buses, sitting on the parking for months doing nothing. But that's not the problem, Garrett. It's only the Republicans' fault. It's only
imagine.
What are you even talking about?
For nothing.
I mean, I was talking about Republican policy over the past 50 years.
Imagine how bad California
but Democrats are not healthy also, you know? So don't
they're
blame
next.
always one side.
We're just starting with
I am entitled to criticize those I think are wrong.
You can criticize everything, but unless if it's Trump, you shouldn't criticize him. Whatever he's doing is great. You shouldn't criticize that person. He's like a saint. He never.
No, Nika, it may be huge what he's sometimes doing, but it's not everything is huge that Trump is doing. Trump is also doing stupid stuff. But now
about Minnesota. Minnesota's just the beginning because they're a little state.
It's the beginning.
It's just and
you're building a revolution against yourselves.
And then
look,
you'll
Gareth,
say
you might hate capitalists.
It's not good.
You might hate capitalists with your guts, Gareth, but always remember that capitalists always love a good Trotskyite.
It's not good.
Nothing could be further from the truth, you ignorant dipshit.
It's not good to use excessive force unless if it's your party who's doing it. If your people who are doing it, it's okay. But using excessive force is bad unless you are doing the excessive force. What a hypocrite.
Well, let's look at the comparison between the way that the Republicans are now excusing this murderous ICE officer and the way that they excused the J6 rioters who killed 5 people and stormed the Capitol, used great violence against police protesters, and they were all against police officers. And they were all pardoned. But apparently, just driving your car near an ICE officer means you could be shot in the head.
Hey, it's about election fraud. He's cleaning up the elections. Trump wants a fair election.
No, he doesn't. That's the last thing he wants.
But Garrett, do you think it's normal that the United States you can vote without showing your passports? Do you think that is normal?
That has been normal my whole life. So yes, I think that's normal.
I mean, you can go from city to city and vote 10 times in one day if you want to. Nobody going to know it because you don't need to show your passport in certain states. Wow! So you're going to blame Trump?
No, Lambo. No. You're wrong. The correct thing they are doing. What they're doing is that it's illegal for them to even look at your ID.
Yeah.
When you want to vote. It's illegal. You give the voter want to give them the ID. They no, don't give me. That's the law.
That's something that need to be fixed. 2026, Garrett. That need to be fixed. That is something that is completely wrong.
If America wants to do that, fine. But that doesn't justify in any way the claims that there was a stolen election or anything of that kind. It is Trump who wants to steal the election and always has done. I mean, look, Trump claimed that the Republican primary was rigged against him, and he claimed that the 2016 election would be rigged against him, and that the 2020 election was rigged against him, and that the 2024 election would be rigged against him, even though he won it. And he has claimed everything would be rigged against him through his entire life. He's a fucking lying loser.
So I can push back on this because you never watched my video. I reported on this. So Oregon has admitted 27% of its voters are actually illegal. They actually removed 800,000 from this voter registry.
And what
and that basically changes everything if you think about how much 27% of Oregon. No,
Yeah,
so
I go
the judicial
to
watch
vote.
is a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit. The lawsuit succeeded,
Yeah.
and the Oregon state have to remove, and more of this is going to come this year. This is just the beginning. So
When
I'm
vote-
reporting this news, so that's why I know.
Yeah, when I vote, they put my ballot in a box and they ship the box off to Denver. And 2 weeks later, you get an email that said your vote counted. Or you
Yeah,
can
but
vote
okay, but
by
that's your own
mail.
fault, isn't it? I mean, here in Britain, we count all the votes right there in the polling station on the same night. The fact that you're too lazy to do that, I mean, that's
Is that
not
where
my
you're
problem.
from, Gareth? You
That's
know,
where
I'm
I live
part
now.
Welsh. I'm part Welsh and part
I'm sorry to
German.
hear
I'm
that.
half German and half English, so I'm always at war with myself.
For fuck's sake.
But
Why is that? Is that because
really a
is that
problem
because you're
with it,
angry about the traditional German alliance between the English with the English?
What?
You don't know anything about history or
The
reality.
English tried to get Hitler to conquer Germany.
Hitler was the
that's what the
chancellor of
Chamberlain-
Germany. He did not have to conquer Germany.
The Chamberlain Pact was to allow Germans to build up a military so they could conquer Russia for Britain. Britain's always wanted Russia.
So again, this is no news to everybody. The whole world turned a blind eye to German rearmament because they were afraid of the Soviets. Okay, this is not news.
Nobody's afraid of the Soviets but the Brits. British have always wanted Russia. Crimean War, Afghanistan, 1883.
No, that completely misunderstands British politics. They want to prevent a unified power emerging on the European continent. That's
They
it.
killed the Tsar.
Sure.
To be honest, I think we will all agree that the British wants everything. So no, it's not a surprise that the British want anything.
They had a lot
at all
of shit to conquer some stuff.
The
during
British
those days.
killed the Tsar.
Yeah,
the Holy
they did.
Family.
Yeah. Possibly more than one.
Super chat by Madeleine.
They
Well,
didn't,
I
but
think you
not
folks
in the
have
Russian
covered
Revolution, if that's
advanced.
what you're talking about.
So well, I think you folks
sent
have
Lenin
covered
into
advanced
Russia.
economic theory. To
No,
be
you
honest, I want to
idiot, that
pass
was
your
the
toss
Germans.
on to Andrew Bailey. He's drunk already.
So
bye.
to the super chat, who is Andrew Bailey?
Andrew Bailey is
Callas said
the
it's time to drink.
deputy director of the FBI since 2025. He served
Director
alongside
of the
Dan
FBI.
Bongino.
Kaya Callas quit drinking a while ago, but this week she said it's time to start again.
Oh, God knows Trump would drive anybody to drink. Certainly drove me.
That's too
You know,
America
he's-
I
specific for
think all
me.
these lefty protesters are going to drive a lot of people to drink. If you see all the
Trump's a teetotaler.
Yes. How
His
pitiful.
brother died of alcoholism.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't smoke, doesn't drink.
And that's the
Golden
strategy
child.
also. That's the strategy of Trump, right? He don't drink, but he make you drink so that you make poor decisions, then he can game you.
It's
He just
Speaking
drive you
of
crazy
style,
and then he'll game you.
alcoholic
it's
style.
staggering that just speaking about the ICE protests to stay on topic, it's staggering that there are people that are protesting for, because the main goal of ICE is the main goal. So I'm not going to say everybody, but the main goal is to take illegal immigrants that are dangerous and put them back to their country.
Yeah, but that's not true.
Wait,
That's,
No,
that's,
it's
why, that's why people
wait,
protesting. They're not doing their job
wait,
adequately.
wait. I'm still busy. Still busy. And then you have all these protesters. You have that fraud thing in Minnesota, and in Minnesota now it's completely ICE protesting
Just the
disorder,
cities.
and it's
yeah, where most people live, yeah.
huh?
Just the
So you
little
have that problem.
Yeah, just
But
where
they
most
have
people are. Yeah.
nobody of these ICE protesters.
No,
of these
there's
lefties
it's
that
a
going,
big place.
wait. You have nobody of these ICE protesters that going to go on the streets to protest against these criminals that are killing innocent people for nothing. Like, for example, that Ukrainian immigrant that was just stabbed in the neck and that train, bus,
That's
tram, metro, I don't care. But they're going to protect
Perucha.
these illegals that already did one thing bad, that came illegally in a country,
And a lot of them,
no, that's not true.
Somali
Remember
are
that
legal.
they have
legal.
the right under the 1951 Convention on Refugees to cross borders.
Yeah. The Somalis are not illegal. They are refugees. They have a special status, protected status.
And most of the people who cross borders are not illegal because they have that right under the 1951 Convention.
Yeah, but the protection.
But still,
the protection is now removed.
Somebody made a remark on a YouTube video. During a protest, and they said, imagine they arrest the car, they stop the car, and the driver is searched by the state. He's legal, but also searched by the state because he robbed the bank, for example. And the guy that was telling the story said, but the passenger was also illegal. Yes, the passenger was legal and did nothing wrong. No, and he lived already for 40 years in the United States. Yes, and what? You had 40 years of time to get legally.
Are you guys allowed to defy the police in your countries? We aren't allowed to even talk back.
No, because you're bootlickers and cowards.
In Norway,
No, because
in
you're
Norway,
respecting law of order. We're respecting these people, actually. If the police officer says to you,
you
get
wouldn't
out
even
of
have
your
the
car,
voting right
you
if it
fucking
weren't
get
for
out
breaking
of
the
your
law.
car. You're not going to drive away. And then you're going to maybe save your own life, for example, with that woman.
None of you would have the voting right unless the law were broken.
Get out of the car. You stop the car. You open your door and you get the fuck out your car. No discussion. That is how it works.
Because, no, that's not how it works. That's how a cowardly bootlicker wants it to work, but that's not reality.
So I have to justify the reason because the United States have very unique way of policing because they have the right to bear arms. That's why the American police, the way they operate is very different from the rest of the world. Like let's say in Singapore, there's never this. Oh, your hand must be on the wheel. There's no such thing because it's like there's no threat of gun violence. But in the United States, it's different. The moment your hands move into the pocket or something or below or try to grab something, they will shoot. They will fire at you.
It's not due to the right to bear arms. It's because the American police grew up.
They have the right they have a different way to deal with things, but doesn't mean they can break the law because it's a different way. They need just to apply the law. You cannot for example, keep the daughter 3 years old outside just to lure her parents, or turn off the camera, or tell your people just turn off the camera when you are doing those things. Those are all illegal things.Ose people aren't pissed because they are catching illegal immigrants. People are pissed because they are doing a shitty job doing it, because they are harassing everyone.
No, they're not even trying.
So I should believe you.
Hold on.
Protesting.
They're not even trying to arrest people who are criminals. As Stephen Miller said, he brought his subordinates in and lectured them and said, "Why are you not at Home Depot?" He's just looking for any migrant. They've been going to the places where migrants are fulfilling their duties to turn up and show in and go to interviews, even to the places where people were having their very last interview to get the green card or whatever it was, and they're grabbing those people and detaining them. We just saw a video the other day of ICE officers arresting somebody because of their accent. That the basis for their suspicion was that he had an accent, even though the officer himself also had an accent.
But even if you go into the detention,
this is absolutely not a campaign that is targeting criminals. It's a campaign that's targeting brown people, and the American public are reacting against it.
It's targeting the state governments. They're going after the governors and sanctuary cities.
Aren't you supposed to be the states' rights people? What happened to states' rights?
Not white people.
What happened to states' rights?
That is
Don't
states'
the states
rights.
have the right to govern themselves?
No, they don't.
Only if Trump don't want to.
No, they don't.
Except for
Don't.
borders, the currency,
About
and
Trump,
the courts.
you should switch the law, switch the rules a bit when it's Trump. But everyone else, before Biden, no, that doesn't have the right. We need
super chat. Wait,
because they're all hypocrites. Every single word
super
they
chat,
say
super chat.
is fake.
Super chat by Madeline. Andrew Bailey is actually the governor of Bank of England. I have passed on your demotion of him. He's laughing now. I just want to say apologies to Andrew Bailey. Because I searched Andrew Bailey. The first Andrew Bailey that came out is the CIA deputy. No, they have the exact same name. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so my apologies.
Yeah, it's all going to work out.
I want just to make one point. USA or any country have the right to eliminate immigration from its border or reduce it or whatever they want or open it totally. It's their right. If
look, this whole thing with immigration, immigration and ICE is bullshit. We're not doing mass deportations. They're focusing on low-hanging fruit, easy guys to pick up, people that have deportation orders. There have been some mix-ups. There have been, but most of it is just theater because Trump is failing in his promise to deport mass deportations. I mean, we had 2.5 million people come in the final year of Trump or of Biden, and this motherfucker's bragging. This motherfucker's bragging about 300,000 people. That ain't shit, and half the shit they're counting is fucking from a bullshit survey. All this crap you see where their ICE is chasing down some Mexican guy and tackling him, and then they put some edit on it with some stupid ass music, so you think the ICE is mean and badass and that they're doing their job, and they're really not. They're really not doing their job. So people really shouldn't get upset about the ICE and the mass deportations because it's really not happening. You have people who are upset, then you have agent provocateurs going in there, and then you've got government agents that are probably fucking heavy-handed, stressed out, and stuck in a shitty situation because they're not really doing their jobs, but they're being made to look like they're doing their jobs, and everybody fucking hates them, and they're not even getting anything done. So it's just a big fucking mess, and Trump's probably going to fuck it up even more. But I mean,
great.
They're not really doing the deportations that people think they are. I mean, it looks bad, but that's what the problem is. It looks bad. It's garbage.
Oh, it's entertaining.
Yeah, but it's not entertaining. It's only entertaining if you're actually doing the deportations. I mean, I don't really need the government to make itself look like shit, and then on top of that, they're not even getting the job done. That's
so
the
what? It's great. We love it.
It's not great. He's supposed to be doing mass deportations. He said all this shit. He's not getting it done.
His wife's an immigrant.
Yeah, you just can't do everything in 1 year time also, and at least he's doing something. Because you're all
trying. There's a massive increase in the budget of ICE, and it will take about a year for the people to roll up and get hired and all that shit. But still, if you don't see any major results by the end of the year, then it's bullshit. And as of right now, he's not getting it done. It's a lot of theater. It's a lot of fucking hype. I mean, get rid of that dumb bitch Kristi Noem. We don't need a fucking Barbie with a fucking M4. We need people that go out and do the job and get it done and don't want to be on camera and don't have to do fucking makeup for 3 hours before they do Fox News.
Fawn, have you noticed how many of Trump's
hold on. Let me answer your
lawyers
question. You asked a question. I want to answer
and
it.
people, I know, but I just want to look at how many people around Trump are these beautiful bombshell women. That blonde lady that greets all the foreigners to the White House.
There shouldn't be any women in the White House or in the government. The only woman that should be in the White House should be Melania Trump and his children that are females or their female grandchildren when they're visiting. There should be no females in the government. There should be no females advising him. I mean, maybe a female can answer the phone and take his appointments, but that's probably about it. Or cook his food.
Trump's such a playboy. Oh. He loves women.
Yeah, but at least
yeah. Well, you know,
I have to admit, Pam Bondi is quite
I'm glad
pretty.
he loves women. I wish he would love America like he claims he does and do his fucking job.
Oh, he's going well.
That's something that you understand.
I want to tie this up since we have now asserted that there's not going to be any deportation. We can go back to it because we were on something regarding ICE, right? And Pamela was asking a question. Can you fight back to the police in your country? And then Mr. Lambert was saying, like, no, you have to comply to the police. And then Wyatt nuanced with that the United States is different. So I thought, just so you can understand that what Nika was saying regarding borders also holds true internally. This is arbitrated by the sovereign. That's what it means to have law, sovereign law. So in Norway, for example, if you hit the police or anything like that, it is judicially counted as the same as hitting the king.
The king.
And So while that doesn't mean that you're going to get the severest punishment, it means that it has already been laid out that potentially, if they simply don't like you and they find it that it's worth it to expend the political capital, if you fight back violently, then yes, you can be knocked down. Conversely, however, though, because
is it contrary to what you are saying about protesting and about lethal force, about extreme force, and it's like contradictory.
You don't let them finish also. Like what we like to use in Belgium, or water cannons. So we have the big fancy trucks.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because I'm not talking about like what works or what's not. What should one do in a protest? That's not. I'm just answering Pamela's question of how it's in Norway. Now but it doesn't go just one way, because legitimacy is somewhat of a consensus, one way or the other. Where even if you're not in a democratic system, right, there is a sense of election or democracy within the higher echelons of power. You have to make kind of key personnel, so to speak, to agree with each other. But that as an aside, right? When it comes to like the social contract of Norway, while it is indeed true that you can apply a very severe punishment if you fight back against the police also have they need a lot of justification to even be involved in your life. So if they stop me on the street or they even come to my doorstep, I can ask them at the first time to if they're asking anything, I ask them first, are you here as police? Then I say, very well, identification, please. Right. And not only can I demand identification, I can also tell them straight out that I'm going to film this. I'm going to take a picture of this. I'm going to live stream this. I'm going to film you. And I'm going to also, because I have the right to have not only your name, because you're a public servant, but I also have the right for your identification numbers, because you have to be able because you have to be able to, if you're claiming to be the authorities, you have to actually be able to legitimize your authority. And that
we call that call it probable cause, and you can challenge it in court, but while you're on the street, you Johnny on the spot better behave and be nice about it.
Now we're getting into more what Nico was referring to. Like Nico was referring to more of the extreme cases of the Islamic Republic, but of course here in Norway, even though that's what's written on the law, it doesn't pan out like that. So there are people who, of course, who are, like usually what happens if you just stick to your rights, the police will be at the very least, they will be more cautious with you, because they know that they cannot play around with you. If you're on, I'm not saying all cops are bad, but if you have unsavory actors, just simply that you have the right to do so will keep them more apprehensive. However, of course, the police are tied up to a whole lot of institutions, and like you can easily be rendered into a nobody, and then they can do, like, we have a lot of issues with, like, I have sometimes had to handle that our police state is better than yours, because our police institutions are so intertwined to so many other it's a police state in a sense. So what is on law is one thing, but what is on the ground is another, and that's again that comes to like both the United States, like the right for the police, for example, to fire if they think that you might actually be pulling a gun instead of an idea, right? So that's a dilemma, right? That's a cost. Like, you don't have anything for nothing. Like, I think people need to recognize that when they're saying like, oh, this is bad. Okay, but the price you have, like, if you want to be able to defend yourself with firearms, it's also that the police need to be armed enough in case you are a person that cannot adhere to the law, right? It's like, okay, and if you don't have it, right? So if the regime is oppressive, then you get a situation like Iran or any other country really where the authorities have the power and they have the institutions and organization and it's already ready to take
coping.
Right?
Coping, that's part of the problem in Minnesota, is that there's so many Scandinavians up there.
Well, I mean, what can I say? We used to have a hobby of sailing to Mr. Lambo's shore, just for pastime. We also the Britons and whatever. Like, I'm just saying it, by the way. I'm just half joking, by the way. If the English lose control of Great Britain, Scotland is ours.
That's ours. Are back.
Okay, the British, they can have it. Like, it's fine. Like, we are okay with the English. They're kind of like our big maritime brother. But if they lose their shit, they also lose the right to be the big brother. The same is like with Sweden. Sweden is our natural big brother in Scandinavia. But if they lose their shit, then we'll have to wall them off like Gaza or something like that.
Just to respond to Von, and you have the same problem in your country coping. Trump is at least doing something about the immigration problem. Here in Europe, it's getting worse every year.
Von, the whole premise of what Von says is he appeared to He's showing that he's doing something, but he's not doing something.
He's not doing enough. He overpromised and he's under-delivering in areas.
Yeah, but do you really think? No,
things are going the right way. The momentum's going the right way. And I am open to it improving, but as of right now, it is not what he said it would be.
Great.
Yeah, but Vaughn, do you really think it's so easy to find somebody that is searched by law?
Dude, here's a point that someone else made, and I'm not going to take credit for it. They were able to identify 1,600 people through phones and metadata and then prosecute them for January 6th and throw them in prison, but they can't find these people. What the fuck ever.
For showing up?
It doesn't matter why they're not thrown in jail. It's the fact that they can be found and tracked and prosecuted. But for some reason, the government can't do it with these people, but they did it with old women.
They're doing it. They're
doing
it.
Like I said, we'll see. Very, very, very limited prosecutions. And if they're not federal charges and they're in these blue states, they usually walk.
No, but it's really easy. It's really easy to blame somebody if they can't find like difficult of dangerous people to like organizing gang members. These guys are organized.
Dude, we hunted Al Qaeda and all these motherfuckers across the desert through their money laundering and transactions and secret bases and organizations. We can find a bunch of dumbass college kids that wear black bloc way fucking easier. There's no excuse for it. They're half-assing it and people are getting tired of it. It's like, you're the commander, do your fucking job, call in the military, enforce the law. We got the border shut down. You're working on the drugs. Now, internally, go from city to city and clean them out. People want it done. They're tired of hearing stories. They want it done.
Vaughn, read the Q posts, and you'll find out it's not just about immigration. It's a big operation to clean up the elections.
The best thing you can do to clean up the elections is to deport illegal aliens and people that overstayed and are here illegally.
And arrest all the Democrat governors and Democrat sanctuary city people.
Yeah, and that's going to happen with First Minnesota.
They're not going to do that. They're not even going to call up the Insurrection Act.
No, they don't have to. They don't have to do the Insurrection Act. They're doing
it's
it
just
now.
Like people saying Obama's going to go to jail. He's not. No American president is going to be put in prison. Trump's not going to go to prison.
And that
you saw that. He didn't go to prison, did he? Clinton's not going to go to prison. Bush Jr.'s not going to go to prison.
Trump don't need to do that.
The only presidents to go to prison are like presidents of Serbia or Angola or
come on,
Venezuela. If Greenland doesn't fucking get its head on right, they can go to fucking jail too.
That's bullshit. They put Sarkozy in prison last year. What are you saying? If you want to target somebody, you will be going. And even if it happened with Sarkozy, and nobody was thinking like the guy is going to prison. He went to prison. Now he's back out because
but that's France.
Yeah, I mean that's France. In America, we don't put our presidents in jail. It's a bad precedent. Right. It looks
normally
bad.
Not, but they try to
third world banana republics jail their politicians. Americans don't.
No president like Trump or ex-president like Trump.
And I mean, and you can say that's as hypocritical as you want. It is hypocritical, but that's the way they look at it. If we put a president in jail, then we look bad, like a third world shithole. So they're never going to put somebody in prison. Nixon didn't go to jail. Clinton ain't going to jail. Obama ain't going to jail. Bush ain't going to jail. Trump ain't going to jail. Never going to happen.
It's the contrary.
That's right.
People in the third world country don't put their president in prison. Either they rule for life or they die. But there's no prison.
You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna punish our president criminally.
Yeah, that's a third world country mentality, by the way.
Yeah,
because
they're never
going to
show the Epstein files.
He cannot do anything wrong.
They're never going to show the Epstein files because it's child porn and nobody needs to see that.
No, they're not going to show the Epstein files because it would compromise a very lucrative intelligence operation and blackmail operation that's probably profited the United States and a lot of other countries quite handsomely over the decades.
That's
right. Why they're not going to. They don't give a fuck about them kids, and they're not even kids. They're young women. They don't give a shit about them.
Them
And
women chose that.
there were prostitutes that were sex trafficked. It's horrible, but they were sex trafficked in the, in the bigger scheme of blackmailing influential people, rich people, to gain power and leverage over them. The sex trafficking and prostitution is horrible, but it's not really the issue. The issue is the intelligence gathering operation that's being kept secret.
Can I throw a bit of positivity before you continue on these kind of horrid topics
That's
that we
exactly
tend to
right.
talk
Well,
about?
hang on, Coping. Trump is the one who turned Epstein in. Trump was an FBI agent working with the FBI during the 90s, tracking all the Russian money coming in from the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Trump was helping with the real estate Russian money.
Okay, real quick, the problem with the whole thing is it's probably a lot of Trump's friends and people that gave him money to get elected are on the list. And it would be embarrassing to find out that you took $100 million from a guy who fucked 17-year-old prostitutes on Epstein Island.
Friends.
You know what I mean? If you're associated, you're associated. They hung out in the same clubs. They had the same social circles. They flew on the same planes. They partied with the same people. They went to the same events at the Kennedy Center. They went to the same White House press club. They all hang out together.
Trump's best friends went to jail. Trump's best friends
No,
were
a lot of the people that went to jail for Trump were cowards who buckled and took a deal and didn't wait it out like Trump did, and then they won. I mean, look at the lawyers that took the deals in Georgia and shit. They were all acquitted, and if they would have held out, but they sold themselves out, they betrayed Trump, so they're persona non grata.
Today,
Fuck themselves.
Trump is rehabilitating Michael Cohen today.
That's not even worth the trouble. Michael Cohen's a snake. Michael Cohen's a snake. He'll say whatever he has to say to get out of jail.
He's Jewish, for Christ's sake. Trump learned from Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was that guy who helped the mob.
He was a homosexual journalist.
What?
He was a degenerate too.
Yes, he was, and he died of AIDS.
Yeah, that's not really a role model I'm gonna fucking brag about if I'm Trump.
Hey, he was a damn good lawyer.
Can I just throw in a bit of positivity here, like just the fact that we're all sitting here, right? So, like, because I think both Nika and Vaughn were making some pretty relevant point to what we're talking about here. Namely, Nika was like, "Yeah, that's third world and so forth," and I'm from a little country, so I also want to use another little country as an example. I'll use Ghana. So you might think, like, you Americans might be thinking, like, and it seems even hopeless, right? That they are almost blatantly breaking the laws, like they're making them immunizing themselves in all these mischievous ways, right? But then you have countries like Ghana, for example, where they have made it by law forbidden to prosecute a prime minister 10 years after he leaves office, right? So you can't even do something legally in that regard. Now, when you come to the things with the United States, and even to the point of Epstein and Trump, like very powerful people, the fact is that you are still in the ability, like you may not be able to do it now, but insofar as you keep the pressure on them, you keep the worst excesses of power spilling over to the general population and the world over. And, you may not achieve like the idea, like, because probably, the worst part of it is Vaughn is right? The powerful people are probably not going to be held to the account of all the shit that they have done. Right, even though like they absolutely deserve it, right? But if you can at the very least make them cautious, have to spend like an effort to even hide it, right? That they have to make an effort to try to distract it and all that kind of stuff. You keep undermining their legitimacy, because when they have to lie, when they have to distract and put on all this, like this is a part of the propaganda model, generally speaking, right? Because especially when you are in a so-called free society that we have, where you have a fair amount of transparency, at least compared to most other countries, right? Then you cannot be, censorship will have the opposite effect because it attracts attention, and then you're going to have people on the inside who are going to be uncovering it because you are not shielding this shit if it's not bad, right? So like that's why this invariably tends to pop out, right? I'm losing my train of thoughts. I think I'm just gonna stop.
I wanted just a small comment. When I was in my country, in a third world country, we had good laws. We had like nice laws, to be honest, like anti-corruption, but people didn't follow them. Didn't broke them. In the West, they did it in a smart way. They make them the law. They make bribery is the law. They make corruption is the law. So when you do corruption and bribery, you're legally doing it. So this is the difference between the West and the East.
But you have noticed that in several third world countries too, like Egypt, for example. They basically take all the, and also in the Islamic Republic, right? They merge everything into absolutely every single facet of the economy. And that way it becomes no longer corruption, it becomes business, right? But in the United States and much of the Western world, what has kind of functioned is that it has been going tangentially and enough related to actual economy, but the corruption is like the checks and mechanisms that used to apply. Like you said, the rules might still be good because there are several rules that are pretty good, but then they're often just like blatantly ignored. Like you see this, for example, across in Africa, like the international laws that pertain to, for example, air traffic and so forth, that the African countries have, for example, signed into. Generally, across the continent, they disregard it and they tax it because that's an immediately available revenue stream. The law is actually supposed to prevent them from doing that, and this is harmful to themselves. Yet, of course, if you are in the position that you are in, even if you're not like intentionally corrupt, you are going to be in a position where, like, okay, if I'm going to actually balance the budget or whatever it is, or manage this debt, then maybe like I'll have to just let tourism take a punch for this moment here, so I can get through the election cycle, and maybe next time we can get something like. It's like it doesn't even have to be malignant intent. Sometimes you can just be dealing with a pretty shitty system. So the United States is remarkable that it has even functioned as well as it has done for that long, because it is immensely powerful. The amount of power. Just think about the U.S. lobby, right?
The power makes it running. You know, the amount of the sheer power make it running. The sheer money,
exactly, because
make it running. For example, for a small example, Wyatt, and I think we have the same law like Wyatt. Any outsider money cannot be entered politically. Otherwise, it would be treason. Blatantly treason. If you have any
I know where this is
political,
going.
yeah. If I know. If I have any political party getting money from outside, it's treason in our law. In Wyatt too. And this
it's
is not
even outside. You can't even take it from corporations because it's just lobbying.
Exactly.
Look why Sarkozy went to jail.
Even taking it from outside, as White say, if you take it from a business,
but that's everywhere.
But no, not in everywhere. In America, you can illegal like shell company or Israel can put money
look
or whatever.
It is right now in Minnesota with all these daycares. Look at the corruption. You don't need to go changing your topic that far. Just say that.
Let me because Nika is absolutely correct when it. But hold on, Nika, Mr. Lambo, you want to listen. Trust me, you want to listen to understand how does this corruption even manage to keep itself afoot? How do you even keep a society when corruption is so susceptible? Every government, every corporation, every big institution is susceptible to bad actors, and they generate networks, right? Now, the thing with the United States that's kind of remarkable is that the period it managed to keep together managed to accumulate enough power that you can have such unique things like the U.S. lobby. Because what is the U.S. lobby? It's basically come here and pay for policy. That is an absurd thing for any country to have, especially when you consider that you're opening it for foreign actors, including corporations. Now, how could it be that something like that, because for the self-interest of any mobster, you would never be wanting to accept such an influence. But that's the thing. The power structure that is the United States, it got such a comprehensive preponderance of power across the board, industrially, commodity, culturally, financially, every single thing tied. So everyone managed for long enough for every single country around the world, most countries, with barring a few exceptions that prove the rule, namely that the system is mutually beneficial in so many ways. Like China, for example, it is actually dependent on the U.S. financial system. It depends on U.S. inflation to run its own industrial base, because if not, its currency appreciate and its industrial exports will collapse, basically. Right, and so there you can see that the codependency, it's not just on a geopolitical level, like an stark example with China and the United States. This trickles down to that is the police state in Norway. That is what you get in the United States as well. It will manifest itself differently. But again, I remind you folks, let's be appreciative that we are living in societies where we can actually discuss these things, even if we cannot do anything, and that we have a person like Wyatt who actually enables this platform, and Madeleine who make it tenable. Thank you so much for all your generous super chats. I'm going to end my rant right now. But yeah.
No, you made a very good point regarding how United States is so unique that it just allows anyone to lobby to throw money at the political system. It inspired me to think that maybe that is some kind of a defensive system. That means no one in the world, no country in the world, no powers actually need to destroy United States, because you can always buy in and influence its politics to your favor. So no one needs to destroy it. Like if you look at, like, say, Iran or Russia, you cannot penetrate, you cannot change it, so you have to destroy it. Try to find ways to
There is
espionage and
a
destroy it.
difference, right? There is difference, right? For example, outside financing, you should like report it as outside financing. That's the issue. But for example, the only exclusion to that is Israel. That's the issue. If it was playing field to everyone, yeah, everyone will do it. But Israel can influence the American politics without labeling to be outside influence. You know what I mean?
So
I have no idea what that means, Nico.
I'll put it differently. Like basically, where you would otherwise, as the empire, you would go to your would-be clients, vassals, or whatever you have it. The United States, because you cannot deny its mere sheer presence anymore. You are reliant on its services, just simply using the dollar to trade with other countries, because it's just, even if you don't like the United States, it's easier than all the other people you're dealing with, right? So like fuck, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm getting brain dead.
You're spinning so much around that it's not difficult that you're losing it.
Yeah, probably.
We have a super chat.
Super chat by Madeline. John Bebe Bokassa was sent to prison in the CAR. Admittedly, he did feed the American ambassador and other assembled ambassadors mince CIA agents.
Yep. It's not.
No talking about.
Agent. That's a new term. I don't think I've heard that before.
No talking about people getting in prison in the future. Is Tim Walz going in the prison?
No, they'll get you. You know, when I graduated college my last year, they sent the CIA to all of our classes, and if we wanted to join, because my dad was in, I went to get an interview, and they meet you in a hotel room with the drapes drawn. They act just like they do in the movies. The CIA people, they're snakes. They're a breed apart, which is why nobody wants to join the CIA, because they're just criminals. So that's why Trump is putting them out of business, and it's going to work out.
Didn't Truman? Wasn't it Truman when he because he created the CIA, but he said he did so with apprehension, because he said straight out that the CIA, the way it's structured and whatever purpose it has, makes it an inherently hostile and dangerous fascistic organization that is liable to be turned against the United States, and thus can never be permitted to operate on U.S. soil, which is what Kennedy was like starting to notice, right? And now we're having like Trump trying now again to get rid of this, because what are these people do? They are trained explicitly, and it's self-reinforcing. Like any other institution, it's self-referencing and self-reinforcing. So they will be doing exactly what they have been doing, and when it takes its own life upon itself, like it has right now, then you have the deep state. You have very like.
During the war, they were all in with the Brits. The British and American problem during Hitler's war was severe. The British wanted to march on Berlin, and the Americans said, no, we're not marching on Berlin. We agreed that the Russians could have Berlin. And it was bad up until the very last moment that the CIA was infiltrated with the Anglophiles, people who loved Britain and shit. My father wrote a poem to Sire, King of England. I read that. I was horrified. I mean, he's an Air Force officer, and his fealty is to England over America. We were born and raised in Colorado because he taught at the Air Force Academy. So we grew up Coloradans, and he hated it because he's Princeton graduate from New England, and he could not believe that his own children would turn out to be Americans. It was a horrifying thing. Britain and America are still at war.
But it's very interesting as a non-American, non-British to observe. Like there is kind of like a kinship love relationship because Britain is the motherland, right?
Hell
But then at the same
no.
time, but hold on. At the same time, there's also like this deep like now, of course, there is it's better, but
we can't even understand their language.
So hold on. So like for example, taking World War II again. For most, the main concern actually for the British as well as the Americans, like the ancillary thing was the Germans, because that was important. Of course, that's the one they were going to defeat. But
we invaded England.
But hold on. But what they were actually looking at, each other the most, because Britain recognized that the United States would be the biggest rival, the naval power. And the United States knew that they had to get rid of Britain to get there. So in this process of being allies, they had a whole lot of like tit for tats with each other in between.
We invaded
and also when you think about like what you said about Germany, right?
They are frenemies.
Because there is some truth to I forgot who it was said about the Germans and the English having some. It's not exactly like alliance. The way the British and the Europeans have been operating. So, for example, during World War II, the royal family of England was very sympathetic to Germany because they have been having ties with the royal family there, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that was kind of like a conflicting interest that kind of was a thing by itself. I'm not going to get into it, but
no, that's right.
But the overarching strategy for the British is not like, for example, let's take Russia with Crimea. It's not territorial acquisition. Britain is not a natural regional hegemon. It is just a uniquely located great player. It is a maritime great power, but it can never be dominating Europe like, for example, Germany, right? And it can never take over Europe like, for example, Russia. So for Britain, the issue for them is to make sure that they have dominance in their maritime sphere. Therein, it's only France.
Greenland.
No, well, that is in that direction, right? But if you stick to the European continent, right, then Norway is a natural subordinate that they would like to have. Either you are on our side or we're gonna fuck you up, and the same goes for the Danes as well, right? So
coping.
Yeah.
Hitler invaded Norway in 2 hours, 4 hours with 2 brass bands.
No, that was Denmark. Norway took a couple of months. Yeah. You can understand it when you see the geography. Denmark is tiny and flat. Norway has an incredibly steep topography and large.
The Norwegians were all in with Hitler. They hated the Brits too, but no, it's going to be good.
They did, but the policy of Norway was that whoever chose to invade and go to war would be the one that Norway would fight against. But if it was that the iron ore was important for the Germans, and for the British, it was simply preventing the Germans from getting access to both fish, iron ore, and the access to Atlantic Ocean, because the ice-free naval ports that we had, enabled them to have pretty sizable submarines and battleships, which in turn could aid for the blockade of Britain.
Blockading Russia from the Baltic Sea. Blockading
Russia as well, but that became more important as a later policy, because the thing is that the Soviet Union was generally underestimated to a large degree. So if you look at U.S. planners in the 20s and 30s, what they predicted and they assumed is that Germany would ultimately be seizing at the very least the continent, where that would be their sphere of influence alongside with the East with Russia. And the United States can hope for having a foothold with Britain and maybe Norway. Then everything else was up for dispute. But then what happened was that the Nazis were actually defeated and the Russians took over their place. And so the policy simply adopted from the policy that you see with the USSR. That was the policy that the United States had towards their prediction, their estimate of what was going to be Germany. But since it turned out to be Germany defeated and the Russians take over, then it was the Cold War policy was with them instead of the Nazis.
Up until the very last week of the war, Britain was trying to make a separate peace with Germany.
No, Britain
Himmler was making a treaty through Sweden, through the Scandinavians, making a treaty with Hitler. Himmler got fired by Hitler in the very last week of the war. They were trying to make a separate peace with Britain, but Hitler didn't want to deal with the Americans. He thought we were just mongrels. So he marginalized it. If Hitler would have made friends with America, they would have done much better.
You're kind of on the spot. So from Hitler's perspective, this is an act of sedition and treason, and obviously
No,
so
Hitler
because
was on drugs, cocaine.
No, hold on. So the rationale is not the same for all
Like
of the allies, and the
Zelensky.
British and the British were not the dominant partner. They were the junior partner in the affecting here.
Not
They
at
were
the
the ones
beginning.
who. It is true what you're saying that they are the ones who wanted to have a gear towards the war with the USSR. Absolutely true. I'm not denying that part. Okay, so like Hitler, no, so Churchill, he was hell bent on that long before the war was over. That he said like, once we're done with Germany, the next one is the USSR. We have to defeat them. We have to finish what we failed to do in the White Revolution, right? Yeah.
Churchill
But the US did not want that because they recognized that if you let Himmler take over, what they would do is they simply reform into something temporarily more tenable, but they are going to be seeking to achieve dominance again in Europe. What they needed was to get a type of government in play which they could control. And anything pertaining to the Nazis was out of the question for good reasons. The ideology would simply not be in any way, shape. It would be implacable, basically. So that's why the British would be willing to use the Nazis because they did not give a fuck. They just wanted to have the Russians also taken out as well. But the Americans wanted control. They needed to seize the natural regional hegemon, and that was not Britain. That was Germany. So getting Germany under control.
Empire.
So you see the U.S. bases are concentrated around Germany. Okay,
we bought bases from Britain.
Yeah, but the point is that the main drive was not the British, even though they wanted to. You're right that they wanted to, but the one who got their will through that was the United States, and their interests are clearly reflected on where we are now. They needed control of Germany, and Germany is the US's bitch, right? So yeah, sorry, Wyatt.
So Coping described the entire strategy, the conspiracies and all the things. Make me want to play computer games, man. Like, it makes me want to play like Europa Universalis 4. They were like, oh, let's play these grand strategies. But we are just peons. We're just like peasants.
Inspiration for this
but it sounds so exciting.
I usually don't talk like this. Like,
Britain made a pact with Poland. Britain made a pact with Poland because Poland was selling coal to Italy by railroad, and the British couldn't interfere with the coal trade. The British wanted to sell coal to Italy at a higher price, and Italy said, no, we're buying coal directly from Germany, shipped by railroad. So England made a pact with Poland to cut the railroad. The French were supposed to march in and cut the railroad, shipping coal to Italy, right? But the French realized it was a trap, or they realized they couldn't beat Germany or whatever, but it went bad fast. But Britain started that damn war.
That's a good example you're mentioning. That's a good example you're mentioning of mutual interest aligning, and that not all interests are unified. So within Britain, you would have those that would have a different strategy vis-a-vis, for example, Russia. So Poland was placed there to keep to actually be a problem to keep both the Germans and the USSR like have an influence there, right?
The coal miners were striking.
But the coal mining, you see, that's where mutual interest helps shape where the direction goes, because these interests were, regardless which strategy you wanted vis-a-vis the USSR or Germany, you still wanted to have this one everyone could agree on, right? And so that's often it's useful to go for, like, when you see that mutual interests align, that's where the conflicts are also dissipating, and that's often tells a lot more why decisions are made sometimes, not always, but it's a useful indicator.
The British government couldn't control the coal miners. And the coal miners were the backbone of the Russian Revolution. And they thought that the Russians were making the labor strikes in Britain, labor agitators in Britain.
Right,
and
that they infiltrated the working labor unions, right?
Yeah, labor unions. Yeah. And they thought they were being egged on by Russia. Hey, Wyatt.
That goes actually to Wyatt's point about if you make every protest like a foreign actor thing, because that's exactly what happened. Every single legitimate protester were also labeled a communist, and then you had a whole bunch of like more fight with people that had less to do with communism and more to do with you being just shit at ruling.
It was bad in Germany. In
Yeah,
Germany,
they went and shot, like Bismarck, for example, went to send the military. When they
communists-
striked in the mines, they sent the army to just wipe them out and just like.
In Germany, the communists were rioting. They were marching in the streets, and they'd both come back from World War I with their weapons because it was a negotiated peace, and they were allowed to bring their weapons back from the trenches. And they were fighting and killing each other in the streets of Germany in the 20s. It was bad.
Yeah, they raided each other's offices. Like all pretenses of having a parliamentary democracy. Like the only thing they agreed about when it came to democratic process was that the democratic process had to be abolished, so they could get back to killing each other properly. Like fuck all this shit. It's a farce. It's just a mess. We just want to get straight down. We have our like communists on one side, Nazis on others. We are the right one, and we're gonna not waste any words. We're gonna bash the fucking door in and cave in your skull. And that's how they went. They came with armed and attacking each other, burn down offices. Like it's like like the sectarian war-like situation.
It's so cool, right? The geopolitics in those days is so different. Like it's the same geography, but it's like it's entirely different. And I think people today cannot appreciate what happened then. Like we can't even appreciate the things happened 20 years ago. Because so many of the folks are just babies, 20 years ago, and then they are arguing with us, with the missing information, and. Yeah, so it's like the more you read, the more it's like
Wyatt is the best. Wyatt beats all the other podcasters. Military Summary, Alexander Mercouris, especially Alex Cristoforo. Wyatt beats them all. Wyatt's the only one who knows all of it.
You need to read my comment section. People like to say that I know nothing. So maybe we just align in.
I'm going to be doubling down on all the praise that Pamela is giving. I 100% agree. Wyatt is the best. And apropos, Pamela, have you remembered to become a member of the DPA Open Mic?
I don't have a phone. I never got around to getting a phone. My
you
banker.
Don't need a phone. You just need a credit card or something.
Now, see, you need to use your credit card. You need a phone. I can't even buy anything from Walmart online anymore.
Wait,
so
what?
we have a
use
super
credit
chat
card,
from
you
Madeline.
need a phone?
Yeah, super
I just
chat.
never got. I'm 68 years old. I never got one.
No,
so
wait,
Madeline,
but you're saying you need to have a phone in order to
use a credit card online.
Because they had to do verification.
Yeah.
So when you buy things,
Oh wait, and you cannot do it without a phone.
Who cares? Madeline says Britain is America. Oh no. America, we'll lead them people on. We'll give them enough rope to hang themselves, and then we yank it hard. Don't worry, America is its own country. And that silly belief that is a try to. You aren't English. You've heard of the British East India Company? They had a board of 4 people, and they had this logo, and the British East India Company went all over the world, and they set up colonies. And then the British Army would come to protect them because those colonies would pay taxes to the crown. But the BEIC became more powerful than the British government, and they took over India. And so the British had to start the Crimean War to come kick the BEIC out of India, and then the Queen became the Queen of India. But the British East India Company
was to curtail the Russian Empire.
The British East India Company was it. They went all over the world, and they brought civilization to all these terrible shithole countries. And so the British East India Company had to be put back a notch. A lot of notches, and that's what the Crimean War was for. I'm serious. They got French.
Okay, now I get you. Right, in order to regain the authority.
Remember the Carnatic Wars where Britain fought France in India? Oh yeah, the Carnatic Wars. We all remember that. But the British East India Company was doing business with America, and that's whose tea we dumped in the harbor. Was the British East India Company. Because the British had taken them over. Our flag, Madeline, American flag is actually the British East India Company flag, but we put stars where they had their logo. So we learned business from the British East India Company, who the British we're trying to squash. Had
The EIC is known as pretty evil. You know, from Singaporean history, like when we read the British East India Company is like fucking evil. It's like it's insane. When I was learning history those days, I was like, what the fuck? How can this, like, you know? And it gets very confusing because our textbook do not explain the differences between the EIC and the British Empire. So that was very confusing for me until like recently when I have AI and I can talk to it. Like, holy shit, it's like it's way more complicated. But it's like this seems so evil, man. The EIC is like insane.
Oh yeah. It's like the. So you're because what you're talking about here, just like quickly.
I joined just to hit the British.
Wait. I need let me read the full super chat in case there are people who don't watch the screen. Madeline said Britain is America, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. That silly piece of cloth you salute is to try to persuade you that you are un-English, but you are. The white pieces just move around the board. So
to the super chat, I want to just remind the thing because what Wyatt and Pamela is touching on regarding the British East Indian Company, and this is something like they learned quite a lot from the Dutch, and there was also a political perception. So when you're talking about them fighting, this was actually anticipated. This is why actually the first corporations were by law only meant to be temporary in order to make
New Amsterdam.
Yes, exactly. In order to make temporary economic moves that needed comprehensive and mobilization of the economy. However, this seems like a sensible thing to do. But however, what they noticed immediately is that when you have the whole economy, because let's not forget, what is the state? The state is ultimately an economic entity and state with a judicial apparatus. And also it is most importantly, it has political power tied to the right to violence, right? So when you have something like a corporation that can take such a large part of the economy, then it is liable to substitute the state, which is, of course, what you saw with the British East India Company. They went amok. And then you have the United States, right, where you see like this is why people are saying it. Corporations have too much power because they are, when you are from the beginning of the production chain to the end of the production chain, how is that any different from the state capitalism of the USSR, right? It's planned economy. Right, and you have a concentration of power that is detached from the political process because it doesn't have to operate with the political process; it subsumes it. So all these countries, for example, that was mentioned in the super chat, while they do have political power, it's not like they are completely under the whim of any single corporation or whatever. The corporations do have a lot of power precisely because they are such comprehensive, like they're not mere financial instruments as they were meant to be in the beginning. They are a life within itself. And therein is an important thing to note for all those who think about democracy, because this is actually a valid criticism of anything from communists to liberals and whatever when they're referring to corporations having so much power in politics. Like, oh, you cannot just change your job or anything when they dominate the market. But also more importantly, how is the corporation structured? The corporation is inherently authoritarian. Right?
Yeah, I got a thing for you, Coping, but Madeline,
you have so much power over a democratic process. You need to detach it and limit it, right?
So super chat, by Madeline, the East India Company failed in India. The British government had to come in and save the situation. The American flag has nothing to do with the EIC. For those that do not know what the flag look like, it looks like this. This is the flag of the British East India Company. It suspiciously looks like something. So, I do not know. Because the Malaysia also have the same flag now.
Why I never corrected that it had fewer stripes, or was it fewer stars?
You have a board of directors and shareholders, and the board of directors votes, and that's how. So the corporations are actually very democratic. They're the most democratic. So the East India Company had a board of directors and shareholders, right, Wyatt?
No, Madeline.
It's democratic within its own sphere, right? So you can have democracy in an authoritarian system with two players, right?
No. It's not. No. It's
because that's the number of directors.
It's the present corporations are less democratic than the Soviet Union.
What do you mean by democratic, Desi?
I mean by people having opinion on where the corporation.
No, a vote.
Like
it's about a vote.
Yeah, the vote. About the vote, you have to realize that the corporation.
Well, let him finish.
What's part of the corporation, right? Is it just the shareholders? Is it just the board of directors and the executives?
Yep.
Or is it everyone who is contributing to the success of the corporation. Is so the workers are irrelevant. So it's basically the Soviet Union, right? It's inherently not a democratic institution. Corporations are not democratic at all, right? But this is the funny thing, right? Corporations are way more better and way more accountable than they used to be. If you compare like how evil a corporation is, I mean, people who say Amazon is evil right now, they should look at what the EIC was or the VOC
Buy
was.
shares.
Buy
shares. Get a vote.
They had, I mean, if you're a billionaire, then your vote matters, your share matters. But if you're a minor shareholder, well, you don't
buy
matter
more
either,
shares.
Pamela. You don't matter either if you're a minor shareholder. You're irrelevant.
Did you,
and another thing, just on that note, regarding the shareholders and CEOs, what is driving them? Quarterly reports. If you don't make the benefits, you get replaced. That's simple. There is no choice in that. Right? So you are compelled by within the ramification you have. The only thing that can really set true ramifications for you here is the government and public pressure, right? And so it's not really democratic at all. It's like, yeah, you can vote on business decisions, but it's hardly any more democratic than, are military officers going to go to war? Like, they are deciding that in between themselves, but it's not anything the countries have to do with in a military junta, for example. Like, just
I would say military juntas are even better and more accountable to the people than corporations. Because if you look at it, corporations aren't really even people or like institutions. These are zombies. Just as you said, right? They are enslaved to the very fiduciary responsibilities.
They don't have explicit authority. The military does. That's the difference. Because the military is also a different institution like corporations, but the difference is that they have an explicit direct authority. Corporations are just seemingly detached from any responsibility.
We vote.
Precisely. They have just one responsibility. One fiduciary responsibility.
It's money, right?
For the shareholders.
So corporation is centering around on money. Military or juntas center around power. The motivation is a bit different. But anyway, it's 6.5 hours, and Vaughn never got to talk about Ukraine, so we're going to do closing right now.
Coping, thank you for sharing.
But it's a great discussion.
And Jesse, thank you for sharing.
So thank you for coming, Pamela.
Yes, thank you for modding. That was necessary. When the whole place was packed, it was necessary that there was someone here that someone sort of listened to. Like, even though, I mean, moderation in a self-moderated open mic is like, well, I mean, it's closing, so let Vaughn have his because he has a lot on his mind.
Because Vaughn is working, so let Vaughn go first. No?
Yes, let Vaughn let Vaughn first.
Yeah, I just want to again thank Wyatt for providing the platform, and everybody needs to like, subscribe, and share, and support Wyatt on Patreon so he'll keep doing good reports. I mean, if you really want to know what's going on, I mean, he's a good mix of the reliable people and the reliable reports and the reliable maps, and you're going to get your best overall view of the war on the ground in Ukraine. Other stuff, not so much maybe, because it's harder to get intel, and we haven't covered it as in depth as we have 4 years of the Ukraine war. But Wyatt does try to find sources to find out what's going on in Iran or wherever, and we do try to keep it as realistic as a summary as possible. Like, we do like to talk about the what if stuff, but you know how it is. A bunch of guys get together and we all want to talk about the pew-pews and all that. But, I'm not really going to talk about the America stuff. I mean, Trump's got a job to do. Hopefully he'll do his job. That's all people expect him to do, and that's what he was elected to do, so he just needs to do his job. With Ukraine, you've got the Russians are now within, I think, 14 miles of Lyman to the northeast, and they're northwest above and beyond Sloviansk, about 13 miles from that. So they're between those two, and they could go either way. And you look at Konstantinivka, they're farther in there. They're pushing hard out of Hilolopoli. It looks like Kamyansky and down south around Zaporizhzhia's starting to open up a little bit more. Maybe Orkiv will finally give. But you can definitely see across the board from Sumy all the way down, the Russians are engaged in a massive pressure operation. Even if they're not advancing, they're engaging the Ukrainians, holding the Ukrainians, hitting their supply lines. making them stay in positions or support positions. And it's becoming more apparent every day. It's devastating the Ukrainian military. The attack on the power grid has severely hurt the Ukrainian military, and you can see the effects on the battlefield as certain areas are starting to fall apart more and more. And like I said, I would really just continue to watch the southern area from, maybe Konstantinivka down to Zaporizhia. Maybe not so much Konstantinivka, but Pokrovsk all the way down to Zaporizhia. That's going to be the fluid area. Kupiansk looks like the Russians are taking that back. So the Ukrainians wasted all that combat power to basically push the Russians out of that city for a couple of weeks, but it looks like they've regained most of the woods around it, the north side, and they've gotten back in the city, and they've gotten back into encircling those troops on the eastern side, if there's still anybody there. So that's probably going to get worse for the Ukrainians. But yeah, I mean, keep an eye around Lehman. Obviously, looks like it's on the verge. Seversk went well, and they're really breaking out well from that area. And I think if the weather's cold and the ground's hard, they'll continue to, break out where they can, infiltrate with small units. When the weather's great, I'm sure that's when you'll see a lot of movement. If it's heavy snows and fogs, because it's easier to move guys then. And then after that stuff clears, you might see some pushes. But yeah, that's all I got on Ukraine. Y'all have a good week. Take easy.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vaughn. Pamela, closing.
Wyatt, the thing about the religious angle is that, believe it or not, all these good people believe that Russia is the king of the North in the final battle. And you look at any Christian prophecy channel, and that's what they say. They want war with Persia, and they want war with Russia to bring the Messiah. And it's really sad, but that's the explanation. I mean, when I was in college, I took a lot of classes because my father got sent as a Fulbright scholar to Leningrad and spent 6 months teaching English at the University of Leningrad. And it's sad, but that's been the academic push for decades, that Russia is the king of the North, the evil in the Bible, and that the final battle will bring back Jesus. And it's so seductive. And they have these backroom meetings with the politicians, and they get this globalist spin of, we're going to bring peace to the world and set the prisoners free and bring on the Messianic age. And it's so seductive. And a lot of really stupid politicians have gone along with it. And they don't get elected to office because they have brains. They get elected to office because they go along with what academia says. So it's all going to work out good. God's a great comedian, and I wish you great prosperity, young man. Kiss your daughter and wife for me.
Thank you, Pam. Desi, closing.
Okay, so I kind of agree with what Pamela said at the very end. It is something that even we have heard over here in Kolkata. We have this place called AG Church, Pentecostal, and they preached the same thing to us. Came to our schools and preached us like 20 years ago from now. Very weird. And it is kind of scary to think that there are US politicians who are in control of hard military hardware amounting to $800 billion a year, who are basing their geopolitical and national policy based on such. I don't even know what to say. Kind of scary.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much it is, but regardless, in terms of Ukraine, I really hope this is the last year of the war. I think, right now, I'm in no way as much as an expert of any of these guys, right? But even I'm feeling certain to say that I think the conclusion is over. It's inevitable that this war is going to end with a Russian victory. It's just about when it's going to end. And I hope it's going to end soon. Also, in regarding the protests and whatnot, right? This is something I didn't get to say, so I'm just gonna say for a little while that Gareth was saying that all protests are started by the authorities, but if you're standing in this side of the picket line, protests are just as chaotic for the police as much as it is for the protesters. And from our perspective, it's always the protesters who throw the first stones, and we are the ones who have to deal with it, and we are tasked with our duty to deal with it. So I don't know. I mean, hating on the police is very popular. I get it, but you have to, like, if you can, just try to empathize with us also, because we are also human beings, and at the end of the day, we are just doing our jobs, and none of us want to be there, but we have to be there because it's duty. If you are protesting, prepare well, know what you're protesting for. Don't just show up there because your friend told you to do so, or it's cool or something like that. Have set objectives. Make sure that these have broad appeal, and listen to your elders and people who are more wise than you, and don't act irrationally, especially when you are in crowded areas, right? In regards to the Iranian protests themselves, I think like I don't have anything more to add than what has already been discussed. There was definitely some foreign influence over there. The protests themselves have failed, obviously, if you can even call them protests, because they are definitely violence. I mean, the government response was brutal. Shooting on protesters is what ended communist rule in the state I'm living in right now, West Bengal. And I think governments that shoot on their own civilians it's never justified. It's never justified. But at the same time, you also got to look at the geopolitical circumstances surrounding these protests. And I would say the protesters, if those of the who were like real and were organic, should have picked a better time to protest. Now was not the time to protest. Your movement would have inevitably failed, and those who would have normally sympathized with your protest are now opposing it. So, yeah, that's that. Anyway, I'm going to give it off to Goping. And thank you, White, for hosting.
Thank you, Desi. Coping, closing.
Yes, thank you. Wow, what a nice open mic. I've too bad I wasn't able to come in earlier. I mean, we had Alan, old faces, and seeing him again, not only one off like last time, but he comes back again. That's like very good for my coping. Seeing Grey Fox popping back, and we were a packed stage, and not only that, we got a little bit of the good old, wholesome flavor of argument and interrupting and shouting over each other. Which is necessary on occasion. If it's too much of it, I get it, a lot of you people, but just bear with us. It's self-moderated, and it's, there's sometimes going to happen. But do notice that the thing that we basically, us being on here, need to learn is that, and we generally make that go okay, more or less, that if we have agreed that this is how it is and we are disagreeing, then we move on. Because there's no point shouting. Like, none of us here are really going to be trying to change each other's opinions to any significant degree, or maybe shift it a little bit. And that's important, right? Especially when we consider all that we've been talking about. There's a lot of like black and white framing of things that is just one, but there's more nuance to it. And to get it, you kind of have to have a little bit of a courtesy, which I think we did pretty well, all things considered. It was nice to have Euro back here so passionate. Honestly, I think that because he's usually much more well behaved. But I kind of appreciate it too, because it makes it fun. And also, to me, it suggests that he's missing Prata, like everyone else is doing. Because it's one of those lovely, like, it's sort of like one of those like informal wedding couples of sort. Like they're sort of like an old couple. They've been married for ages. You can expect them to, when they come on here, like there's going to be a little bit of jabbing and a little bit of action coming on. And now Prata has been leaving us all alone. And you see, this is how our brother Bureau is getting a little bit pissed off that. And so, but no worries, that's what he comes here for, vent a little bit, can coping a little bit, right? And that's why you should take as an example here, folks. Did you notice, for example, that while it was packed, when it would be otherwise at its most disorderly, there was a new face coming on, and that was Pam, right? And that was just kind of working okay as a moderator. Granted, of course, any moderation here, like even with Wyatt, there's clearly a limitation, right? But there is a
He's
sort
too
of
nice.
no, but it's also like he has a good strategy, because his hands-off approach forces us to because notice what happened, right? When we were just shouting over each other, nobody gets anything. What is actually the greatest enemy of the open mic? Is it that, oh, you get an opinion you don't like that is dangerous or whatever? No, you're going to have all those opinions spawning all over the place anyways. Our problem here is that have failure to communicate. That's how you get wars, right? When all the other means of communication end up being just like, okay, no more words to be wasted, just smack on, right? But here we have like by grace of fortune, we have to have a place where we can meet together. I mean, think about it like this, okay? In the old days, they need to make complex rules to ensure that they would not be using what we call now today hate speech. They would not be using words of violence, because words are thoughts, and thoughts, if you use thoughts of violence, then your iteration is very close to acting on it, right? And you have a lot of power at play. In the Roman Senate, right? The Romans, they were brutal as hell, right? But they understood that they need to have a sort of civil discourse. If not, everything would break apart, right? So certain wording would not be permitted. Now, when you bring that here, and we have a whole bunch of unwashed commoners such as ourselves, you can easily, what happens in real life, right? Have 10 people in the room, they will split off, and they will start having their own little discussions. But here, we are not only forced to be here, but even when we want to kill each other, it's simply non-optional, thanks to the digital platform provided by Wyatt. So, with all that being said, my dear, you should all consider joining us here, because you are the one who actually make this space, right? If you don't like what we're talking about, come here and whatever, right? That's how it works. If you want to insult us too, we encourage you to, we try to have decorum, all that speech of mine of decorum, just to remind you that in the beginning, one of the things I appreciate with this open mic was that we were so rowdy. So, we are humans, like Desi was saying. And, I don't think we should be trying to be shameful of that. It's like something this just is. So like and subscribe. And thank to Madeline in particular, but absolutely everyone who have been super chatting and who are financially supporting DPA. It's beyond words and description, but like, how they say a picture says more than 1,000 words? Something like that with the super chat. Like that's the wholesome coping that I get when people do that. You validate this present and why it is doing. And like Von was saying, do consider looking at the other channels. There are links in the description below. How you can also give money, but also to the other channels like War, for example. More if you want more of the Ukraine part, or more of the coverage of the Iran protests and stuff going on. Like I personally prefer those geopolitical coverages, but you have to go there and encourage that, skip the Ukraine war. I'm just saying my opinion. You should just skip that one and get Wyatt to do the geopolitical analysis, because that's just so much more fun, in my opinion. But anyways, closing over, even though I could actually wait, I have something on my mind, because it's my closing, my prerogative. I'm just joking. Okay. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you so much, and thank everyone of you for watching. My fellow guests and all of those of you watching. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And Pamela, I emailed you the link to join the Open Mic Speaker Lounge. So it's a Telegram group. I'm not sure if you are able to join, because if you have no phone, then I'm not sure you have Telegram at all. So
sorry.
So
this is the Muslim sign for God is in charge.
Yes. So you may think about considering getting a phone eventually someday. Now they would love to have you inside. They chat like this every day. They chat like this every day. So
I'll see you soon.
See you.
Bye, Wyatt.
See you, Pamela. Bye. And it's my turn to do closing. So hello, thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 157. A super colorful and vibrant episode today, and a lot of things that was talked about, philosophy, stuff. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I just now I created a song for the closing, so it should be nice. And so thank you. I need to go and do 本来就just report, and thank you for all the super chat, and thank you, Madeline, particularly who dropped a lot of money to fund the open mic. So thank you so much, and glad to see you back. That time you said you're gonna be away for some time. Yeah, indeed, you were away for some time. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'm gonna drop the outro and see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Find your safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. We are live. We are live.
Told us maps in grade school. Big white blob up top. Called it Greenland, that's cruel. Someone botched the prop. I packed my shorts in my mind. Palm trees on the pole. Turns out it's frostbite and ice. Feels like a global troll. Who signed off on that branding? Who approved that name? If truth had better be on, we'd all sue for the same. Greenland is not green, it's a scam, scam, scam. Snow on the scene with the suntan plan. Uncle Sam scrolling like add to car. Gotta save the world from this false start. Greenland is not green, what a grand facade. Stars and stripes say leave it to a squad. We'll plant a flag on the frozen land just to fix the label on the Greenland scam. Imagine all the tourists, flip-flops in the storm, Hawaiian shirts and blizzards, thinking that's the norm. Cartoon globe on the textbook, pulled a little prank. World's worst travel brochure, someone changed the paint. If naming's just a feeling, then feelings kinda lied. Now every weather app screaming, turn the map right side. Greenland is not green, it's a scam, scam, scam. Snow on the scene with the suntan plan. Uncle Sam scrolling like add to car. Gotta save the world from this false start. Greenland is not green, what a grand facade. Stars and stripes say leave it to a squad. We'll plant a flag on the frozen land just to fix the label on the Greenland scam. We come in peace, we rehearse in the mirror, just here to help make the marketing clearer. Freedom stamped on every ice cube we claim. Rebrand the birds, give the glaciers new names. Oh yeah, Greenland is not green, it's a scam, 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 scam. Snow on the scene with the suntan plan. Uncle Sam scrolling like add to car. Gotta save the world from this false start. Greenland is not green, but we'll make it right. Spin a new story in red, blue, white. Saving every map from this frozen sham. One bold bid for the Greenland scam.
Greenland scam.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange. Conversations sparking light, from the dark we'll take flight. Different lands and views combined, in our words, new worlds we'll find. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. United not by where we stand, but by heart and open hand. Every voice a vital thread. We weave the truth in what is said. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. When the world seems out of sync, it's our words that make us think. From random thought to crazy speech, here we are to build that bridge. Rise up, speak out, together in the